Today's video is brought to you by Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. And when you use my code right now, HMA, they'll put $50 in your account when you put a $5 lineup down. Hard to beat that. They've got baseball, basketball, heck, they've even got the seasonal picks up here for the NFL season. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do remember to gamble responsibly. Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. Oh, you know. I appreciate you tuning on in today. Hopefully you're making it through your week quickly in fast fashion. And today we're going to do a little bit of talking about what has been the toughest division in football for the last 10 years. Inarguable, I tell you. You can't debate me on this one. Everybody across this nation should know it. It's proven out to be the case. We seem to be the yearly representative in the Super Bowl, one of us, 3. And it is a division that even this past year, knowing this last decade it was playing so tough, perhaps had the best divisional year that we've seen from this NFC West in this 10-year run. It's been to the max. There's oftentimes I say that I have a theory about sometimes championship teams oftentimes being able to get out there and win that championship on the back of the feast factor, being that they have at least 2 teams and sometimes even 3 teams like the Patriots proved out through their run of real bad teams that you can just beat up on twice every year. We don't get that in the NFC West. Quite far from. Maybe you have to earn your way, especially it gets even more brutal when you still have to earn your way again into the playoffs. So important to keep an eye out with what's going on in this division. We all have high hopes for a repeat Super Bowl championship next year and a deep run into the playoffs once again. But as we all know, we got to start back from square one here. And square one is winning your division. And that's going to, again, be as tough a task, if not even a tougher task, this upcoming season, as we will find out. Though maybe we do get a little bit of a benefit of the feast factor this year in a small fashion, if you were. Appreciate everybody tuning in today. Hit that like button if you can on walking on in. And we're just going to kind of go free flow, blow by blow through some of these teams a little bit. And I want to talk about some of both what they've done this offseason and what we've seen from them as far as adjustments go. Because obviously a lot of this is going to be, what are you going to do in adjusting to what we do? How do you counter our strengths and go out the things that we do well? How can we maybe take apart things where you might be a little bit weakened by? So we're going to kind of go all the way around, as I always do on this. You know, it's around the world a couple times. But we're going to start out with the feast factor team that I was speaking about here off the rip. And that is going to be the Arizona Cardinals, a team that this last year really had a tough season. They were looking at just continuing to stack on top of what Mr. Gannon had done there through the first couple of years, where he was seemingly getting improvement.
Shots, explosives.
But instead, they ran into the brick wall here of this NFL season, and a big part of it was injuries. And injuries are not, of course, in my opinion, the only thing. Some of this is them hitching their card here to Kyler Murray through this past couple of years. You first make the first-round pick, and then you next have to sort of validate that first-round pick by continuing to pay him, even if it's kind of on the line whether you should or not. We all remember the Call of Duty stipulation that they put into the contract, which was just silly. And so it was one where you walked into this offseason knowing from their perspective, because it was such a bad year and you're playing in the toughest division in football, that we're far away. We had reason for optimism walking into next last year. That optimism has been removed. And I think what you really then appreciate about this from the Arizona Cardinal perspective on what they've done this offseason that I like a lot is that you have leaned into the tank mode of things here. Now, as you can see, their team outlook right now, that's one of the first things I mentioned. And that's that you can see them tangibly here going, okay, we acknowledge we're a little ways away, so let's not try to fast forward this, quicken this too much. Let's do it properly and right. Aside from a couple of real issues I had with their offseason. Key additions, Roy Lopez on the defensive line, Andrew Billings also on the defensive line there. Helped them out a little bit in trying to stop the run. This team is going to move on from their head coach. So Gannon lasted a couple of years. Now you're bringing in Mike LaFleur. This is of the Shanahan tree. He's going to run a lot of the outside zone stuff. I think his brother has a tendency at times to be a little bit more willing to hammer a little bit more inside than, let's say, Shanahan does. And we'll see if there's a differentiation between, how he runs it versus Shanahan. And then what's the differentiation between how he runs it versus, even McVay, where he's coming from as a Rams offensive coordinator, where they're now coming from most recently operating with a little bit more usage of the 12 and 13 personnel. They did keep their defensive coordinator here in Arizona. Partly it's because, not partly, it is because nobody wanted the job. Our own Carl Scott here in-house, they were like, do you want this promotion to be DC? DC on your way to HC? Do you want that, Carl? Carl went, I'm good here. I'm actually Arizona. No, here's okay. Phoenix? No, I'll just hang out. I'll hang here. And then you had even a guy that we were very familiar with, Gus Bradley, also reportedly being offered the job and saying, I'm going to head out to Tennessee. I'm kind of tight with Sala. We're just, we're like this. You guys got a good thing there though. No, you really do. No, it's going places, that defense. No, it really is. No, you call, I'll call you. You don't call me. You just don't. And the Cardinals came back and they're like, so after a very exhaustive process of thoroughly vetting and investigation, we came away with the fact that we're just going to stay with our defensive coordinator. That was the plan all along. I don't know if I buy it. Maybe others do out there, but that does mean that they're going to stick to the defense that they've been running, which is a little bit of the kind of odd duckling defense, I think, in this division. What is cool is you got a couple of defenses actually going to go different this year rather than everybody running the same stuff on offense and on defense. So with the Cardinals, you get a little bit of sometimes the 5-1 fronts, 5 down defensive linemen when they can get away with it or think that they can get away with it. They'll run sometimes the 3 safety looks and let Buddha be the middle safety and just kind of be the rover role. For those folks that have been in football know back in high school in those days, you had more of a rover role. Even NFL back in the 90s, now this kind of is not much of a position as much. You're more here, so to speak, in what you're playing. But he definitely runs his own kind of unique gig there. There is a lot of trying to put the corners out there on islands and what he's trying to do. So you can see that they're going to try to run the ball, certainly. They've drafted Jeremiah Love in the first round. They weren't particularly good running team. They weren't particularly good at stopping the run last year. And that certainly is a place that you can see why they would want to try to fix that up. They had a good draft after the Love pick. I don't think Love's going to be bad for them. It's just a value thing. They're at the number 3 overall. It's just the not trading back thing. It's just the not leaning in, as I say, to where you're at. If you're in rebuild mode, it isn't about trying to necessarily in a bad draft just take the best of whatever is on the board there. And even if positional value is kind of in play, I got to throw that out because every other option here is just I'm not super sold on. So I guess I'll just go to the running back. It's not a great way of going. Much like just trade back, get the player, get the pick, keep stacking here. But they did come back and get Chase Basantis. He's going to be very good for them. I thought that he was one of the more solid interior offensive linemen in this draft, and he should be a pretty plug-and-play type player for them to help them out. Now, they did need a lot of help there with both left and right guard. That offensive line needs to come forward. The Carson Beck pick just feels like to me they're blowing that thing into the wind. Like, I don't know, even the best case sales job of a Cardinal stan, yes, there is a few of those. Yes, you can count it on your hand. But even those guys would tell you they drafted this guy to be a career backup. And I don't know under what sun you're drafting a guy in the 3rd round at quarterback position to be a career backup. Like, we didn't take Milroe to become that. We're hoping Milroe develops. And even they're acknowledging within Beck's limited skill set that, yeah, so he'll just be like a, Chase Daniel type. In the 3rd round? That's what you need to do there? Rest of the draft was fine. Nothing really notable or bad necessarily on either end of it through the rest of it. As far as key losses go, part of leaning into the tank mode was not post June 1st designating Kyler Murray. So you eat all the money off the hip, right off the rip. Evan Brown, Leonard Williams shed a little single tear somewhere. He was out diving somewhere, so you couldn't see because he was already, wet from the dive, going after some whatever deep sea monster he's trying to go and hold his breath to go get under the waters down there. But then he heard Evan Brown got let go, and Evan Brown was his little whooping boy. He just take him out there to the shed every single week, and it was tough, actually. You'd hear the cries and the screams from Evan. I can still hear the screams from Evan. It's like Silence the Lambs. Do you still hear the screams? The screams from Evan Brown? It's a little bit like that. Calais Campbell, he's with Arizona. He's not with Arizona. He's with Arizona. He's not with Arizona. Pick a lane, buddy. Do you love her or not? You know what I mean? But he's now moving on back to chasing rings back in Baltimore. So he's back to falling in love with Ravens. You know what I mean? And so this is kind of their off season. You can see, didn't sign a lot. The draft is hopefully one that allows them to start to reanimate the run game. I would offer it is going to be probably pretty hard to get the run game going when when you're defensively not getting very many stops, and the offensive line still is not necessarily really well put together. But long term, maybe this thing will settle out. Interesting development right now, and I think I can think of no greater representation of the lowly nature of the Arizona Cardinals, and that they currently, right now, are getting held over the barrel by Jacoby Brissett. I think that that's almost about as bad as it gets. Like Jacoby's like, you're going to have to pay me more, or I'm not like, I have no other starting opportunity. You better pay me more. I'm going to hold in. What? Come again, Jacoby? So they're in a little bit of a contractual standoff, which is, of course, notable because we're a step away from Carson Beck City there. Does Gardner Minshew become maybe de facto starter? There's become some issues there with him staying in there. We'll see. He wants a little bit of a pay raise. Cardinals do stand with a good amount of cap space at $31 million. They've got the third most amount in the division, but top 10 right now as far as space goes. So they could certainly give him a little bit of a bump, which I would just love to see. I hope you do it. Give him another $10 million. You know, hell, give him another 15. Hell, give him a multi-year deal. Please do that, Arizona. Please do that. But then you've got really a big part of the outlook of this team going forward beyond what's going to happen with the Jacoby Brissett situation. And let's face it, he's there to, tread water until they can finally get their guy that's not a third-round backup. And that's really the defense. And I think the thing that stands out most about the defense is that there has been legitimate investment put into this defense. They need development. They need guys to come forward in this defense that have been kind of giving them a mixed bag, injuries, good when they're out there, but then there's injuries, a bit of kind of everything smashed together. Josh Sweat was a fantastic free agent addition for them last year. I felt like he really gave them a kind of a lightning rod on that defense off the edge in his play. But then you just didn't have a lot else around that. Walter Nolan, the kid they took in the first round, was injured a couple of different times, showed a flash here and flash there when he's on the field, but just injured too much. Darius Robinson, kid they took in the first round a couple of years ago, still, again, not producing. A guy that they seem to be very close to even in this offseason of feeling like maybe they're just going to pivot away fully from him as far as what he's bringing to the table and kind of give up. Like there was almost a feeling of getting to that point with him here in this offseason. So you're looking for some of these guys to come forward. The same thing is true within their secondary as well. Will Johnson out there, it's not got him listed here on my chart here, but then you've got Max Melton. That guy's the third stringer, but Max is probably starting ideally. Denzel Burke, a kid they took a couple years ago, relatively early. They want to get something settled in with the corner room, which has not been particularly good. You have put investment, but you haven't gotten really the returns. Buddha last year, of course, dropped in the draft. A lot of people thought maybe they get the steal of the draft. He was last year's Jamad McCoy, and then I had to kind of fight through injuries again here this year. So we'll go see what goes on with Will. He's definitely very talented and capable of being put on that island this defense requires, because it really wants to, at the end of the day, kind of stack things up on that front as far as the five-man fronts. It's not even really about blitzing. They're kind of middle of the road when it comes to blitzing, but it's about really kind of getting that five-man front, really just congesting away the run game naturally, and then, getting you to try to throw, and hopefully they've got nice tight coverage out there with talented corners. So the development of corners is very important, but the development of some of the guys that they've drafted, Jordan Birch in here, I would throw in there as well. They really need some of these guys to come a little bit more forward in their game if they're going to hope to take any steps forward next year. And this is probably a little bit of an assessment. Garrett Williams, of course, one of the better nickelbacks in the game over the last couple of years. I don't know if he had as strong a season last year, but still decent quality. Still, this was a defense that was bottom 4 last year as far as their points per game goes. Any metric you want to kind of run down the line on, they weren't particularly good. So the struggle here is that there isn't really a spot you can even lean on. Like, well, we're good at generating pressure, or we're good at generating fast pressure, or, we're good at limiting the pass, or, we're stopping the run with those five-man fronts. And quite frankly, because your corners are getting hammered on the outside, leads your defensive coordinator to have to drift away from the five-man fronts back to the four-man front so he can give the two safeties on the back end and make sure he keeps those guys clean. And I'm still not sure if 3 safety looks are still really kind of going to be a thing. It seems like a transition the NFL could go to, but with the run games coming back into form right now, maybe not. Maybe that was going to be the way it was going to go if we didn't see the cover 2 shell left turn that we took about 4 years ago defensively in the NFL. So depth-wise, defensively, there's a little bit of depth there. But quite honestly, we're going to look at this in a couple of other teams here. There's a few other places where the depth is not as good as even what the Cardinals have here, defensively speaking. So, the one thing that does stand out to me is they got a little bit of depth with some guys that have actually played, legitimately speaking. Maybe it's not grade A depth, but it's also not bad. Popoe can go out there and play for you a little bit out there on that side. They've got a defensive line rotation that's, not awful. And if you get a development of one of those guys in some way, it could really change the game. So there is actually a little bit of depth to them, defensively speaking, which stands out. They're missing the star power, but they do have that. Offensively speaking, they're going to want to run with LaFleur, of course, probably a little bit more of the two tight end looks, which are coming now really, really into form here in the NFL. And we've seen this offseason, the NFL teams by the draft and just everybody's approach that they're going to lean into this stuff heavily. So Trey McBride, Tip Ryman, Elijah Higgins, nice little stack of three tight ends there. And Tip gives them a good run blocking guy there, especially. So they've got the ability to kind of move into that way if they can just make the rest of the offense kind of functional and go. As I said, you got a little bit of a work in progress to me when it comes to right tackle. They signed Isaac Samalu. That was one of those additions as well that they added in here. So we'll see what he's got to give there at left guard. They gave him a 3-year contract, so they gave him some pretty legitimate money. We'll see how legitimate. Look, he's better than Evan Brown. I think Evan Brown was always and should have always been a center, and it was probably like a bottom third center even when you put him in that role. But they had kind of played him out of position by necessity. Frohold's been good. I think Frohold hasn't necessarily been quite as good last year as he had been in previous years, but maybe a little bit of a bounce back season for him. And Paris Johnson's upwardly solid, not, I don't think star. Some people kind of paint like he's star left tackle. I think he's solid. And Brissett had a good year last year when he went in there for, this is why he's asking for the money. He went out there. I think a lot of it too had to do with passing attempts and having to throw the ball constantly, which was going to juice your numbers up a little bit, but he certainly outperformed Kyler Murray last year. And rather than it being Marvin Harrison that stepped forward, it was, of course, Michael Wilson actually came forward last year for them and started to emerge as their true number one. We'll see kind of what happens with the mix of that. Though even with the signing of a Kendrick Bourne and Devin Duvernay, they don't necessarily have a super deep wide receiver room there. Now, the running back core is very thick. They can go 4 strong at running back right now. Love, Algier, Connor. You still have Benson coming back off of his injury. So that's going to be a strong running back room into the course of this next season, no matter what. Kind of interesting you signed Algier when your intention was to still then draft Love. Kind of makes me think like maybe your whole plan the whole time was not to sign or not to draft, Jeremiah Love. I guess, we'll see. But bottom line, this is a team going nowhere. As I say in the bottom corner, yet there's hope for the future. So, they're doing the right thing right now. And if they are potentially maybe the worst team in the NFL, is they're now going to play one hellacious schedule. It does not get worse than that this year. I mean, they literally have probably the worst schedule in the entire National Football League. So, can't find my graph here on it, but it's bad. Take my word for it. It's horrible. So good luck the Cardinals this year, but the consolation prize will be that you're going to reset into next year. You're going to be out from under the Kyler Murray contract. You're set up to have the second most of cap space in the entire NFL in 2027. You might have the first overall pick, or at the very least have an opportunity to pick one of the top quarterbacks in the draft that should have a couple of them to choose from. I mean, bare minimum, you end up with Jeremiah Smith. So not a bad position for the Cardinals. There is actually a little bit of light on the end of this particular tunnel, which I don't think that you could say there was when they signed the Kyler Murray contract, which, in fact, I'm on record quite literally in the moment of them signing that contract saying that very thing. So you actually, Cardinal fans, any that might be listening out there, all 4 of you, there might be a little bit of light to this one. Don't give up. Don't give up hope on this one. You actually got a little bit of a turnaround on this, though. We'll see. Cardinals always going to do something funky, you know what I mean? And boy, I do not like that, the back pick. Interesting thing to think about with the Cardinals is if they do go after Sorsby, it's a supplemental draft kid, Cincinnati quarterback, very talented. He went back last year. Probably would have been maybe even a late first round pick if he built upon what he did last year. Has to come out, supplemental draft. Did the Cardinals look to maybe flick a second round pick for this kid? If I am them in that situation, I might think about it. Why not just keep stacking up these young quarterbacks and let the best shake out? It's not the worst of ways to go for them. And certainly it's not different than approach they've taken before. I'll just say that. Okay, keep this moving on, and let's get this on to the second team that's projected to win 10 wins next year, essentially. And that is the San Francisco 49ers. Niners. Dun, 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 dun. We look at the team outlook here for the Niners. It's now or never, baby. They were old last year, and you know what they did? They said, we're going to get even older now. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the only team in NFL's history to actually get older collectively after their NFL draft. Still dangerous. Still dangerous. No doubt about that. If you can keep this team afloat, if you can keep these guys on two legs, they are probably just about as talented as anybody else when you measure up the star power that they bring. You still got Trent Williams. You've still got George Kittle and Fred Warner, and Dre Greenlaw's back to rejoin the band, and Nick Bosa and DeMondre Lenore, who's kind of more name than he is anything else at this point, let's face it. But Dominic Pooney's developed nicely for them. They got their fullback and Juszczyk out there back in the fold, and they were able to add some items too this offseason. McCaffrey get back in there too, Purdy. So you look at them, and they did get a little selective, but they did add some interesting additions here this offseason. We've got Mike Evans coming aboard, looking to chase a ring here. So he comes in to become their X receiver now. Osa from the Dallas Cowboys, nice little defensive tackle to add into their rotation, which has subtly been grown here over the past couple of years. It went from very much an empty, there's nothing here left really from our former once glory, to now you're starting to kind of real stock it up, at the very least with good, solid potential players, I think. Dre Greenlaw back from his little stay in Denver, and was still dealing with injuries last year, but solid when he played for Denver last year. Christian Kirk, who's been around the league a long time, just a solid, capable, competent wide receiver, and you know what you're getting with him to help round out that wide receiver core. You're going with two receivers, partly because of the fact that Juwan Jennings moves on, and then partly because of the fact that you also have a Brandon Ayuk situation. As you can see, him listed as one of the key losses, and I didn't have Juwan Jennings listed on there, but add Juwan Jennings onto this mix too. So it does seem like the Brandon Ayuk situation is going to move to a parting after, July, I guess, is what we're reportedly hearing there. So you had to reinforce the wide receiver position, not to mention the fact that Ricky Pearsall just cannot stay healthy here in his young pro career. It was a little bit of an issue, I believe, in college as well, but just a guy that just has a hard time with his body staying out there on the football field. When you look at their draft, they went with a very Niners draft. This was one where if you're fitting to form, what would the Niners do? This is kind of what they've done in prior recent years, and not necessarily on the good side of things. I've called it kind of their 1, 2, 3 repetition of drafts. And what they will do is it's like, okay, we'll go receiver first. Sometimes it's the first round. Sometimes it's them trading just barely out of the first round, as they did this year to take Stribling. Then they come back, and then we'll usually take that, edge running back, and then they come back and usually get the edge, or it's edge. It's like that kind of stacking is how you'll tend to see them sort of run it. And again, they missed, I missed one guy off the list here who was taken in that second round there, or that third round there, which was Romello Hyde. So they did the same thing again this year, reached on a Kalen Black that no one had in the third round, where they ended up taking him. There were some good picks in there as well. They did a little bit better into day 3 on some of the guys they got. They should have some solid value there. Carver Willis could really, develop for them. Maybe even gives them a long-term kind of guard option there at left guard there, giving them and him and Pooney to give them a decent pairing. But it was a draft that had most scratching their head as much for anything because of the value side of things, and the picks you were making to the consensus was very far off the value structure of it. We'll see if they were just that much ahead of the curve, that much far beyond everybody else and how they look at this stuff. But history is not on the Niners' side when it comes to this 2026 NFL draft and taking that thing. No, we're smarter than everybody else. That's what it really is. Okay, good luck with that. We shall see. Now, I did mention that the Cardinals were one of the teams that you were looking at last year that missed the most games in the NFL, 296 to be exact, almost 300 missed games from their players. Commanders at second, and then you had the 49ers in there at 262. So a lot of games lost, but this is the question at hand that has to oftentimes be pointed out, is that injured rosters come about from a variety of different ways. Sometimes you've got warriors in the locker room who do all the little calisthenic movements and yoga, and they get their body perfect, and yet injury strikes. What you going to do? Then you got those locker rooms where maybe you got guys that are kind of like, look, I show up on game day. They got the Iverson type. We're talking about practice, right? Like those guys are going, I'll be there on game day. I'll turn it on when the lights turn on. How about that? Oh, got injured. Well, yeah, you need the practice time to prep. Yeah, we've seen this from all these guys that hold out in training camp. Then they get to the regular season strikes, and then, oh goodness, now I suddenly get injured with this soft tissue injury suddenly. It happens time and time again. So that's another injury. But another reason that you can throw on top of this is when you have guys on a roster that you're leaning on who have both an injury history and are also old. It's a hellacious 1-2 of a combination. Let's face it. Because either side can get you injured. Just being old can get you injured. Just having an injury history can get you injured. I think back to a Greg Olson. Came to the Seattle Seahawks as a tight end. He was one of these guys in an offseason that we kind of gave these 1-year flyer deals out. He's coming to chase the ring here in Seattle. And he had his career, I think, multiple broken feet. And he'd even had times in his career where one of those broken feet happened when he was just making a simple cut running a route. And I wonder, I think even at the time we signed him, was like, is this really smart? Because like the chances of this could be that it can happen again. He's been injured in that way. It's a good chance those kind of feet injuries, that stuff, props up again. And I go all the way around on this because when you look at the Niner roster, old and injured prior, Christian McCaffrey, yeah, I'd certainly say that way. And now you've got him coming off a 450 touch season in a long career. They say once you pass the 2,000 collective carry mark as a back, you tend to fall off the cliff. He's got to be pushing 3,000 when you factor in everything he's had on the load for him. Mike Evans, check. Mike Evans did a good job throughout his career. He's always been kind of fighting off injuries, especially in recent years. Something's coming up. I mean, you're looking at that signing, I think, and going, let's get 10 games out of him. Parasol, not old, injured, check. Kirk has been pretty good about staying on the field. Christian Kirk, when is he even going to be ready? Coming off an Achilles, old, injured a lot prior, check. I'm just going down the freaking list here, folks. I'm not cherry picking these. I haven't even gotten to the defense yet. That's just me, just one, dun, dun, dun. So the point being made on this, and we can do the same thing to the defensive side of the ball, Bosa, Greenlaw, Warner, who didn't just have the season-ending injury last year, by the way. Nobody talks about this. Not just last year. The prior year, he said he played the whole year with a fracture in his foot, starting at like game 3. Mykel Williams, your first-round top 10 pick from the last year, or top 12 pick, or whatever it was. Torn ACL, coming back off of that. Injuries are very unpredictable, but when you put an old roster together with a heavy injury history, you can't be surprised when injuries pop up. Then you can make an easy prediction last year when you looked at the Seattle Seahawks schedule and saw that you're playing the Niners in the first game and the Niners in the last game to say that we are going to see 2 different 49er teams between those 2 different Niner teams that we face. And that second team is going to be pretty heavily diminished from the first one. And that's just how it played out. And you can see it going to play out once again this upcoming season. In part, I would offer by, your approach this offseason and what you've chosen to do and take a look at here. Because this is not with Mike Evans and Osa and Dre, or Christian. These are not, to me, go for it, take it over the top type moves. And it is one thing if you are impeded by a cap that doesn't allow you to make those kind of moves, but it's kind of another thing when you're not really impeded by the salary cap. As I show right here, the 49ers are sitting right now in 2026 with almost $70 million of cap space. Now, they have $36 million of dead money. Now, they're sitting into 2027 with right now the third least amount of cap space with negative $32 million on their books for 2027. But it does then beg the question here. Are you really in on this year? Are you kind of trying to split the difference on this? As it kind of has a feel to me. I don't know if it's fully this, but when I look at that and I look at your roster and I understand that if I know that I've got star power, okay, and then I add some interesting pieces in here to help out, and we're going to talk a little bit about what they're doing offensively and defensively here, but then I should probably throw some things on top of this as far as reinforcements to the depth. And if anything, to me, you can see places and parts into their depth where they've taken hits and punches from, kind of moving a D Winters. You got to move a D Winters now that you bring in a Dre Greenlaw. You have a pathway to play, but you got to move him. But now it's not a major player for them. It's a guy that's played some pretty good snaps at times through the years here for them since he's come in. And now that's a lightened load for you on your depth. So on the player acquisition front, before we get to the breakdown on this and what they're trying to do with both sides, you do really look at this and say this is probably once again likely to be a roster that's going to probably be at its strongest early in the season and probably more at its weakest as we get to the end of the season because it's only seemingly gotten older. it just feels older. And it doesn't feel like there's a lot of that star power there past the old guys that you're relying upon. I mean, there hasn't really been that young guy that come forward. Stout had a very interesting rookie year out of the nickelback position. I think he's a decent player for them, but they've got a lot of other guys I think they're still waiting on to kind of come forward, be it a Renardo Green or a Jair Brown. They do have that cap space to still potentially make a move here. And that's the part to maybe be interesting is if they do decide to eventually go for it, they've got the capital and they've got the money. If they happen to want to try to take a move that's going to move them up over the top, what that move would be, I guess we would have to see. You could certainly see them having room to potentially maybe add a Max Crosby. Maybe it's a moment here where they're going to look eventually to add on a Bosa, the other Bosa, Nick's brother, and just try to kind of round out their edge there. Now, another interesting part about this is that the new pressure-based defense is going to come into the mold here, and this is one of those interesting things where you wonder, let's see how this plays out. This is where you sit back and, you get the lawn chair out, and you just kind of like watch it and you go, okay, let's see it play out. Shanahan comes from definitely the Carroll-like thinking when it comes to defense, a protectionism kind of approach. I don't want the deep ball to hit me. I'm not interested in blitzing my life away to get punished on the back end in single coverage. If I can get this down to like kind of a real, bare bone basis. And so coordinators that, have been at their best under Shanahan, that he've liked best, as Sala, for instance, who's come from the Carroll tree, don't blitz. They blitz very selectively. They show blitz, they drop out of blitz. That's their manner and way. But unfortunately, you lose Sala this offseason to the Niners, to the Titans to being the new head coach. And this now means that he's got to go find another defensive coordinator. And this has been like a yearly experience here for Shanahan. And it has not always been a real easy one for him, including bringing even guys in like Steve Wilks a couple years ago, who actually coached the Niner defense pretty well. But there was this key moment where he blitzed in a game that Shanahan didn't like in a bad moment, pissed Shanahan off. And again, the key point being, part of the reason that you let Wilks go was him with the blitzing stuff. I don't like the blitzing stuff. So what did Shanahan determine the answer was going to be this offseason? How about I go reach out to that guy, Raheem Morse, just got fired out there at Atlanta, and I bring his hyper pressure-based defense here, and now we suddenly become that. So this is one of those ones where you can color me a little skeptical on this one because of the fact that, first off, I've seen Shanahan be highly rejectable when it comes to wanting to be pressure-based. The Atlanta Falcons, I believe, blitzed at the second highest rate in the NFL last year, to give you a little bit of a snapshot for how Raheem wants to run his game. He's got an ability to be more than just kind of the one trick, I'm going to blitz you a lot, but that's the tendency, right? We've learned this through the years, is that if you as an OC or an air raid OC, your tendency is probably going to be throw the ball. If you're a defense that wants to blitz, your tendency is going to be that you're going to want to blitz. So having a coach who's trying to pull you back on that a little bit and inhibit you, and them trying to find some happy middle ground on that. I don't know if this is a match made in heaven between these two guys right now, for at least what Shanahan's done with these kind of guys recently. It's just not been the best of fittings for him in the past. And so the other part of this becomes, do you have the player and personnel to execute the blitz-based system? Because you can suddenly switch systems. It doesn't mean that then you have the players to the skills you had originally looked to identify who can necessarily now run that system well. Because part of running a hardline system that's not very blitz-based is that you're looking now for more guys that operate better out of zone coverage and awareness in those zone drops, and don't run a lot of man coverage, let's say. I'm not really looking at guys and how well they can blitz. These kind of skill sets where if I'm a defense that does do that stuff, I'm looking at those really closely coming out of college. Well, now if you just flip it on, you just kind of flip overnight like a light switch and say, okay, now we're going to run that. You're still having players within the system that were long wired into that. We're here to operate under the old system, not the new. And we tried this a little bit with Carroll when we got Jamal Adams, where we went hyper blitzing with him, and we were trying to overcome our lack of ability to create pressure. And this is a little bit of this as well, because we did that at the time. The Jamal Adams trade happened because you didn't have development from your edge rushers. You drafted some young guys who hadn't come along. You're like, let's kill two birds with one stone. We'll get a safety and we'll upgrade our pass rush. And then we're going to blitz a lot. We're going to blitz as much as any time in Coach Carroll's entire history here that season. And while it did get Jamal Adams the sack record, it didn't mean that the defense was effective because of it, or that didn't put the defense in some precarious positions because of it. And so you do see a little bit of history repeating itself where they're making the same mistake we did with this, where we have personnel for zone dropping and for doing things that are inherently built to a defense that's more read and react basis. Now you're trying to go drive downhill kind of, and it's two different type of players you need to be looking for. And so there's usually a transition process to get to that defense running at its best. Be very interesting to watch. I know I'm speaking a lot to this, but when you're watching the Niners this year, pay very closely to what's going on between Raheem and Shanahan and whether they're really simpatico on how he's running the D as he is. Because last year, like I said with us, part of the reason you went for Jamal was to fix a pass rush that was leaving you wanting from the prior year, and you knew you didn't have enough development from it to go forward into this season. Well, Niners were one of the league worst last year at generating pressure. So they didn't want to blitz. Saleh still didn't blitz last year, didn't want to pull those levers, but you didn't generate pass rush. So there's a little bit of desperation at play in trying to, I think, kind of correct this, where Shanahan's like, okay, I'll finally embrace this thing that I don't really want to be because I have to do it because I just don't have any answers on the other side of it. Or I don't like the other coaches available to me on the other side of it that can make that go. We'll see how it plays out, but a very interesting way they've moved in that direction. Shanahan, of course, is going to remain with his outside zone scheme and McCaffrey, and you've got the offense in its position it's in, where still not a lot of investment in the offensive line here over the last couple of years. They're just going to kind of ride on the back of continuity being a huge driving force for them, and it's worked in years past, but it is certainly not an offensive line that puts the fear of God in you necessarily, though they really work well together. And it's a system that these guys know back to front, so you can't throw that part out of it. And as I said, they do have the most cap space in the entire division, which can't be overlooked as well with this, and that you can still go out there and make any move you want. You can make a collection of moves if you want. I guess my question would be, do they have the will? Do they have that real intentionality at this point to try and be that team that can go and be a Super Bowl, champion by what it's going to take, by the cost of doing business to become that? And they just have felt like, even last year, it felt this way as a team that just wasn't quite sold on itself. It was kind of sold, kind of liked what it was, felt pretty good about what it was, thought there's a chance this could go this way, but the downside's also there readily too. And we're really looking at that as well. And it's hard not to look at that and really pay attention to that. And it's where you've got to pick a lane on this. And if you feel you're an elite team, and there's a lot of reason for this Niners team to feel that way, they should have been leaning into this more, I think, in this offseason to try to do even a little bit more, knowing that this is, if the Super Bowl window isn't already shut, which I think it is, and I think you got to kick that thing open at this point. I think there's nails shutting that thing in, and you got to go out there and go get the hammer and pull those things out one at a time. I think it's at that place of things, which requires more than just kind of run it back. Add more old guys and run it back. That'll work. We'll see. I do like a few things they've been doing here as far as the defensive line rotation. CJ West, Alfred Collins seem like they're going to be two useful defensive linemen for them in that rotation. I don't know if either's really star power, but it is nice with a guy like Collins who can be just a run-stuffing defensive tackle, and I think a really top-end one at that. Thought that with him coming out of college. Don't know what he'll bring a lot as far as a pass rush goes, but he has a really good run stopper in that way, and that's part of why you get Osa in there, is he gives you a little bit of that pass rush too as a 3-tech in there. Grayson Holton as well, interesting prospect with some juice inside as a 3-tech guy. So they've got a little bit more of a rotation there than they've had in recent years along that defensive line. Not a lot off the edge still, though. It's got to be Bosa or bust here pretty much. I mean, Romello Heights coming in there as a 3rd-round pick, but I doubt he's going to be able to give them a lot. So they've really got to, this is again why they're going to the blitz, is that we don't have the personnel to run the 4-man fronts. We don't have the dogs up front to create the pressure. And so you're driven to kind of do this. And I come back to it. Does that make it visionary? Does that make it you doing something that you had long sought out and thought to do? Or is that you kind of reacting to what you are and you didn't plan well in building the system that you really want to run? I wonder this about Shanahan just a little bit at the front of it. So we will see where this goes with this team. Of course, last year, they performed really outperformed where the injury status was. They were still in the running even down to the end of the year here for the division. They got in the playoffs and beat the Eagles on the road. You can't undersell that this is a tough, gritty squad, and they really, to me, I was having this talk on the roundtable when Jesse was really kind of downish on the team, and I'm not high on the team, but I do think that there is that dangerous element to them where if they can have one of those seasons sometimes teams do where health just breaks your way, and maybe the old substation won't come into play, which of course has dominated the discussion with this Niner team throughout this offseason. As you can see here, the substation is sitting right next to both the practice field on Bill Walsh Way and then Levi Stadium at the same time. And this has caused a lot of kerfuffle about this causing injuries, and it's in songs, and people are, banging the Niners about it. Niners aren't seemingly going to do anything about the substation thing, so we'll see how that as well continues to play out. But it is for sure to me that this has got to be probably about the last ride. As you look into next year and where they're sitting at cap space wise, you can understand how they're probably going to pivot at that point. If they kind of run into another year like this year, you're probably looking to pivot in more of a direction at that point of finding more of a harder type of reset there than a softer one. But teams got some depth in certain spots, others not so much. I think you look at their secondary, for instance. There's not a lot there behind the frontline guys, and the frontline guys aren't necessarily particularly good. DeMondre Lenore talks himself up like he's the next greatest thing since whatever, but he's a guy that wasn't well rated last year by PFF. Him moving to the outside off the nickelback position has not been good for him. He was better suited to be in that nickelback role, is where he should be living, and he's just not. So both on the front side and the depth side from their secondary, big questions there. Linebacker, you got a little bit there. Michael Williams, Keon White are more edges, so they might give you a little bit there. Again, with Michael Williams, more of a run defender who's going to need to take time to develop as a pass rusher, and he had to miss most of last year. So I don't know what you're going to hope you're going to get here into year 2 with him coming off the ACL. Tatum Bethune's played pretty decently when he's filled in at times for Fred Warner, but then past that, it's Gifford and him as the backups to Greenlaw and Warner. 2 guys with the injury history, so good chance you're going to call upon that depth. It's not phenomenal out there. It's okay. It's all right. You can see Bosa, not the greatest to back up there with Okinawa and Romello Height. So some questions here, I think, defensively on some of the depth. Front line, the stars are the stars. Bosa's a problem. When Fred Warner's healthy, he's the best middle linebacker in the sport. Greenlaw, and if Greenlaw can be a healthy guy, him and Warner as a tandem are tremendously dangerous. I mean, they were a couple years ago the best linebacking tandem in the NFL. So if the health holds up, if that's really the case here for them, it really comes down to simplicity. I don't think even with their cap space, they're going to make this move, because I think my opinion is they're probably going to take that cap space and try to roll as much of it over into next year as they can. They're going to have to eat probably a good amount of dead money off the back of the Brandon Ayuk contract. I think that's going to cost them like 16, 17 million of dead money right there on top of that right there on with everything else. Just feels like they're probably going to kind of sit and hang, but you never know. And it's going to be probably the interesting part about any team in this division as far as Niners, Rams, Seahawks, that if one of these teams makes a move, if the other 2 teams in that arms race that is the NFC West feels impelled, that they then have to make that same kind of move, commiserate move, just to keep pace with the Joneses. It's the way it's tended to go in this division in years past. I would not be surprised in the least if it continued to play out this way on into the future. So they're not dead yet. I'm getting a little bit of the death rattle, It's a little bit of that, but I'll give them credit. They still said, hey, one more time. Don't care if it's that old. One more time. Don't care if it's likely to break down, and it's going to, one more time. We're going to get lucky this time. It's the gambler who's been losing the dice roll 5 straight rolls, and he's like, I'm due. I got to be due. And the substation's like, no, I'm due, mother effer. I'm due. We'll see how it goes. But they are projected to win 10 wins. The schedule's got some spots to me where they can make some headway. And I think the Rams got the toughest schedule in this division. But the 49ers got some winnable games. They're on deck on this, and they can get out if the health can hold. And that's going to be a fun game in the opening season. Now the Rams got to kind of deal with what we had to deal with at the start of the year last year, getting this 49er team at that full health despite being so old. It's gray bearded, but you got all the gray beards out there. So they're a little bit of a tougher task to deal with when you got all those guys versus the other. We'll see how that game plays out and who can hold sway there. The other team we're going to take a look at, of course, in this division, the Los Angeles Rams. Los Angeles Rams last year going toe-to-toe with your Seattle Seahawks in 3 games that were intense, that were down to the wire, that saw you just needing every bit of ounce of will and talent and productivity and depth that you had to be able to beat them. And you were able to, of course, conquer them out. So the Rams came into this offseason with the question at play. How do you react when you were so close? How do you react when you were so close knowing that, you really were the second best team in the National Football League last year? That you had the you had Seattle beaten down the line in a couple of those games. If you could just have put it away, do you take it hard over the top? Do you take it slightly over the top? Do you try to scalpel it rather than hatchet it? Cut the invasive tumor out. I'm telling you, it is a tumor. I'm telling you, Rams, it's a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Well, the answer was really yes. More scalpel than hatchet this offseason, though let me just say that this is so far, because there is a great fear that I have in regards to this Rams team about what that could be cooking on the horizon, but we'll get to that as we go through this process. They scalpeled it out, and what do we mean by that is that they said, we blame you cornerbacks. You suck. You're horrible. Get out of here. We don't want you back. A couple of you can remain for depth. Some of you got to retire, but that's it. We're getting some good guys in here. You sucked. You cost us the Super Bowl. So that was the outlook of things seemingly in their approach. As you can see that the Rams added 2 cornerbacks. They took the corners from the Chiefs room, actually. Trent McDuffie, who's been a very good cornerback since coming on as a first-round pick out of University of Washington to the Chiefs. And then Jalen Watson, a self-made man, former 7th-round pick, who turned himself into a solid starter, kind of in that sort of, Josh Jobian kind of, ascent a little bit in what he's done as a player to make himself not necessarily highly picked. So they go in and they give these guys 2 pretty good contracts. When it comes to Trent McDuffie, they both gave up a first-round pick for him and then also gave him the $30 million payday, which was the tough part for me, where it's like, I can understand the first-round pick, but then you got to throw him the contract immediately, which was a little bit eye-opening, let's say that. The key losses, they lose Tutu Atwell, former 2nd-round pick. Rob Havenstein, long-time tackle there, who's been a good player for them, though very old. Darius Williams retired there, the cornerback, and Jimmy Garoppolo, cornerback that's been a good functional backup for them if they needed, though Stafford's done a good job of remaining upright, of course. They went into the draft and took Ty Simpson in the first round, shocking everybody, maybe even Sean McVay. Then in round 2, they shocked everybody almost to a similar level, going after Max Clare, the Ohio State tight end, H-back tight end type in round 2. And then in round 3, they go for Keegan Frost, tackle out of Missouri. Gives them some of that reinforcement there for the Havenstein loss. Good pick there. C.J. Daniels, a wide receiver, to give them some reinforcement for having lost Atwell, of course. And then Tim Keenan, defensive tackle, to round out a little bit of their defensive line depth, specifically nose tackle, because they do have a little bit of age at the key spot there that we're going to talk about here in a second. So a draft that in a lot of ways you were going to see them have an opportunity to try to max out everything they could, add little extra parts as they could, take this team a little bit further than the Seahawks. But they seem to have told you with this offseason addition, as I said, here's where the one specific real problem was with this team. Everything else was beautiful. Everything else was wonderful. This spot right here is the spot that we need to cut out. And if we cut out this and we can replace it, then everything else will still be beautiful and wonderful, and then we'll go win the championship next year. This seems their approach. You're not going to likely get anything out of Ty Simpson. If he has to step on an NFL football field this year, it's not going to be a good result for the Rams. So at least in 26, you're not getting anything for him. With Max Clare in the 2nd round, you can see as you look here at my 3, I got 3 tiers of the depth chart for these teams. And you can see that my man Max doesn't even show up. Why? Because the Rams literally have 17 tight ends. And what's weird about this pick, and I think that maybe it'll make sense in the future a little bit more, but what is really weird about this pick is the fact that in Terrace Ferguson, you drafted your H-back type tight end last year. Of course, there's 2 different types of tight ends in the NFL. There's the inline guys. There's the H-back. There are those guys that can do both. More often than not, one guy is either an inline, on the ball, blocking kind of guy, or one guy's an H-back, off the ball, move kind of guy, line him up as a slot receiver kind of guy, like that. So Claire, more of the H-back. Ferguson, more of the H-back. Elijah Arroyo, more of the H-back. So you usually only have one on the field at any given time, meaning that it's very likely with the team having just a hard time of finding reps for Ferguson last year on the field, are going to now be able to find reps for Claire. Maybe he turns into a good player down the future. Maybe he gives them productivity down the future. But a guy that right now for the interim, you're not getting anything in 2026 from him. It's very hard to see with how far he's behind the depth chart. He's a fine player. He's not a bad player, but he's a very specific with his skill set. And it's one that doesn't give you a lot. And considering you didn't have a 4th round pick, no 5th round pick. It's kind of left you where you're at with that draft, where you're now just kind of sitting on things. It was like, well, we grabbed guys that we like long-term kind of in our outlook of this. And then in free agency, we sort of hyper-targeted in our 2 guys there in the secondary to get that fixed, because that's where we think the problem really does lie. And we then look this back now to how this plays out on the depth chart, and it does raise to me some questions here at play. First, when it comes to Trent Duffy, he's a very good player, but he's also a player who plays usually about 1/5 of his snaps in the slot. Quentin Lake is a guy that the Rams have paid a lot of money to be their nickel back, their de facto nickel back, 24/7 basically. And now for you to get maybe sometimes the most out of McDuffie, and I think a lot of times he's eating those slot snaps up by traveling with the number 1 wide receiver. So, now you've got to move Quentin Lake into a weird place because Quentin's not an outside corner. You can't just move him out there. He's more safety in how he's kind of put together. So it does create a little bit of weird redundancy there to a degree, though. Look, their secondary is going to be stronger because of it. You can't deny that. Emmanuel Forbes now goes to the bench. No more Akelio Witherspoon. It is certainly an improved secondary from that standpoint. But this is the one size fits all. This is the we're all done after that. That's all we needed to do thing. And that's where I would come back and question some of this. First off, when you come to the free safety, strong safety position, Cameron Kitchens is fine. Cameron Curls is solid. You get back behind those 2 guys, you don't have a lot back there. Your linebacking core, I think Spates is all right at best. I think Landman's a pretty good run defender, but I think he's definitely got some issues in coverage. Behind them, not a lot there. You should look down the depth chart here. Tyler Davis, Ty Hamilton, Laura Minchinson, just for the defensive line. Not a lot there. I think there's a startling difference when you look at, for instance, just look at the edge room as it stands right now. First, Byron Young, and I like Josiah Stewart, little pint-sized, Jerome Harrison type out of Michigan last year. Got him I think 2 sacks last year or something like that as a backup role, but that's their edge group. That's all of it. That's not the throwing waves at you. That's more leading you to then have those guys take up too many snap counts and end up getting a little bit tired by the end of the year, as I would offer to you that edge group did by the end of the season. Because you had to go through that long roll through the playoffs then, because you didn't have the bye and home field advantage. You were traveling a lot. Those guys went into some long games, an overtime game there with Chicago, overtime game there with Seattle. They had a lot of snaps on their back. They did. And you needed the depth. And you didn't really grab any depth this year. You just said, we're going to run again, all of that back the same way. And I thought that the cornerbacks took a lot of heat from the Rams this offseason by their approach of who they targeted to fix. But that was also one that sort of hurt you in the conference championship, is that you just didn't have enough pass rush. Those guys weren't getting the job done up front. Kobe Turner's still there. He's about to probably get paid a lot of money. Really good year for them. Really underrated defensive tackle in this league. He doesn't get talked about enough. Poona Ford came there to be, along with Landman, 2 of the big correctors last year to their run defense woes. That was really where you had them having a huge vulnerability coming into last year by how the season ended with Philadelphia. Saquon Barkley taking it to him a couple different times. Poona did prove to be a godsend for them in that way. He was a really good run defender for them last year. He's really had that kind of long career that a former scout told the Seattle Seahawks he's going to play a 10-year career and he's going to be great against the run. And that's just what Poona did. Slid back into that nose tackle role last year, surprising even myself in this way, and performed really well for them. Braden Fisk had a down year after his really nice rookie year. There's a couple snaps in there. We're going to be doing a show on Anthony Bradford here on, I think it's Sunday. And there's a couple reps from him where Bradford takes him and throws him across the room. So he's still got some issues, especially in defending the run. That's where some of that mismatch can come in along their defensive line on guys that are like, this guy's good, but that guy's bad. And there's it gets extreme a little bit. And you've got in Jared Verse 7 sacks. Everybody's kind of thinking he was going to develop into more of a defensive player of the year type of guy, kind of like the Will Anderson. It has not quite come there yet. So they're hoping, I think, for a little bit of development there. Offensively speaking, again, going to run it back very much almost exactly the same way. So it's just all of the same guys, even more McClendon you had starting at right tackle last year. It's a good offense. It's the best offense by EPA in the National Football League. Stafford had, I would say it is arguable, but I would say that he had the best year of his career last year when you really consider what he did from an efficiency standpoint and how much of that load he has to carry offensively speaking. Because though they have done a lot to put investment into the offensive line and They got a couple of running backs in there, and they've paid Kyron Williams. It still is a team that sometimes struggles to stay fully committed to running the ball, even when they're ahead in games. We've seen it even in games that we've played them, that there's just a penchant to get back to passing the ball. And that'll be the part that'll be kind of interesting to see this upcoming year for them, because when you do look at this team, I think that there is some questions on the offensive line, depth-wise, with them a little bit that you could raise. When you lost Dotson last year and Justin Dietrich had to go out there, right? He struggled, including drawing a key penalty in that second Seahawks-Rams game. And when tight end's great for them, they've got more tight ends they know what to do with, no doubting that. But when you do get to the wide receiver, here's where my questions start to really come forward in a major way, because you have Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams going out there. Devontae Adams is now at 33 years old. And I think he gets really a pass from everybody as thinking that he's just the same as he's ever was. And look, he had a lot of touchdowns last year, and he proved to still be every bit as lethal as he's ever been in the red zone. Fade balls, and part of this too goes with how Stafford is just so awesome at throwing those kind of balls down by the red zone to this kind of player. But, is he as lethal as he's been fully across the board last year? Is there a little bit of some of the ages come into here a little bit? Maybe. Let's also face it too. The injuries came in last year with the hamstring. And I raise these issues because you look at him and then Puka, who plays the game so violently and thusly does have an opening there himself for some of the injury front of this. And you go, boy, this is where that instead of Ty Simpson, Mekhi Lemon makes this receiving core look so much more dangerous. Because now you lose one of those two guys, and I think you see this receiving core drop back heavily because now you can just scope in on who's ever left. Puka goes down, I can bracket up Devontae. What are you going to do? You're going to slay me with Jordan Whittingham and Xavier Smith or sixth rounder CJ Daniels? Is that how you're going to give me? You're going to try, like, they'll love to try to sell the tale of like Terrace Ferguson as an X. Okay, I'll see it when I believe it. I didn't see a lot of it in Oregon. It'll be a little bit of the first time him doing it successfully. It'll be the first time him doing it. So it is an offense that, yeah, there is really good guys in the front end. Avila, fantastic left guard. Dotson has been solid. McClendon, very solid for them over there. Larrick Jackson's a good pillar for them on that side, and what he brings to play, they're solid there. But the depth is also a little bit of a question here for me on this, even including quarterback, where you go from a Jimmy Garoppolo to a Ty Simpson. You go from a guy that's started NFL games, that's had NFL success, that can run the offense in full, to now I've got to have a quarterback that comes out there that's going to be limited in what he runs as a rookie. He's going to be kind of up in a box of things. And maybe you just ride or die with Stafford on this, but it doesn't feel like it had to be this way. Felt like there's more of the, if I'm in the Rams position of I'm going to go find a functional starting quarterback, pay him $7 million on a 1-year contract and call it a day. And these guys usually do exist somewhere out there. But you're at Stenson Bennett and Ty Simpson right now with your back two quarterbacks, if that's the way that this thing goes. I got to say, I think that this does put them in an interesting scenario as far as they're standing here. If Stafford has that back come up, if his age hits, let's face it, this guy's almost be 40 years old. This has caused other teams and other places like the Packers to do this twice over, where they get a quarterback this old. And now they're starting to grab, guys in the first round, but then they give those guys the multiple years before they're usually out in the field. I don't know if you're going to get that necessarily with Simpson. He might just be thrown out there. So we'll see what the Rams on, if the health holds up, that remains the question. It has to hold up for them to get the success this year. The defense has a lot of strength, and maybe they will just have those corners be so locked down on what they do. That'll be enough. As far as a couple of other interesting factors with the Rams, they had LaFleur move on to the Cardinals, losing their offensive coordinator. But this is also a little bit of misnomer because McVay is kind of the de facto offensive coordinator. Schievelhaus, the young up-and-coming kid there in the building, is going to take over there at OC. He was being looked at as a head coaching possibility in some spots. So he's going to come in there and take that over. You'd expect them not to be necessarily missing a lot with that, with McVay having that kind of machine just running in full force, and especially with a guy like Stafford, who's almost like a de facto offensive coordinator out there himself. So not a big loss there. Shula does remain with the Rams. He was interviewing out there, their defensive tackle or defensive coordinator in a couple different places. So they're going to run this back as well the same way on that front. He comes from the Vic Fangio tree. So a lot of cover two shell, not a lot of blitzing, a lot of games up front with the stunts and the twists and the loops, similar stuff to kind of how we run it. We probably blitz a little bit more even than he does. They're a little bit more protectionist, usually on the back end, play in and play out and how they're going to want to run it. We did see with the Rams last year, them leaning into, despite the fact the Fangio scheme wants to tend to want to live in nickel if they can. And hell, the Rams want to live in dime. No team in the NFL played more dime defense at a higher rate last year than the Los Angeles Rams defense. So they really do want to live in that heavy nickel dime territory, a la like we do. One thing that stood out to me, though, is that when we played them in the back, those back two games especially, that team really leaned into when we went 12 personnel, 2 tight ends, 3 tight ends, they came out in 3-4 looks, whereas we'll still stay in nickel looks when they come out in those kind of looks offensively to us. Kind of telling, and I think it speaks to a little bit of their lack of confidence and everything to hold up front if they had to run that wide 4-man front like we see in this modern age out of that Fangio cover 2 shell. Just kind of an interesting little thing and something that can allow for our offensive coordinator Fleury here to be able to maybe identify and get some mismatches, especially with his tight ends, if they happen to be bringing up some extra beef up front to try to go deal with that run this upcoming season. So Rams going to stay same on both sides of the ball. They're one of the big forerunners, of course, right now in their use of 12 and 13 personnel. No one uses 13 personnel more in the National Football League. For those at home, that's 3 tight ends, not 1, not 2. That's 3 tight ends on a given play. That's very unusual. And this is what they've done is not only that they leaned into that formational grouping, they've, of course, with Max Clare, stocked it up so that it cannot be removed down from them. You cannot see them suffer an injury and they can't run it this week or that week. They have made sure with their depth that every week they're going to be able to lean into this 3 tight end look and really push down on that. And it's going to be one of the really interesting parts between the Seattle Seahawks and the Rams meeting up again next year is Seattle's conviction and commitment to staying in nickel defense with 4-man fronts to deal up with the times these 3 tight end looks, and whether or not Mike even maybe looks at these in this upcoming year and he looks up this offseason and he says, those last 2 games against that offense, we didn't have a lot of great luck living in that nickel basis. Maybe we against this given opponent need to transition in such a way. You're going to have to probably do something from Mike's perspective this offseason rather than think, just, a little here, a little there, because Rams really kind of offensively had your number in those back 2 games. But some of that as well is just Stafford being awesome. What are you going to do, man? He literally played the game at the highest of anybody in the sport last year, and it might have been by a good distance. He had an absolutely phenomenal season. The guy has mastered the position. The arm strength still seems like right about where it's always been. And even the mobility was okay. It was functional at times last year, which was kind of surprising. So likely we're going to be again neck and neck. You're going to have an interesting battle here schematically, stylistically between the two. And that we saw that defense could at times give Sam Darnold some issues with some of the creative fronts and looks of what they do and how many guys they drop into coverage and how many windows they squeeze. And that's where you've got to me, take your chances to pass against the Rams when you got them in the 3-4 looks and then be able to then, stay in the run game at that point when they're going to try to live in the heavy secondary and try to have too many defensive backs on the field, be a little bit too light up front. A little bit of that chess match that goes back and forth between these offenses and defenses, just part of what makes it right now the best rivalry running in the National Football League. But that is your lock stock of what these teams have done this offseason. It doesn't slow down. It don't stop. It isn't a year where you ever just get to hit the cruise control and say, run it back the same. And it will be just like it was last year as far as the level of difficulty. It always seems to get a little bit harder. The machine always seems to learn a little bit more about where it erred prior and then corrects thus that as it does seem again this offseason. So it will again seemingly set up to be maybe one of the toughest, if not the toughest divisions in football. Some of this is going to be on the basis of the Cardinals, who certainly are kind of taking a quasi step back here in their approach. And there's no denying that. And that's one that you've got to, kind of pay attention to, is that they're certainly in a more tank mode than I can remember them being at in many, many, many years. The one thing that does have me a little bit rattled, concerned, worried, unsure, is the Rams situation right now as it stands, with a couple of factors here that are at play. And that is that if they go and they make another home run move, so, the Rams turn around and they go target a Crosby type, and, they can say to themselves, hey, we took the first round pick on our quarterback in the future. That's not going to be a problem for us in the future. Our roster is really well stocked. It's got age, but we've also got some youth in some really cool places and a chance to turn this around quick once that happens. And so bingo bango, we can go make another home run kind of move for a Crosby type because we know what that'll do as far as impact on this team. And I look at that as what that'd be on the impact of the team. And I do go, boy, that would seemingly, with the cornerback moves you made, make it a lot tougher on us to just sort of stand pat here and be like, we don't have to do anything else. We've gotten all the work done. We can just kind of sit here and it'll be enough. It might be enough, but you all know you'd feel a lot more warm and fuzzy at that point with Seattle making that commiserate, somewhat reactionary kind of move at that point. Because that would really put them in a place where you're like, man, they were tough already going in, and now they've added this and that. And, we've kind of run it back same with some minor additions to give us some health for bumps here and there. But you could really, I do wonder a little bit in looking at this Rams team right now, where you just see how conservative they've been this offseason overall. For not that not trading a first round pick is not risky, and they're always a little dangerous. But just that there just felt like there was, you knew you needed to do a little more than this, and that maybe they're already just going, that first round pick's a foregone conclusion that we're parting with it. It's just a matter of who we're going to go target to part with it. And if they wouldn't have made that kind of move, that would be seriously disconcerting, because it's removing maybe a player that the Seahawks would look to target. Number one, would be a fit here, would help us out. But number two, maybe you don't have the move to go be found that can match what they're kind of doing. That you're kind of at that point then stuck a little bit to where you got a willingness to make a move like that. You got the cap space to make a move like that. But we come to find in the NFL season, there's just not that player available. It doesn't tend to play out this way. Tend to have guys that are there that you can go get, that you can pluck. But it is a little bit of a concern as I walk into this offseason, as looking at the Rams being just so kind of quiet and just oddly quiet. Just kind of look at them going, I thought you guys were going to do a little more. And they're just kind of sitting there with like the cat that ate the canary smile, Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's tweeting in its mouth, A little bit like that. I feel a little bit like that with the Rams right now. Like, what are you guys up to? Nothing. No. What are you up to? Nothing, man. Just hanging out. It's off season. Just relaxing in Cabo, man. Oh yeah? Why are you on your phone? Who are you calling? Something's up. They're up to some shenanigans, I tell you. Shenanigans! All right, let's pop over to you guys here in the chat. I appreciate everybody watching today. If you can for me, please do hit that like button. Just want to quickly, obviously too, with the 49ers, last year in their defense, we touch a lot on this a bit. There's a lot. I think you guys know where their defense kind of was at last year. Sala had them playing great. He came back there and really had them playing above their skis, but they're the one team that does get tough a little bit on this one and predicting them off of stats of last year, just because so much was backups, and versus if you actually really do have the starters out there rolling, what that team looks like and what they're putting up, especially I think, defensively speaking, that would especially stand out as offensively. It kind of carried the load for them last year and in many ways. Appreciate you guys watching today. If you could do me this favor, hit that like button. It just helps me grow, helps me show, helps me get out here on this algorithm of YouTube and get me up on it. I really, really, really do appreciate it. As well, I would really like if you guys give me a second here to thank the sponsor of the show. The sponsor of the show, of course, sponsor of the show here. Sponsor of the show is, of course, Prize Picks. Prize Pick is America's #1 sports app in the game, #1 running right now. And when you use my code HMA and you do a $5 lineup, they'll put $50 back in your account. $5, $50 in your account. Show some love to the channel at the same time. That's what we call a win-win-win. There's so many different things you can get in on right now. You got basketball going in playoffs, full swing. Wembayana cooking it up out there. We got baseball, Mariners singly, slowly getting it kind of together. You feel like you got a feeling about a couple of those hitters. Got the Rook brought on up. Heck, we've even got the seasonal picks here for the Seahawks in the upcoming season, the NFL as a whole this upcoming season. So you can see here I've got Jackson over 1,324 yards and Jacoby Myers over 750 yards, as I think he's going to be that #1 target down there in Jacksonville. You can put these kind of picks at play. You can mix, you can match, you can put them all together. So many different options with Prize Picks. Use my code today, HMA. Please do remember terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. And yes, in the state of Washington, there are some limitations, but when you use the site on a casino's network, you can use the site in full. Thank you to guys for using that code. Thank you to Prize Picks for sponsoring the show. And let's get over to you guys here in the chat and see where you guys are at today. Again, really appreciate everybody watching. If you can, again, hit that like button. Man, it's big time help to me. 12 for life. Go Hawks. Thank you for the 25 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says that thumbnail is sick as F. Love your stuff. Go Hawks. Got to be upgrading the thumbnail game, man. And there's some helpful tools out there now more than ever that have really been able to kind of benefit some of that. But thank you, 12 for life. Appreciate you 25 months, 2 years as a Hawks Nest member. Hawks Nest member, Hawks Nest members, we're going to try to get a Saturday call-in show for you guys. So if you're a member of the channel, please do tune in at that time as we'll be going live, and I will get that out to you guys posted hopefully here tomorrow at the latest, but maybe today. So I'll let you guys know on that. But thank you, 12 for life. Appreciate you, bro. The Warhammer guy, thank you for the $5 donation. Warhammer. I wish Jake was consistent in his messaging. Makes him hard to listen to when he's not objective. Also, you should add Copacabana to the soundboard. That's a great suggestion. Hold on. Let me get that on my notes. All right, I got it. I got it on my notes here, man. That's a great suggestion. I do need that on my soundboard. That's facts. Facts. And I think Jake does a really good job at what he does, and I love working with him. I think he has had a lot of reason to be really confident. And look, I do hear not just from you, Warhammer, but from a variety of people that'll lob the criticism in Jake's direction and saying that, you know, he's too much of a homer and that there's no objectiveness to him on this, and that, you know, it's slanted in that direction of things. And I think that there is some validity to this to a degree. It gets, I think, hard from his perspective in doing this because you have to parse between a team that is right now on a really nice heater the last couple of years, and that it's winning these games and it's getting far and it's getting even a little bit deeper every year. And you've sustained things like the Jared Goff trade and the Aaron Donald retirement and all these other guys moving on, and you've still been able to just constantly reset the rack. It's kind of, you know, it's set sort of it has set this sort of, you know, stage for you to kind of feel like, you know, this is just never ending and hot hand fallacy, I think is what they call it a little bit. And like, I think it does start to kind of alter some of the view of how you look at things a little bit. And, you know, I share your frustration when it comes to, especially with him and the Ty Simpson thing, because, you know, and I think as much as anything, why it frustrates me is that when people do the talk about this, or their teams or their stuff with this, and that they have really good insights and they're very smart about what they're seeing. And in Jake's case, you're very smart at what you're seeing with Ty Simpson. Your evaluation of Ty Simpson in the last couple of months has been correct. You've not high on him. You don't like him. This is not a moment to appeal to authority. And I don't think that we're at our best when we're appealing to authority when, you know, you're going to do it here and there as you can, but when it does go so stringently against, you know, what you believe in your heart. And I mean, he did not like Simpson at all. And it just kind of, there was started to be like turning yourself into pretzel knots a little bit after we get through the draft to find a way to make it like, you know, digestible, I guess, you know, on that. So he has had the run to give him that confidence of it. I mean, we won a Super Bowl. I'm certainly feeling myself and feeling my team and feeling hesitant as well. I mean, there's a draw inside me. It's like, it's hesitant even if I have a criticism a little bit right now, because there is a like, look, we just did win the Super Bowl. Team just brought you to the promised land. You know, there's a part there where you do tap your brakes when the team's going, you know, in a good spot of things and they're running well and they're very close and they're doing a lot of stuff right. I think it's a little bit harder in that first, when you know there's something inherently wrong, or you know that there's something that's really holding the team back functionally at a base level, foundational level. Whereas with the Rams, there certainly isn't that. And what's holding them back maybe is more, you know, stuff that they're just not paying attention to or trying to really fix. They're kind of like, it's not a problem. I can drink every night. It's not a problem. I can drink every night, a couple drinks. It's completely fine. My doctor said it's fine. It's a little bit of that kind of energy. But I hear you, man. I do hear you. And I think he's going to be right and proven right on his Ty Simpson outlook from a couple of months ago, but it is tough on the criticism side of it. I don't shrink away from it myself. I've reached the point I don't care if people don't like when I got to criticize some team. I don't do it a lot, but I've kind of made my bones of the fact I can take it if it's going to piss people off, because it's going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it. But I know there's a lot of people also on the other side of it too at times where it's like not as much fun to do that. And so you just kind of stay out of that realm because there's really no upside to it. You can lose subscribers and then you just get people pissy with you constantly. And it's like, well, that didn't feel worth it, and it'd be great if you could just have the opinion, be open-minded to it, but you catch a lot of flame if you're sometimes not towing the company line. It's a tough, I know what Jake goes through on this. So it's like, it is a tough line to sometimes walk and try to navigate sometimes this stuff while still getting your honest opinion out there. Thomas, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, when I asked Jesse Jake, would travel affect their game? I couldn't believe their answers. Yeah, I kind of couldn't either. I think that us, for instance, and this is where we come back to consistency. I've said this every year when we're leading the league in miles traveled, that makes a difference. Like you've got bodies that are on a plane sitting there rigid, sitting in a seat, or it's not it's not great. A long year of that, and anybody that's flown miles and flown across the country and back again and knows about jet lag, it's like an extra thing on top of what is already a tired body. It's an extra test against your immune system and all that other stuff, and it has an effect. It absolutely does. And the fact that we only fly 22,000 miles this year versus the 35,000 we tend to run will be helpful for us, I think, in keeping us a little bit more fresher. So it's one of those ones that's hard to measure, I guess, Thomas, as much like, how do you measure it? What's the impact? Is it 3%? Is it 2%? Does it make you, is it that you're, 3.5% worse collectively over the course of a full NFL season? If we tried to kind of break it down as a numbers thing, it does get hard to kind of quantify, but that doesn't mean it's not a real thing. Doesn't mean it's not a part, and I maintain those teams on the East Coast have a hell of an advantage to be able to get on a little, basically puddle jump of a flight and pop over from one city to the next like it's no thing and just hop right off. First team's got to be on a 5-6 hour flight. Like, oh my gosh. I don't know. I think it does. I'm with you, Thomas, but yeah, they were kind of flipping. They're kind of waving a hand away at that. I saw the same thing, which I thought was surprising, especially with the Niners getting freaking almost 40,000 miles flown. Like, that's pretty significant. That ain't all on Australia's back. Yeah, Australia makes up a lot of that, but that's still a lot of flying. Thomas, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, what is your opinion of JSN getting the wrong trophy? Yeah, well, I think you had Drewski's super tired joke that's not funny, and that was unoriginal. In the, just to get to the announcement of his award, and then you put at the end of this now him getting the award with the wrong name on it. Which I don't know if I've ever seen this before. So it's kind of weird. And it feels like this is a little bit of like snapshot of the era we're in here, where things like this can't get we get this stuff wrong. Is it like, would I overstate it and be like, this is openly blatant disrespect? No, but should have been executive after that stupid ass joke and how it was received. Maybe come back and been like, let's make sure he gets his award and everything's right and good on that. And like, then we don't want this to be like a problem. Like, maybe we should, so it's a dumb mistake, but maybe it's also indicative there being something at play there as far as like, ultimately like, what was his name? Like, guy's literally carving out, was it JX? Just can't even remember, just put a hyphen in there. That'll be enough. But hopefully it fuels him, Thomas. Hopefully it fuels JSN and just gets him out there cranking that much harder. I'm going to make you remember. Well, you're going to remember me. Banker, thank you for the $2 donation, Banker. To me, Slide Edge Hawks, rest of the NFL, very behind. Yeah, I would still maintain you. And I've said this, Banker, and it's a weird year last year in the NFL. The Titans fell off in the AFC that had been strong for years, whether they've been Super Bowl contenders or not. Just the Titans, those teams that will be in the playoffs at the end of the year, and they'll make noise in the playoffs, and they're going to be right there at the end of the line. they fell. They fell hard. And the NFC didn't fall as hard, but there was some guys that definitely dropped off. Green Bay, once Micah went, was definitely a diminished self. Detroit, diminished. NFC South, couldn't figure out who wanted to win that division. NFC East, two crap teams at all one time, and the Cowboys kind of somewhere in the middle. It was one where I think that to say that these are the two best teams in the NFL last year and that these are the two best teams by far going into this NFL season, I feel like it's pretty accurate myself. I think there's a lot of good reason to say so. Maybe some of these teams step forward, but that's what I've been trying to kind of play out to everybody else on this, is that like these teams that were supposedly going to be stepping forward here, what have they done that's hugely drawn them forward? The Lions look like they're diminishing. The Packers had to lose guys essentially to add Micah, lost another one in Rashawn Gary. Hopefully Micah's good coming off of the ACL. Maybe. I think the Dallas maybe could be dangerous, but even them, they're talking about trading Pickens because they can't get a contract done with him. And then what do they do on this? It's like there's questions and stuff you can kind of pick out with some of these other teams. They're not complete. There's issues with depth. How strong are they really? And I come back to the Rams and Seahawks, and we just don't have those questions. These teams have put together. Rams are certain spots where I would worry about a little bit of the depth, but there's other spots where the depth's fine. And certainly they're very strong all around at just about every position. So, yeah, I think that's an accurate way of looking at it, man. I got them neck and neck too. Thomas, thank you for another $5 donation. Thomas, you're very kind, brother. Appreciate you for that. How much would you offer if Sam wins his second Super Bowl and comes close to winning an MVP? I saw on X close to $50 million. So I guess the key there is that you're putting the very key qualifier in there being that comes close to winning an MVP. So if I say comes close to winning MVP, that's a top 3 season at that point, in my opinion. I mean, that's if you just said like, if he wins the second Super Bowl, 50 million, like if he wins the second Super Bowl and he matches what he did last year, 50 million is probably about right. But if you're talking about him playing like a top 3 quarterback in the sport or a top 3 player in the sport from an MVP voting standpoint, it does kind of change the math a little bit on this one. I mean, Dak Prescott's making 60 million. Jordan Love's making 55 million. Trevor Lawrence is making 55 million. Joe Burrow's making 55 million. Josh Allen is making 55 million. You're probably pushing more closer into the $55 million frame of things at that point, which by that spot of things, I would estimate would make him a top 5-ish paid quarterback for the position. But that's where there's, to me, Thomas, a real key spot to this, where this arrow points. There's the arrow that points to you win the second Super Bowl, you put up a similar year to last year where, hey, there's a lot of turnovers here too, Sam. Well, hey, we weren't asking you to throw the ball, but like the 4th fewest amount in the entire National Football League last year. You do a lot of good things. We're not undercutting you. We're just saying these are other things that are facts on top of the performance you're providing. We're getting this in addition to that. So here's what we would pay you, $45 to $50 million. I think you're more in 45 at that point, kind of, Thomas. But again, if he wins the Super Bowl, he might almost just get extra 5 for the Super Bowl win. So it is one where it does depend on that, but I think he's breaking the bank if he's getting close to an MVP and winning a second Super Bowl, because that's just, you're in rarefied air, and there's always that mystical stuff that follows the guys that win multiple Super Bowls. Do you have some untapped, intangible thing about you that you have inside you that gives you this magic to win these games, kind of that starts to bubble up, that can start to press some of this. But I mean, there's also a difference to me on this. If I'm winning a second Super Bowl and what I'm paying Sam at that point versus kind of right now where I stand as far as like, I want to see where he plays next year. I want to see what the price is going to be. I want Sam here in the long term. I just don't want another quarterback who's basically holding our feet to the fire because we're scared of any alternative option. I don't want to do that. And that's the thing I think another year of Sam would give you some confirmation of. But Yeah, probably anywhere from 45 to 55 is the mark here, but you come close to winning MVP, you play at that level. I mean, you're talking at that point, Thomas, like, 4,300 yards and 35 touchdowns and, not as many interceptions as he had last year. You get that down to like 10 or 11. Well, now you can kind of demand whatever you want to demand because there's going to be somebody there willing to pay it. So it is a little bit, that's a tough one because there are kind of two different ends that could be on as far as like what you're having to kind of pay. But we get a second Super Bowl in the whole process, Thomas. So is it really that big of a problem? I guess probably not. Mr. DeLevy, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you for that, R. DeLevy. Thinking on it more, I feel like the Rams may have been less aggressive reloading in the draft because they're planning to move big at the trade deadline instead, like the Hawks. My steel man, at least. I think then you're touching on something you heard me just speak about a few minutes ago. I know your dono came a while ago, but this is something I was just touching about, is that I feel the same way. As I look at this and was preparing for the show today and going through the offseason again to the Rams and looking at the cap space that they have, and then thinking about like the way that this could roll, because there's one key ingredient that the Rams have in a trade package that stands out that really makes this really kind of sick. And that is Byron Young. So you're going to have to pay Byron Young sooner or later, coming off a 12-sack season, really burst out. He's been a pretty solid player for them beyond that. Okay, I take my first-round pick next year, which somebody's going to say, okay, what value is that to me? That's going to be a later first-round pick. And then I throw Byron Young in on top of that. And then, like, if it is for like a Crosby type, let's say, well, it's like now they're not giving up necessarily that much, but they are making the position even better. They're getting they're getting a difference maker in there. And that's where that does get you a little bit concerned to me. And that's where then if they made that kind of move and then you look at their off season, well, then it makes sense, because rather than adding a variety of different kind of extra parts to just kind of, add to the fullness of the team, kind of like we do with our 70-man roster, or John and Michael, what's about the 120. Like, rather than you trying to build this kind of best collective, you went more for the, how do we really get the splash and dash? How do we get the true, top end across the board wherever we can supply it? And so this may be what we're seeing here with this. So it would, you'd walk away from that. You'd go, okay, it would make a little more sense if the whole point of this was to fling one of those first-round picks to the wind at some point or another. And they certainly have shown the willingness to do so in the past. Hell, they even did so this very offseason. So it's good points on your part, DeLevy. I don't think it's even you strong-manning. I think it's you speaking to something that is a very feasible possibility in this upcoming NFL season, because that's a lot to offer. Now, I got the first-round pick, and I've got a double-digit pass rusher in my back pocket as well. And hell, I might even be willing to throw more picks in on top of it, especially for a make or break it season. You could see where this could get dangerous, and you could see where this could get uncomfortable really quickly. Really quickly. And I hope not. Thomas, thank you for the $5 donation. Thomas, I so wanted to say that I have doubts when it comes to Stafford and his back, but based off of the Rams free agency moves draft, that he's close to being done. I so wanted to say that I have doubts when it comes to Stafford and his back, but based off the Rams free agency moves draft, that he's close to being done. It gets hard to predict this game with some of these guys, Thomas. It does. And, Matt's not been one of those guys that's a little bit like we've seen with Rodgers or Favre, who's kind of like every offseason, he's like, I don't know, I got to go through my quest, my offseason quest to discover myself and feel like, do you really love the sport again? He just seems like a guy that's like, yeah, I'll be back. We'll get right back at this thing. And now you don't know where obviously the back is at as well, though, in addition to this, as far as like, is that thing just barely holding in there? Does he have to get like 3 of those things fused as soon as he retires? And so you do wonder a little bit about, how well that health is, especially for a guy that's played so much football. So it's hard to say on that, man. I mean, everything I get from the indicator from Jake over there, and he's got some inside sources, is, the indicators are that he's going to try to play a couple of years and that this is not a 1-year thing. I'd be honest with you, with him coming off the best year of his career last year, if he were to play another 2 years, not just 1, but 2, I wouldn't be surprised at this point. He really played a remarkable level last year, and they have an offense where they play from ahead and they can get around to actually staying committed to running the ball. You can get a little bit less taken off of his shoulders and just kind of pick and choose his moments he comes in, kind of all like Elway did in the mid-90s, where Elway's win those championships and he was still making those high-level throws. He was just kind of picking his moments when he came in to do them. And that now you start to do that with Stafford. It's like, well, you could prolong things a little bit if you did it that way. But that's a little bit about commitment too, Thomas. Are they really committed to doing that? Would they be really willing to play to that brand and style of football, being that McVay is cut from the reed cloth where he's going to want to sling it. Sooner or later, he's going to want to sling it. Shanahan doesn't really have that problem, but McVay's got a little bit. Just a little tiny bit. Phoebe, thank you for the $2 donation. It says, Jesse and Jake are confusing on the Chiefs O-line. Yeah, that was interesting as well. They're big time Chiefs stands last night. And I was kind of thrown for a loop with that, where I'm like, really? You guys are all about the Chiefs, huh? Like, okay. And I was trying to make the case that I think that there's some issues with their offensive line. I think that's problematic, being that, when their offensive line's not been good, it's not been good for, it's not been good for Mahomes. He kind of needs a good offensive line to be at his best. I don't think there's anything crazy. And, they didn't have anybody last year on their offensive line aside from the two guys that I noted and said, look, Creed Humphreys is really good and Trey Smith's really good. But Creed Humphrey was the only offensive lineman they had last year on PFF that was rated over 70. That was it, including Trey Smith. So, I think my assessment, feed me on that one's pretty accurate to it, saying, look, you're pretty well suited right now at your center position and your right guard position, but there's still some questions coming into this year about the rest of that offensive line. It's not assured as you think back to what they did prior. Like, you remember when they lost Fisher and they lost Morris and they lost Schwartz, they lost their two tackles and Morse, interior offensive lineman. And what did they do? They came back around and traded a first-round pick for Orlando Brown. They didn't trade for a guy like Simmons that was going to wait to develop. They traded around for a guy that was going to be ready-made to go right now for a team that was trying to win Super Bowls. They signed a Joe Thuney from the Kansas City Chiefs, who was a ready-made left guard. They drafted then Creed Humphrey. You made specific pertinent rules, just specific moves to address it in a major way and also get instantaneous returns from it. And I don't think it'll be a bad offensive line necessarily, but I don't know if it's going to be as they were trying to sell like a top 3, top 4 offensive line either. I think that that's a stretch, and that's a lot of projection about Simmons suddenly coming forward. A guy who had injury concerns coming out of Ohio State, only played 8 games last year as it was, played below average when he played last year as it was. I think that we'll see on that, but I think I'm going to be proven correct on the Chiefs. I'm not buying this, they're bouncing back type thing that's being sold out there in a major way. Thomas, man, you're awesome, brother. Another $5 donation. Thomas coming in hot today. Let's go, Thomas. Appreciate you for that, brother. Very kind, very kind. My problem is I would rather keep the whole team together than spend on the quarterback, but it's a difficult decision if Sam wins a second Super Bowl, maybe MVP. I mean, that's where you really touched on the qualifier there that I think is the interesting one, Thomas, and I'm glad you did. Because I think that you do touch and get to the heart of the root of this, don't you? And what I mean by that is that Sam goes out and has another year like last year, and you get to the conference championship and you fall short. Sam has another year like last year, and you get to the Super Bowl and fall short. You get to the Super Bowl, but you lose, but you get to it. Sam has a year like last year, but you get in the playoffs and lose in the first round. Well, I think that when you start to want to take the approach you're advocating for, which is the very same one that I would advocate for too, Thomas, being that I want to be very careful about paying my quarterback this kind of money. I'm looking across the league. I'm looking how this hinders other teams. I'm looking how this hindered us during Wilson's prime being paid years versus when he wasn't being paid, and how we're building our team on top of it. A team that's going to ideally be 27th in the league in passing attempts. Does that team need to pay a quarterback top 3, top 5, top 6 quarterback money? Is that smart money spent for a team that's guided and moved and directed in that way? I don't think it is, Thomas. I think you're right on that. And I think that if it comes you falling short of that mark, it gets easier from your standpoint of this to look back onto Sam and say, we want you here, but you're going to work with us, buddy. We're not doing the same thing all these other teams are going to do. That's what's led us to the success as much as anything else. That's what's led us to have a team that can supply you a Super Bowl championship roster. And you can recognize that, or you can get big-headed and ego yourself out of your mind like a lot of these quarterbacks do, turn into a diva and demand every last dollar bill that's in our vault. But we're not going to be the dippos that are going to pay that. You know, we're going to hold the line. We're going to say, here's what we're willing to pay, and that's what we're willing to pay, and we ain't going a dollar past it. And so you're touching on it, man. I'm in that place. I'm in that place of hardlining Sam on this one a little bit, saying, look, I'm willing to pay you. I'll give you the 4-year extension. I'll make you a very highly paid quarterback. I'll give you that big time money, but I'm not going to break my salary cap because you're the next man up. I'm not going to break my salary cap because you have Super Bowl winner underneath your career stat line. I'm not paying for that. That's a label. That's not performance. That's not what I'm exactly getting on the field. And I need to be paying for that. But then you mentioned the back end of this where it is, well, you go win the second Super Bowl. It's kind of like all bets are off at that point, Thomas, right? Like all those questions can remain and be there at play, but it's sort of null and void. And you go, yeah, I just have to pay him now kind of whatever he wants. Because you're not going to upset that apple cart. You're not going to break something that's working so smoothly at that point. And that's where that would be the one point where I would kind of rubber stamp it and go, well, I do get though, just saying I can't, I know I have this philosophy and this guideline and everything else, but like, look, that's 2 Super Bowl wins. Do I really want to, instead of going through for my 3rd Super Bowl victory, because I want to pay $9 million less to my quarterback per year. Do I not want to take another true full run at that Super Bowl because of that? That would be what it'd kind of come down to as far as a breaking point wise, because it's not a matter of you not willing to pay him at that point. He's not too old. You'd be willing to pay him. It'd be about the separation of yearly dollars and guaranteed money. And if it did to that for a team that's won 2 Super Bowls, I think you do kind of at that point nod your head. You know, you bite the bitter pill and you swallow it and call it a day and try to go make a run for a 3rd Super Bowl championship and say, hey, it's a good problem to have. It's great points in there, Thomas. And it's an interesting question because I think that there's just too much on this when it comes down to paying quarterbacks that becomes from too many fan bases and too many analysts of you just do it. You just do it. There is no thought. There is no turning over whether the price is right. There is no thinking about the deficiencies of that quarterback's game or what he might be limited in being able to do. It becomes a just automatic response mode answer thing. And that's why I say the only time that should be the automatic response mode is like, okay, I'm talking about a guy that's rejuvenated his career over 3 years and is now a back-to-back Super Bowl champion. And you're going, okay, I'm not manufacturing something. I'm not taking a Tua Tagovailoa, with an injury history. And I made him former 6th-round pick and he's been kind of productive. I'm not taking a Kyler Murray and going, well, he was our former 1st-round pick and he's been kind of productive. I'm going for the Super Bowl champion here twice over. So it's a little bit of a different math problem to kind of turn over. ALG Investment, thank you for the $5 donation. If Sam wins the 2nd Super Bowl, the Hawks, he's the best quarterback in the franchise history. Don't care about the numbers Russ put up. Ooh, you guys are bringing some heaters today. I love it, man. Some absolute heaters. Yeah, if you win 2 Super Bowls in your first 2 years, it's always those tough. It's always those tough places when you're trying to turn over the longevity factor versus the splash. And if the splash is just cannonball big, does that override the longevity? And to be honest with you, I don't know if I've got a super strong opinion on that LLG as far as because it's just it is like almost 2 different things where Sam ultimate heights. And if there is a case to be made that if there is a case to be made that a quarterback could be considered the best quarterback in his franchise history, even with another quarterback that's been to multiple Super Bowls on the books and override his longevity, you can make the argument for it. I don't think it's crazy to say. It's a tough one for me just because it's always when it comes down to longevity or impact, it's a very arbitrary line to try to kind of delve between. When is the impact enough on what short enough term basis? Like this came up on the Terrell Davis discussion about him being a Hall of Famer a couple of years ago and whether or not he deserved, because, he doesn't have the longevity, but the impact factor was just so tremendous, a 2,000 yard season and some other good years around that. And that, revolutionized run the ball at that time in the sport. And shouldn't that then carry that weight a little bit? And so it's a tough, this is the great debate you get into in a bar at 1 o'clock in the morning, because I think that there's not necessarily a purely right answer, and that you can kind of make the argument for either side. And the side for longevity too, where it's like, well, no, if a guy's been there for 10 years and, he's been a Pro Bowler through these years, and then he's got the multiple Super Bowls, that should win out enough there to it. But if you win the same kind of, this is partly a little bit of an extension of the same discussion I'm having here with Thomas ALG, where it's just like, you win the 2 Super Bowls and it sort of becomes a quieting answer to every question. What to pay him, where you're ranked. It sort of becomes let me just flash my 2 Super Bowl rings and let's let that, I'm not even going to answer you. I'm just going to show you the 2 rings on my fingers. And it's a pretty good answer. It's pretty hard to counter that. Fair to say, like, well, that's not right. I'm like, well, it's 2 championships. That's pretty good back-to-backs. Thomas Cox with another 5er, man. You've been awesome today. I can see the Seattle Rams trade for players kind of like the Rams race by the trade deadline. Oh, sorry. I said Rams. Sorry. I could see Seattle Rams trade for players kind of like an arms race by the deadline. Oh, I could see it as well too. This team goes for Crosby. This other team goes for Watt. Something like into that realm of things, right, Thomas? Where it's just like you get a tit for tat kind of situation, and make us all just shake our head and be like, yep, that's the NFC West for you. That's these 2 teams right now for you. Where it's just get every gun put to front, get every cannon wedged up in that hole, light that wick, and let's let this thing fire, leave nothing left, leave nothing left over. Use every inch you've got. You love the concept of it. It's just an extension itself of football, where it's like they talk about comes down to inches, and effort and striving and doing every last little bit of things that you can do. I mean, this is what the sport is about. And here you've got these 2 teams duking it out in this way. And it's something that, to me, we absolutely should celebrate right now. But I think we're going to be talking about for a long period of time into history about these 2 teams and what they did at this time in sort of setting this almost impossible, almost impossible pace. You got 2 guys that are in a marathon that are both starting out the race trying to sprint full speed, almost, is like the feeling you're getting a bit here with these 2 teams. But I could see the same thing, man. They're both very well positioned right now to be able to strike if they should want to. Both of them have plenty of cap space. Both of them have the draft capital to get it done. Rams with now the ability to say, we got our quarterbacks. We don't have to worry about that. That was the one maybe question hanging, keeping you from giving up a 1st round pick in the future. And then Seattle with the fact that they're going to have so many potential picks sitting on the table for them in the future as well. As there's another one that's maybe emerging here shortly with the potential hire of a Seahawks front office member. So something to keep track of, something to pay attention to, Thomas. We are in alignment, though, today, brother. I see it the same way. And I think if Seattle saw the Rams go out there and make some major move and add a Garrett type, hard to see them, isn't it, Thomas, just sort of standing pat and being like, no, we're fine. We don't have to do anything else. John would be right there on the line, burning up, trying to find something else as a countering spot. I have to think he would be. Banker Helpreese says, Brando, I have Bradford or Jawan Taylor. What was Jawan at last year? What was Jawan Taylor at? Our guy that, I love it. 53 last year on 53 rating. Oh, talk about the guy that'll get, boy, Walker's not going to like Jawan Taylor. 43.8 run blocking. Walker, just stay away from that side of the field, buddy. Just don't even go that side of the field when Jawan's out there. How does Jawan have that low of a grade when he jumps off sides, Banker, 4 steps before every snap? I mean, that alone should have given you like 2 cheat steps to the promised land, shouldn't it? But yeah, that's one of those other guys I look at and I'm like, I don't see it in their offensive line. Like, I'm not seeing what y'all are seeing. I feel like they're getting caught up on the bright lights of Trey Smith and Creed Humphrey that you're forgetting all of these other broken lights around those 2 guys. It's like, yeah, that's great, those 2 guys, but it ain't a 5 stack. It ain't 1 through 5 like solid. And there certainly isn't the depth that's at times been there in the past in addition to that. But that's a great point on Jawan Taylor. Yeah, I'll tell you this. I'll take Bradford at guard between Taylor. I mean, Taylor look, one trick pony that doesn't even do the one trick particularly well. Not that Bradford's anything great there either on the side necessarily, but I mean, Bradford doesn't have to jump out of his stance 5 seconds before the snap just to get in front of his man at least. I mean, he'll purely whiff, but at least it's straight up. Nothing worse than whiffing when you already got 3 cheat steps. That stupid kick step he does, Banker. Oh, that thing infuriates the hell out of me. Where he's got that foot back. Him and Lane Johnson are the 2 worst with it. Just pumping those legs before the snap, man. Pumping them. Get out of here, you know? Brent Yoendo. Thank you for the $5 donation, Brent. It's good to see you in the house, brother. Brando, you are my fave YouTube Seahawk, man. Very cool. Very nice. Well, you guys are the best. So same true of you as well. And you of this community, man. I'm blessed every day I get to go live. Every time I get to try to start putting content together, I'm just, you know, it's never out of my thoughts with this, man, Brent. It's very kind of you to say, but you know, you guys are, I just match your energy, and you guys are unbelievable here. Anytime I get to go live, you guys are right there with me lockstep and bringing it in the way that you guys do. And I love this, man. I've been doing this 6 years and I love this more than ever. And it's because we get this opportunity every time I get to go live to have this back and forth and be able to just kind of just, you know, dive in and just get into the depths of everything and just kind of turn it all over. So it's very kind of you to say, bro. We got a great bunch of content creators out there and folks here on YouTube that are just doing such good work. And it's so cool to see so many of them doing so well and getting the love out there on that as well too. So I really appreciate you for that. Very kind. That's a tall bar, high bar, I should say, on that side of it. But I appreciate you watching, appreciate your support, and I appreciate this community. I again, don't think I say it enough to it, where it's like there's so many of these online communities that get toxic or weird or just everything's got to kind of turn dark a little bit. And I think we've got a little bit of the optimism, and we just want to we love football, one and all here. Want to talk over the sport, talk over the team, talk over anything having to do with the sport, and just get it turned over, man. So appreciate you, brother. Very kind of you. Very, very kind of you. Thank you for that support. Industry Worth in the house. Just enjoying. Well, thank you for that, Industry Worth. Appreciate you for that. Hope you're having a good day out there. Beautiful day here in the spring down south. But thank you so much for that. No note in there. Just enjoying, she says. Appreciate you. ALG. Thank you for another $5 donation. ALG Investment. I think the Whiners will miss the playoffs this year. Do they fire or trade Kyle if they do so? I think Kyle wants Mac Jones at quarterback over Turdy. Well, there is an out. To the second part first of your question, there is an out on Brock Purdy's contract after this year. And so if they want to look to do that, that's a potential where they could. You're going to eat a good amount of dead money, the LG, where it's, you know, they post June 1st him. It's a bit of a different situation because you can save a little bit of more money there. But there's still going to be some dead money at that point. Still, there is an out there. Maybe they even look to doing like a trade at that point, you know, and then they move him, and a team out there is looking at Brock and they're like, well, Brock, with all of his bonus money off the books and we just dealing with his base salary, we'll bring him in here to do that. Maybe they get something. Maybe it's like, you know, 3rd round pick or something. Mac is a guy that, of course, I think we've learned in retrospect, is maybe a guy that Kyle was kind of more about and liked a little bit more than Trey Lance. And then maybe he's always had a little bit of that affinity for him in that way. And that certainly the way that Mac played last year is not going to do anything to dispel Shanahan's appreciation for him as a player in that way. You know, he comes out there and he stands toe to toe with what Brock Purdy was doing. In fact, probably played a little bit of a cleaner brand of football for the most part last year than what Brock Purdy did. And that maybe that pulls in the direction of going with Mac. The weird part about that, if they did do it there, ALG, is if I'm not mistaken, Mac Jones is under the 2nd year of his contract right now because he signed a 2-year deal. So now you're in a position of, we want to get out of this Brock contract because he costs too much. And so we're going to eat this dead money this year because he costs too much. But then we're going to sign this new quarterback contract for big market money, theoretically. You know, even if you're talking $40 million a year at that point for Mac Jones. And you go, okay, well then have you really collectively lowered down your cost to the quarterback position? And then have you really significantly improved the play of the position? Or have you taken a slight step back? And then it would feel a little bit strange. I'm not saying again that it's not really on the table as a possibility. It is for all those reasons I just mentioned, but it's also a little bit of the wonderment on it, like of what where are you trying to go franchise wise at that point, especially with some of these guys that are really getting up there in age. Like Trent's got to retire after this year. You'd think Christian McCaffrey probably has one more season in him. Hard to see even 2 more years with him. So does that kind of cause a bit of a domino cascade there? I think that if they miss the playoffs this year, I think that, 1 second here. I think if the Niners miss the playoffs this year, I think it's going to go back more onto Lynch and that he becomes the fall guy there. Doesn't mean that Kyle doesn't deserve some heat at that point, but just the feeling I get from the Niners is that this goes wrong. It's on, he'll get hung with the blame game on that one, that the owner likes Kyle and they'll just roll, that way with it. So I don't think Kyle's out after this year if they don't make the playoffs. Like I was showing earlier on the stream today, ALG, they're sitting on the most amount of cap space in the entire National Football League. I think that's pretty crazy to think about for a team that's supposed to be going for it. They're sitting on $70 million of cap space right now. So that to me would be, if I'm coming to Kyle and I'm like, Kyle, make or break season. If you don't do nothing this year, if you don't get it done this year in a major way, we're going to fire you. And then Kyle looking at the cap space and saying, well, can we use some of that $70 million of cap space if you're going to hold my feet down like that and say that it's now or never? Do you think you can maybe give me a little bit of a better chance utilizing that more in full? And so that does tell me a little bit there, ALG, that they probably ride with Kyle for another year beyond this. But, and let's face it as well, last year you had an injured roster, but you did get to the playoffs. You did win a playoff game. It's not like last year they completely fell off and got nothing done. It's done one of the better offenses in the National Football League, despite the injuries, which does speak to Kyle and the good job that he did last year. I think there's an argument to be made from an ownership standpoint in the Niners that last year maybe Kyle did the best job he's ever done coaching-wise. That some of their issues, or the majority of their issues, actually backtrack to the personnel decisions, draft classes, free agent choices. This is where they're really run amok more than it is about Kyle and the system and the schematics and philosophy and that type of thing. It's a good question though, man. I definitely think Mac could be the guy that they do pivot to just from a affinity standpoint from Kyle's perspective, that he just kind of likes this guy a little bit more. Industry Word, thank you for the $2 donation. Says like the stream. Well, thank you for the Devil Don't Know there again, Industry Worth. Appreciate you for that. And do echo what she said on that. Please do if you like what you're watching today. I know I ask it a lot, but if you can hit that like button, it does help this channel show up on the YouTube algorithm. Helps me show up for those folks out there looking for Seahawks content. And you can take advantage today. As well, just know we had the NFC West Roundtable last night. We got that as a weekly show here on, it's not this channel, it's on a separate channel here on YouTube. But if you're not, please get subbed up over there. We're just about to cross 10,000 subscribers over on the NFC West Roundtable. Love it if you guys could bop over there and get us over the other side of it on that end of it. And thank you to everybody that's been bouncing over there watching that stream. Appreciate you guys. Did the Niners get the other bosun now? Not yet. If you guys do have a question for me, just put B. Brando Hawk's Nest and I will try to respond. But they potentially could be interested there. It is maybe... like my death threat. We're talking how good are the tackles, Jackson and McClendon? They're solid. I'd say unspectacular. There's nothing really like star power about them, but they're probably, you got Alaric's probably like a top 16-ish guy. McClendon's probably a top 20-ish guy in the sport. Or Titan says there are no first-round picks except Verse and trade for Stafford. McDuffie, how's the team in the NFC Championship game? Smoke and mirrors. Well, you got a great coach, man. They got great coaches, and Stafford played as good as any quarterback in the sport last year. I mean, that's the part there that can't be undersold, is that, you got that kind of brain power and that kind of play from the QB position that can get a lot right. Puka's obviously plays well beyond a first-round pick. You brought in Devontae Adams too. You know, there's other things they've got on that team that have been guys that have developed past where their draft status was at. Special teams has not really been moved across the board in this division, Brian, and that's why I didn't do much to really touch upon it with any of these teams. It remains still a major question with the Rams, but they didn't do anything this offseason to improve it. Xavier Smith, the guy that bobbled the punt because he obviously looked like he was uncomfortable catching punts last year in the conference championship, remains as it stands right now their starting punt returner. Go check the depth chart, you know, and so it's like, well, it is what it is. It wasn't a good special teams unit last year, easily a bottom third special teams unit, if not worse than that. And they're going to run out a lot of the same. They changed kickers mid-year last year. The other kicker had a little bit more success than the prior one, but still, I don't know if he's got the biggest of legs. I don't know if he's as consistent. They didn't let him do a lot of tries outside of 50 yards. And with the 49ers, they had actually a good special teams unit last year. A lot of it was the return game, and Sky Moore was a big part of what, you know, brought them that success. He's out the door now. They don't have the same kind of punt, kick, return ability back there that they did. So that does have them going down slightly. And the Cardinals aren't particularly good in special teams either. They're kind of in that, you know, bottom third-ish, you know, realm as well on top of it. So we are certainly by far the best special teams unit in the division, by far. Not by just like a little bit to the next team, by far on all three accounts, I would say. But nobody really did anything that was tactically, seemingly just to specifically target in on special teams this offseason in their approach. Everybody else was kind of going for different stuff all across the board, in my opinion. Brian, Rams get AJ. Reports I'm hearing about AJ Brown is there's going to be some teams that are willing to give a check mark and say okay, and there's going to be a lot more other teams out there that are going to look at AJ Brown's knees and they're going to say no mas. That this is not a trade that we want to make, especially for a first round pick. That you hear the ticking time bomb in his knees. I think that there's a little bit of a worry with AJ that that's going to be the case, and I think it's going to be hard for the Eagles to actually at this point in time, and probably why they haven't moved up to this point. It's going to be very hard for them to actually probably get the right value back in return for him because of this. Not because his skill set and abilities doesn't, you know, cause them to be able to be in the right mind to ask for a first round pick back, but because the knees won't be enough. You're going to look at those medicals and you're going to be like, I can't. I think it's part of originally the reason, Brian, that the Titans were comfortable in moving him in the first place is I think that this stuff doesn't even go back to his time at Tennessee. Thomas says, I'm a UW fan, but I think McDuffie isn't the same player, and I just hope the Rams fans don't use it as an excuse. JSN has a major game in December. Yeah, they're sort of looking at McDuffie in the realm of how they looked at Ramsey when they added Ramsey. And I've kind of thought about that a little bit, and that the tone that you hear from them, Thomas, is like the impact Ramsey had on that defense and being that cornerback that he could be is going to be the same. And it's just not. Ramsey was a much more talented guy, much more of a guy to be able to just put him out there, and he's going to just completely shut things down on that side. I don't think McDuffie is wired in quite that same fashion and that same ability. And I agree with you. I think with McDuffie, there's part of the reason I think the Chiefs are willing to make this move for a guy that's 25 is he just hasn't exactly been quite the same player he had been at the height of his powers with Kansas City. Not that he's become bad, not that he's still a good player, but that maybe just not, you know, as much of we've seen him as much of the star McDuffie side of it that we had seen early in his career. I think that's all very fair. Yeah, Seahawks Daddy, I'm not scared of that Rams special teams unit at all. We'll see. We'll see with it. I'm with you, though. Any guy named Bubba running a special teams unit, you know what I mean? Thomas Brando, I still think Seattle will trade for Garrett, Crosby, Kayvon, or a difference maker during the trade deadline. If Charbonnet is ineffective, I think Seattle will go after Breece Hall. Well, Breece just signed a contract extension, so I think he's going to be with the Jets in the future now, Thomas. He's not going anywhere. I certainly think of Crosby, Kayvon, maybe even TJ Watt's in play. I think they certainly could make a run at any of those guys. We'll see if Garrett's available, but I think Seattle would be in on those kind of trades. It just kind of comes down to what you can offer versus other teams, and that's where it gets, to me, the troublesome part of this. If I think about this with us and the Rams duking it out, And are we going to be duking it out for the same wide receiver? No. Will we be duking it out for the same running back? No. We'd be duking it out for the same cornerback? Probably not. Not the same safety, not the same linebacker. Are we both going to be looking at the same defensive tackle in a trade? No. The one position you come down to, Thomas, that you say, the one we could end up competing for, we're both looking for a difference maker, and we're both competing against each other for this specific player. And you as Seattle have that first round pick, maybe multiple first round picks you're willing to offer, but then the Rams are willing to offer the multiple this, and then they can throw Young on top of the deal. And you can't match the same energy on the deal. That's the one, unless suddenly Hall comes in play as an equivalency here. And even in Hall's case, doesn't carry the same weight of Young. Young's had a double-digit sack season. And that was just this last year. So I that's where I worry on this if it came down to that competition between us and the Rams and it's a bidding war, and now the Rams can just offer that little bit more than John's comfortable with offering, and they get that player. They get that guy, and it does take them over the top. I think with the running backs, we're going to be kind of stuck here, Thomas, with what we got. And partly why you at this point you moved and jumped on Jadarian as you did, because both Breece Hall and Devon Achane have signed contract extensions, I believe. I think Achane did. I want to say I saw an extension come up for him the other day. Lord Titan, I think it's easier to be a cornerback for the Chiefs as they're always ahead. Therefore, they have to pass. They have a good pass rush for CJ, Karlaftis, and if you get beat, Mahomes can make up for it. Very comforting. True enough, man. True enough. And he's been a good fit and a good player to that defense, but I don't think that too when the Chiefs tend to give up a cornerback, that cornerback goes on to somewhere else and still it remains a great player. I can find a variety of examples of guys that were either a little diminished or heavily diminished, going from Peters a couple years ago to Ladarius Sneed, so they've done this a few different times as far as the move on game goes, and they don't seem to be on the wrong end of it. To your point on that, Euler. You're on it, Euler Tide. Great minds think alike. Rams House, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the house. Hope you're doing well, brother. Oh, Brando and Hawks fans, trust me, I come peace. No, you're always welcome in here, brother. Rams got a new defensive coordinator too? Nope, Shula still remains. He was being interviewed, Max, but didn't actually get hired. Earl says, I think they used AI to make the trophy and nobody bothered to read it. Just seems more like laziness. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of, we're in a very kind of sloppy age right now. It's like, is it close enough? Thomas Brando, I think JSN will use this as motivation to possibly break Calvin Johnson's wide receiver record or win another offensive player of the year. Definitely, if the competitors, they look for those motivational factors, they can come into play. And this is definitely one where it isn't you faking something. It's like kind of real. And like, oh, that didn't show you. Well, I'll show you. And what a season JSN had when you consider a only receiver in modern history that's led the league in receiving yardage while on a bottom third passing offense as far as just the volume goes. A tremendously efficient performance on top of being so productive. But hell, if it serves as motivation, all the better for it. Thomas says, Brando, I still think Kubiak will be fired in 2 years. I hope he succeeds, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders have a difficult year, even though I like Bowers and Genty. Well, they're playing in a tough division, Thomas, and that's one that's going to make it hard for them. We've seen this with the Cardinals, too. Some of it's that you don't have a plan as an organization and you keep spinning through stuff and you can't help yourself. Some of it, too, is that you're just going up against such a obstacle of teams to get over, and it takes such almost greatness just to get over your own division that can be tough. There's a lot of other divisions where you can have a little simpler, easier time of getting through. But I do think it's going to be an uphill battle for him. But look, he took it knowing, man. You knew going in that's not likely for success. But that's why they pay you the money, is you get those tens of millions of dollars to satiate yourself on that. DeLevy says, honestly, I don't think you can pay Sam top money, even if he earns it, quote unquote, because that's not how the team is designed. I wouldn't fight against that, DeLevy. I'm not going to get angry if the team takes that approach on this on the other side of it. John's been in the pickle of paying a quarterback that kind of money. He's had to deal with that. He's had to feel the restrictions of that. He's had to see guys torn off his salary cap so he could afford that. And if he comes back around on the second side of this and says, I learned some lessons from that and I'm not doing it again, I get it. How many teams have failed in this modern era just paying the quarterback, just giving him the money, just no brainer, just do it. Just got to do it. Just don't think about it. Just do it. Don't think about it. Just don't never think about it. Never think about it. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Well, maybe you need to think about it a little bit. Let's think about it. I get it. If he wins another Super Bowl, Max, I think he's getting a 4-year extension. I think you're going full meal deal on him at that point. Yeah, Brian's with me. If a guy can do a third 14-3 season, you're going to have a hard press to not pay less than top dollar. It's going to be tough at that point, right? It just is. Thomas Brando, but would trade Sam for a first-round pick and draft quarterback in 2026 draft? I mean, it's a possibility on the table you could think about, I guess. The question would come into it is that, if you're not sold on him at that point and you don't want to pay him the money he's trying to be paid, is the NFL going to present to you a trade that makes you feel a first-round worthy trade to you when then just a couple of years ago there wasn't a really great ranging market for him? I don't know on that factor of it, Thomas. Kind of depends on what this exact season would look like, I would say. The other thing on top of this is that it's going to probably be hard to get first-round picks for quarterbacks in this upcoming draft because this draft is so good, number one. And then number two, the fact that it's going to theoretically have probably 3, 4, maybe even 5 quarterbacks in the first round that get taken. So that's where I don't know if I foresee there being as hot a market for him at that point to do that. You might be talking more second-round pick city at that point, especially for the team that has to trade for him, understanding that they're going to have to give him like a $60 million contract. Hard to predict on that one. Oiler Titan says, what if the A.J. Brown doesn't go to the Pats or the Jags, but ends up with the Rams? My understanding with this is a little bit here with this is that Brown potentially could have gone to the Rams, but the Rams are not a team that's going to be as willing to deal with. It's kind of like what we saw at the Ravens with Crosby. When you make the trade for A.J. Brown from the Eagles, you're going to have to say, hey, from an Eagles standpoint, you say, we got A.J. Brown. You want him? Yeah, we want him. All right, look, we're not going to get as much back for you than we probably could get because of what we're going to tell you about right now. He's got some knee stuff that's not going to show up great on your MRI, but he's out here practicing. He's out here running full. He's not limited in the least. He's always kind of had a little bit of this he's dealt with, but your MRIs are going to say that story. Okay. So for what we're asking for you, are you willing to make that risk? It's like, we're not going to ship him out to you. We're not going to have you look at his knees. Just, are you willing to do that on the surface of it? Well, how bad are their knees? It's going to show up on the MRI. You're going to see it. No, we're not doing that. So Rams are one of those teams, Oiler Titan, that said, no, we're not crossing that bridge with AJ on this, with his leg stuff, where it's at. So I think that they're just not in it. It's possible. I mean, it is possible. But I do think that right now at this point, AJ's, it's not necessarily 100% the Pats too. It could be a couple of other teams that come into play on this. But I think that I don't know if the Rams just don't seem like they're really as concerned with the wide receiver position. And I've kind of wondered with Brown, Oiler Titan, like, rather than that, why not go make a run at like Wilson instead? Younger player, don't have the knee injury worries. Helps to set you up for the future because let's face it, Devontae Adams isn't long for this world there at that spot either. Like a midseason trade with the Jets, That to me would be a little bit more interesting. But Brown's a possibility. You never know. Seahawks Eddie Stafford played a season with a broken back, fractured vertebrae. He's incredibly tough. Yes, he is. But hey, Joe, it wins all the time. It does. And it's one of those like you saw last year from him where sometimes you can just kind of gleam the cube and find your way through a season and make it happen. Sometimes you have those years where every hit seems to add another bruise or a battered point to your body that you're feeling for weeks over at a time. And it's that you get old and it's just hard as much to fight through the injury stuff. It's not that your pain tolerance isn't as good as it ever was. It's just that those injuries hurt more than ever and that they go away less fast than ever. And it's the combination of that all starts to stack up over the course of a given season. But look, he was incredible to get through it last year. He did a phenomenal job of remaining upright and playing at a great level, despite being asked to throw the ball quite a bit. Chris says it'd be interesting to see if Sam would want to stay and keep building on a dynasty if we won it all again. Part of that would be him taking less than another club would give him, I'd assume. That would be the part that'd be interesting with him. He does seem like a guy who might be wired in that way, though this is always the hardest thing to predict because so few quarterbacks are willing to actually broach this road. We know that there's also a heavy amount of pressure from the union for these quarterbacks to take every last dollar that they can get. And so you're not looked great upon by the union when you take that less amount of money. But with that said, if I'm in Sam's perspective of this, and I'm looking at it from a standpoint, I go back and I win a second Super Bowl, and let's say it's rather than being an MVP-like season I have a season that's similar to this last season where it's really a really good year, happy to give you an extension, but we're going to put you qualitatively in the right spot where you should be paid. We're not giving you some bump for being a Super Bowl winner. We're going to try to pay you more than anybody else on this roster. More than anybody else in this roster, you're going to make the most. But we're also not going to break the bank so that we can afford a great roster to keep allowing you to go get to Super Bowls. And I'm very much in favor of having this kind of conversation with Sam. It would be a little more no-brainerish if you win the second Super Bowl because it's like, look, dude, we're in glory town at that, right? Like we're riding high on cloud nine. Nobody wants to stop the party at that point, you know? We're sweating, the beads are flying, the music's pumping, right? You're feeling good. Nobody wants to do it like, well, it's getting late. I'm like, no, keep it going. But I think that this is a conversation I would like to have with Sam on that, where it's like, you know, look, you got to understand how this is going to impel us by you taking these steps. Don't begrudge you from doing it, but then you got to understand why we might look to an alternative if you're going to press on that. I have made my career on getting multiple teams to Super Bowl, Sam. I grabbed Russell Wilson in the third round. I grabbed you when no other teams out in the National Football League were looking to really make you a starter for their team and role. I did that. You know, and I set you guys up in a position for success partly because I wasn't having to pay the quarterback position this amount of money. There are few in the sport that can give you this kind of opinion or this kind of insight about what it takes to build a champion, about what I need as far as resources to be able to build that champion, and what you're going to try to take from me to prevent me from building that champion. And then the question, Sam, becomes at the end of the day, what's the most important thing to you? What do you really want? And that is this is a conversation I think John would be smart to have with a guy like Sam in a real blunt fashion, face to face, when it comes down to that. And if Sam comes back to you and says, I want every last dollar bill I can get, say la vie. Because as somebody else said above on this is not a team being built to the quarterback position. I think, was it 29th in passing attempts was the exact, I think, mark I want to say from last year. Like, you can get other guys to be 29th in passing attempts. Sam's fine. I'm not trying to diminish him or undersell him or say I don't want him here for the future. I do. But let's both dance here, Sam. Let's not dictate one to the other. Banker says, I'm glad that right tackle that jumps every damn play for the Chiefs is gone. I swear he's giving the officials money before every game, Banker. He was a walking false start is right. Every game he must have been handing him a 100 spot. Here you go, here you go, here you go. Thomas B, after Seattle signing his contract, Seattle regressed and lost talent. I respect Sam's play, but I could make a difference maker. I could prolong Seattle's dynastic run. Yeah, Russell's contract impacted things. And it's no small thing that, as I said, the place that you saw this impact very literally, and you can understand so, is that fans love to sometimes play this game where it's like, I'm going to pay the quarterback and then that's not going to inhibit me in the least. Y'all go, well, it's a no-brainer. We have to sign him. But then y'all aren't going to take in any of the math of what this is going to cost us on the back end. And where it cost you on the back end was the offensive line. Because when Russell walked in the door, when he first started, when he was making 0.5% of the salary cap in his rookie year and then 1.5% of the salary cap in his second year, he had the most expensive offensive line in the entire sport. The second you started paying Russell Wilson, now you got one of the cheapest offensive lines in the entire sport. And the team did this tactically and purposefully because you got to pick somewhere to go light. Somewhere's going to get the short end of the shiv. And certainly wasn't going to be Coach Carroll's defenses. He wanted his investment into his defense. John didn't like going light on skill position players. Both John and Pete didn't like going light on the running back position. What's left over? What's left over? So there's a cost here. There is a price. You better believe it. That's where John's going to be very well aware of it when he comes to those negotiations. Thomas says, B, but if Macdonald believes he can keep Sam and keep talent coming in, then I'm game, but I don't want to repeat what we did with Russell Wilson. Yeah, I think that Mike might be a guy that's very much in favor of being at it where John is. I mean, I don't think he's going to look to want to replace his starting quarterback by any measure of it, but I think that Mike's going to understand how this team's driven. And I think when it comes to paying that amount of money and then John coming to him and just the scenario I just addressed where I said, you've got to pick one place on your team you're going to have to go light at to get this thing accommodated. Imagine that conversation between John and Mike. It's like, okay, John, Mike, you want to keep this guy. I get it. I'm not pushing you back on that part of it, but okay, you want to keep him 100% with you. Where are we going light now? Are we going to tear down our special teams? Not pay our kicker and punter the high mark anymore on that? Do we got to pull away from there? Do we take away from your defense? We got to go with just 2 edge rushers now instead of the 4 stack we'd like to run? Do we get one less wide receiver? No Rashid Shaheed. Now it's got to be Cooper Kupp and JSN and whatever else we can stack behind them to get the job done. And if that falls short, that falls short. This is where the price comes in to be paid. And that's where this conversation is so interesting because there is no, I get it all. You don't get your cake and eat it too. This is why roster building is so damn hard, is because tough decisions have to be made. And you got to take stock of how your team's driven and what makes you win and what's nice to have, but not absolutely a requirement. I think this all makes this very valid discussion and will make it very interesting next year, especially if it comes back after that second Super Bowl. Yeah, we had a round table last night, Seatown. Century Seahawk. Man, Brandon, it shows how much work and skill you put into these shows. Feeling grateful. Brando's a 12 and bad for the other teams for missing out. Thank you, Century Seahawk. I have a lot of fun prepping for these shows and hope to, I certainly learn a lot and always doing some of the research of this is just more about these teams and what's going on. But just want to put on a good show for you guys every time we go and have done the homework in this to hopefully provide you guys something you hadn't been aware of or think about coming into it and maybe a little entertained at the same time if I could pull that off. But very kind of you for saying, Century. I appreciate you, brother. HHG says Kyle's the most overrated, overhyped head coach in the league. Dude has choked in the biggest game 3 times. People need to realize he's just a great coach. Well, he's definitely got some holes in the evaluation in front of things. Overutilization of things at times, I'd say too. When he gets a favorite toy, he doesn't know when to back off, Put it down. I don't want to. Century Seahawk, Brando, can you run down what we can expect from this running back room? I'm kind of lost what it might look like this year. I think that you have the certainty first. I kind of almost like address this as like a label on each of these guys. You have the certainty, and that's Jadarian Price, who walks in day one. He goes out there and he's your starting back and gets the majority of the carries early in the year. You have Zach Charbonnet, who is your, what's the word I think here? Just the stability He's going to come back from the ACL. Probably takes him a little bit of time into the year. Doesn't ever have to fit into probably being the number one back, can fit into his role there a little bit on the team, and not even having to be a pure number two back like last year, Century, to where he can even just kind of fit into getting his share of carries around some of the other guys that are in the rotation of backs here. Third down back position, a lot of that too. And so last year you had like 286 touches went to Kenneth Walker. You had 186 touches went to Zach Charbonnet. The way that I think it's going to play out next year is that you're probably looking at more of staying in the realm of 175, 200-ish touches at most, probably to Jajarian Price. Then you're going to look at probably like 125 to 150 touches to Zach Charbonnet. And then the rest probably split up between Hololani and Wilson. I do think that McIntosh potentially could be a little bit on the outside looking in here as far as at least being on the active roster, because he's had a couple of injuries, and every time I see him on the stuff as he's rehabbing, I still don't see a guy that looks like he's running full speed explosively. Time's starting to wind down on this for him, and he's not anymore on the roster where he's just the de facto number 4 no matter what. Wilson's presence on the roster does potentially push him off of it. So I don't think there's got a lot of extra carries between those two guys anyway, so it's kind of irrelevant, Century. But Wilson's in there to kind of be your Charbonnet until Charbonnet can be full go. That's sort of the plan in place, where there's a lot of similarities to what Charbonnet does to Wilson. They can both be kind of hammers. They both are hammers that can give you some outside running ability, where sometimes hammers can be only A, B gap guys, inside guys. These guys can actually get out in space a little bit with a little bit of burst. So they're going to kind of be paired between the two, and then whoever can kind of fill in with those last two guys. But McIntosh, if he can kind of tap back into the talent that we saw from him early on, has a chance to crack through. It's just he's sort of a wild card in that you just don't know what you're going to get from him. No worries, C-Town. Sorry you missed it there. But we're going to try to get him. It'll be kind of off and on, I think, the offseason a little bit on the roundtable. I'll try to let you guys know in advance on that. But it'll be full go during the season once we get in there on that. I was talking to the boys last night. There's some discussion about maybe doing the roundtable week 1 in Seattle, folks. How about that, huh? Yours truly, and we just do a full NFC East, NFC West roundtable pairing combo deal. That'd be pretty cool. Go get a big party house. Banker, Brando. I had Seattle clowning the Pats by 20 in the Super Bowl. If y'all didn't take it easy, my prediction, week 1, Hawks by 30 to make a statement. I feel you, man. I had a lot of confidence going into that game as well, and rightfully so. It just comes back to, what's the proving ground? You want to tell me that you and the Rams are the best 2 teams in the National Football League last year? What's that proving ground for that? Well, Exhibit A on what we did in the regular season, Exhibit A by what we did in the playoffs, Exhibit C by, how weak the AFC was this last year. And by that game showing that was a testament to that. I mean, there's no doubt about it that if the Rams play that same game against the Patriots don't put any better fight up against, they don't get closer in that game to where we were at, maybe even a bigger blowout. And I agree with you, man. And I'm very happy about getting him week 1, Banker. The Bears game was one that I was like, that's one I'd like to take on a little bit later on in the year. I don't want them really week 1 at their full strength. But with the Patriots, I just kind of feel like, okay, you maybe get A.J. Brown and you got another receiver out there and, and Dobbs, and you guys will be interesting there. But that's all you've kind of done defensively to really add on top. You're kind of the same team. You're going to run at us conceptually the same way. We get to play this one at home. Kind of does feel like one that should still be a 10-point win, doesn't it, Banker? I'm in agreement with you there, bro. Do that for America against the evil one. We got you. We got you. HHG, so the penalty false start, everybody but the center. Does that mean everybody moved that wasn't supposed to? Oh, there's the kick step thing. It's the stupid thing. And it's all these tackles that are on Twitter, like Jeff Schwartz trying to tell you that it's not actually a penalty when it really is. It's like, there's something in the rule book where like they can step backwards as long as their backward step doesn't plant before the snap, they can do that. But they all cheat and the step always plants. Like that's the thing with it, is like whenever they show slow motion, it's like, he got the foot landed. So he took a step. They just got away for it. They got away with it for some random reason. NFL will do that. It's like Lane Johnson and Jawan Taylor, you're just randomly going to be allowed to false start step every time when nobody else does. Sauce Gardner, you're just going to walk in the league as a rookie and you're going to be the most handsy, grabby corner in the league, and we're just not going to call it. Like, some guys just get this weird benefit of the doubt for some reason. Yeah, Banker. McDuffie will be better than those guys for sure. For sure. Fimi Hawks Nest. Would the Eagles give a second round contract, Brandon, if his knees were so messed up? Well, I think they did an adjustment. It was like the second contract was more of an adjustment than I think it was a pure. Let me look it up though. So all I've got from them is just the one extension. Seconds, I thought you meant by second contract, like they'd given him two. So they gave him the one extension and they rolled the dice at that time for me on the knee front of things because his age was a couple of years younger. So it's kind of like the math you do on the risk of his knees at this age at 25 versus the math you're doing at 28. Two different spots of where he is in his career a little bit and a little bit of usage and how those knees have been run down a little bit more versus one to the other. So I think it's a little bit more of the risk now than it would have been then. Also, the Eagles are in a little bit of a different position as far as the willingness to take on that risk now versus then. When factoring in, for instance, the chemistry between Hurts and A.J. Brown, which seems that there's some things that are kind of broken up between those two guys here in this process, which you really can't have between your number one receiver and your starting quarterback. So I think it'd be a little bit of that at play. AJ signed and Hall did too. I was right on that. So yeah, running backs off the board. Part of what made it a smart pick in retrospect, even more so with Jadarian Price, because a lot of us thought we could make maybe a trade deadline deal for those guys down the line, but that was never going to be on the table. Those guys were never going to be available. Mick says, did you see the Cardinals have Love doing kickoff returns? What a hilarious thing for them to do. Yeah, I was. If the Cardinals have Jeremiah Love taking kickoff returns this year, I am going to be laughing my happy ass off. And you know it's 100% certainty he gets injured if he's running kickoff returns for them, right? Like 100% certainty. Because it's only just because it's the Cardinals. Charlie's confidence says Seattle's not done stacking talent in 2026. Let's go, Charlie. I'm with you, man. Is Price's beard improving yet? How many years of extreme success would Sam need to be considered for Hall of Fame after such a S start to his career? 5 to 10 more, 3 Super Bowls. W's would certainly accelerate things. Well, and the fact that he's still got a good, I mean, if he was this successful right now, like you're talking about, running to this many Super Bowls and having that kind of run, that's certainly one where you think there's a lot of reason to believe this guy can play into his late 30s, which would give him the potential amount of time to rectify his career to get himself into being a Hall of Famer. He'd have to have years where he's really stacking up what he's done the last 2 years, probably for another good 5 seasons, in addition to getting those Super Bowl dubs. But I think if he had that kind of longevity, if he did that way, but it would take quite a bit. I mean, he has a lot more. He'd have a lot of work to be done to get there, because there's going to be a lot of quarterbacks, Max, that are going to be right there on the line in future years here, that are not going to get in. It's kind of like what's happened to running backs, where it used to be if you were at 10,000 yards or near 10,000 yards as a running back, you were Hall of Famer. It's not necessarily as much a guarantee now on that. So it kind of depends. Kind of depends on that one. But you get 3 Super Bowl wins, you get a good 5-6 year run like that. I mean, you're going to start getting people talking about it. That's for sure. LeBon, hey Brando, what do you do of adding a serviceable guard tackle deal to solidify the O-line? It's going to be hard to do so, LeBron. I mean, you could maybe call the Raiders and see if they're open to moving Jackson Powers-Johnson since they have 15 centers on the roster. But aside from that, there's just not a lot of teams that are willing to move interior offensive linemen. And you're set at tackle. I mean, you've got Kite out there, and you've got you brought Jones back, LeBron. So you got your starters, you got your backups there. You brought all of your backups from last year behind Bradford and Zabel, and then you added Stevens on top of it. So I can all but guarantee you they will not be doing another move on the offensive line unless there's an injury. That would be what I would say. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what if I don't want to like the video? Just kidding. Well, you don't have to. Still dreaming. Thank you for the $2 donation. B, your tenacity is impressive. Go Hawks. Thank you, Still Dreaming. Appreciate you too, being a member of the channel. You as well, HHG. I love what I do, man. I got the greatest job in the world. I just get to go live and talk Seahawks all day. It's a good life, you know what I mean? It's not the worst of fates, this one. Very kind of you, Still Dreaming. DeLevy, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. Brando is probably the only guy on YouTube who can give Grassi a run for his money on work ethic. Now that he's doing narrative videos too, look out, Tom. Yeah, I'm coming for you, Tom. I'm coming for the Grassi Posse Nation. I'm bringing the Kane Gang Nation thing stuff. It's very kind of you to say, DeLevy, and man, it isn't hard work for me. I go live, my eyes blink, hours have gone by, barely notice, just drive along. It's just so much fun to be able to just chop it up and really turn this team over, turn this league over, look at every angle that you can look at, kind of try to figure out the answers where they lie, But Tom Grassi does great work, and his what he does for charity is second to none. That's something that I owe you guys on. We're going to be doing a long charity stream here probably in June, actually, as told you guys once we crossed, I think 20,000, I was going to get that on point. I've been a little bit behind on that one. So we're going to be getting a long charity stream up ourselves, emboldened by Tom and what he's done in that regards of things. But thank you, DeLevy. Very kind of you. Tom does great work, man. Great work. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Our play call is typically a pre-prepared script. There is usually the opening 10 to 15 on offense. Defensively, this would not be the case, but on offense, there is a typical 10 to 15 play script. The reason that you do that is because you have a finite amount of practice time, and you want to try to take plays that you have practiced in the past and hopefully refine down the ins and outs of those plays to make sure that you have all the details down so there's not some silly mental errors, but then also for how those particular play calls are going to attack that particular opponent that week. You might have certain play calls that have the reads for the quarterback going left to right on a given play just by a standard, but because this defense plays a little bit things backwards or right to left rather than left to right, you're going to flip that and you're going to go right to left on your reads this week. And we want to have you practice that through, so you're going to the Z to the slot to the X rather than the X to the slot to the Z, a little bit of that going on, Dogzilla. So yeah. And especially in the West Coast offense, this was something that I think really, in what we run offensively speaking right now, this is what really created the script plays. It became really kind of a standardized thing by the West Coast play callers to make sure that they could have these kind of 10 to 15 plays. And it's why, if you look at West Coast offenses, you'll oftentimes see them, more often than not, kind of be hot starters, have really good plans of attack out the gate, score kind of fast a little bit. It's kind of an offense designed to sort of play ahead almost a little bit for this reason. Also, sometimes why there's been questions on some West Coast offenses about their ability to adjust throughout the game. You have the good answers on the front end, but on the back end, not as many. That kind of thing going on a bit. Thank you, Dogzilla. HHG, would you rather win 3 Super Bowls back to back to back or win 6 throughout Mike's career? Shoot, I'll take 6. Do you want the $1 million now, or do you want $500,000 a month for life? 6 is too much. I can't give up six Super Bowls, man. 3 back-to-backs. That's nice, but six 6, man. That gives us 7 all time. Max says, wish I could remember exactly examples, but I never felt like Pete was out coaching anyone or made any great game management choices. Mike Mack has had clutch timeout decisions that I thought led to a W. I agree with you on this. I do think that Mike has been very impressive on his game management stuff, which is a lot of times a lot of coaches can get undone by that in a major way. It's no small thing. It's like special teams as far as the coaching, importance goes, but it tends to be that thing that gets forgotten about a lot. Yeah, I think that to try to be a little bit kind of Pete on this one, it is, I think when you come to the game decision stuff, you're right on that. I think that with Mike, there's some side to him where he seems to maybe have a little bit better than that than maybe even Pete did. I don't know if Pete was bad about it. Mike's just been really good with it. I will say when it comes down to, out coaching somebody from Pete's perspective of this, and that's going to be tough to be seen because it's just much about stylistically how they run their operations. And Pete, where he's doing his work and where he's getting his job done is oftentimes in the roster building, in the culture building, in the player management of their psyche, psychologically wise, and getting those guys, ready to play every week at a high level from an energy standpoint. Like when Pete was going at his best, it was a lot of stuff that was not necessarily having to do with X's and O's mastery. It was more big picture stuff. And that was on purpose. And you can do it kind of both ways. Mike is a little bit more where he does the big picture stuff too, but there is a little bit more of a centerpiece to how he runs his systems, especially defensively speaking, where it's a little bit more of the intricacy and a little bit more of the, I want to win on X's and O's. I don't want to just be relying on my players to get the job done. I want to be more in a position to put them up in a position for success and maybe even give them some cheating help a little bit. I can anticipate the play call. I can anticipate what the offense is going to do. I'm going to counter that to set you up in a position to go get that TFL, to go get that sack on the blitz. That's where there's just a bit of a difference philosophy-wise, but both ways can work. It all just depends on the type of era of football you're in. Brian Judge, Brando, I have to say your year of Kubiak is awesome so far. Can't wait to see the rest of the episodes. Thank you for that, Brian. I was hard at work filming some of the scenes here today. Bear with me on this, guys. I'm going to try to get all of the rest of the stuff filmed and cut up so I can kind of release it all sort of at the same time so you guys don't have to wait for any of it and we can just kind of bump, get it right out. But I'm hard at work getting that stuff filmed. I'm hoping to get that stuff out in the next couple of weeks to you guys as far as the finishing goes on that. But thank you so much for checking that out. It's really important for me, guys, to get a chance to take a look at it. The Year of Kubiak series I'm releasing. Just a little bit of a different kind of vibe on the channel, different type of content on the channel. Want to see if you guys are kind of, resonating with that. And if you guys are, we'll incorporate more of it here during the season where we get the chance, so just kind of an opportunity here for us to kind of grow the channel on a different branch. And thank you for watching it, man. Have a lot of fun putting together, Brian. A lot of fun putting together. It really scratches that creative itch, Thank you, industry. Sam Poli, I'm with you, man. I hope we lead the NFL in rushing attempts. That'd be one of the most beautiful stats to ever see because it means so many things built within it, don't it? Playing from the lead a lot, being effective at running the ball. Charlie the Unicorn, B, what is your opinion of the recently proposed 16 foreign games in 2027 season? Good, bad, or ugly? I think that it's bad. I very close to ugly at times. I think the NFL is definitely getting to that place where they're getting piggy and a little bit greedy at times in their feeling of trying to expand so much as they are. I'm trying to figure out where this is all leading. It starts to seem like a little bit too much. And, when you talk about the Rams 49ers and what they're dealing with this year, 38,000 miles flown, you've got 2 international games you're throwing on their back. I just feel like this is a point where you're starting to get to on some of these teams where you're really impacting the competitive balance in the name of making the international thing happen. And I go back to that Germany trip that we had to take a couple of years ago, and the team's coming together and it's playing a little bit better bit by bit. And then you got to take this trip out to the other side of the globe, and your team was never the same the rest of the year. Maybe that was just when you were going to fall off the shelf at that exact time that you happen to go to Germany. But I come back to saying but it sucks flying halfway across the world. My body beaten, battered, and bruised And now you want me to fly across the world and play on this surface that doesn't even have football games, then fly all the way back, and then a week later get back out there and play. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. And the Niners are going to pay the price for that. I think it's gonna harm them this year, and maybe it doesn't cost them getting the playoffs, but maybe it could cost them a game or two. Maybe it costs them in the division. So the NFL's intent on doing this. They want to probably eventually expand the teams into the international play so that they can actually have teams in London and in Germany. And okay, we'll see how that goes with it if they can actually get that done. But that's what this is all really driving to, I think, eventually. Hawks Crossy's right. And thank you, Addicted. Appreciate you too. HAG, did I miss your dono? I might have. No, I got you. What if you don't like the video? I got you on that. It's not a mandate. It's more suggestion. It's more suggestion there, DeLevy. I was a little slow on the dono today. Brian brings up a good point here, Dogzilla, too. It's also about declaring itself and that you can drive certain plays specifically to get the defense to declare what its intentions are going to be on the day. So then you have a better counter in place. Great point there as well. Great point. Yeah, Chris, I think it's more of a potential rather than trading for a lineman. There's more of a potentiality of us actually moving a lineman. If Stevens comes in here and overtakes Bradford, there's no doubt Bradford's on the move. You're probably then keeping Haynes. Olu, if you feel anything, if like Haynes is transitioning to center and you feel good about that transition with Haynes, well then Olu's probably out the door for a 6th round pick or something, So yeah, I think that's more of a possibility here at this point, Chris. And very well maybe able to find a trade partner for one of those two guys if it goes that way. If Stevens isn't ready to develop past Haynes, you know what you're getting in Haynes or with the Bradford, then you just kind of remain and you hold on it. But you actually have some depth now. And once you start having the depth like we do on this line, you start to have some pieces that you can maybe move. And John to continue to stack up picks in next year's draft is maybe not the worst of ideas from his perspective. Sam Poley says, I always like the video on YouTube. It doesn't cost anything. And if the video sucks, maybe the next one will be better. I love it, Sam Poley, and it's a big thing. YouTube looks at those things and says, hey, this is a good indicator for us to push this video elsewhere. So it's an annoying little thing sometimes to ask guys to do, but like he says, it's free, doesn't cost anything. And it, much like subbing up to channels like myself, it's a big helping hand in helping us grow and continue to get bigger. It's mighty helpful. Addicted, I'm still nervous about our OC having his first play calling gig for an NFL champion. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. And you never know what a guy's going to be like until he starts doing it. He's got a lot of help. And that's the good part here is he's got a hell of a supporting crew around him, including a lot of the offensive staff from last year to allow him to hit the ground running. And, hopefully he's able to build upon that and really makes that a little easier for him on that side of it. But you do never know. You know what I mean? You do never know. Three-peat would be pretty cool to Levy. I will say that. And you talk about a situation that would separate you from any other champion in NFL history. That would do it. But six rings, man, to add to the one we got already. To have 7 rings, now you're starting to be up in that territory where you get to make a strong argument to be made to say we are the best NFL team in history. Like we've got more of a baseline of success than anybody else, especially considering that we got these 7 championships having started in 1976. But it's tough. I'll take either. Snake industry worth. The dono. Let me know if I missed your chat. I got the dono in there, HHG, I think. Let me know if I missed it on that. Banker says, if you all are doing the round table in Seattle, don't forget the 4-yard dash, Brando. Oh, I will. I will for sure. It's going to be a little interesting. We're going to try to figure out how to maybe make this work. So we're trying to turn over and find the right spot. They were ideally hoping we could locate like a Thursday night game between one of the teams, but it didn't really play out that way. So they're trying to kind of turn through what we might be able to work out. And I think there might be something to do in the Patriot game on the first game of the year. That might be the one we lock in on here. So we'll see with that. But hell yeah, man. I'm out here doing wind sprints, Banker. I'm ready. I'm ready to smoke these guys. We're fast in the Pacific Northwest, even in our 40s. Mm-hmm. What about DK in his neck, Brando? Hmm? What do you mean? I've got the Metcalf jersey on the side. It's going to be on the backdrop eventually. I might be moving somewhat soon, so I didn't want to punch another hole in my wall here, renting and all that good stuff, So, but I did get Jackson in there in place till I can get something up there with DK. Charlie says, B, is the Diana Rossini Vrabel story actually a distraction in the Patriots locker room, or are professional athletes able to shut out the noise? I can't think that it's really going to affect anybody. I mean, if you're a player this offseason in the Patriot locker room and you're coming off a Super Bowl like you did, part of what it is that makes Vrabel such a good coach is his ability to be connected to his locker room and his players as a former coach, and that he's a tough guy, but he also understands how to connect with these guys. And I think if you had a story like this with a guy that was kind of disconnected and obtuse and sort of kind of like he's sort of a brilliant tactician, but he's not a people person kind of thing. And that might be different. But for a guy like him that can, I'm sure, have the heart to heart with these guys and tell them what's up, I don't think it's really going to be problematic. I think more of the issue becomes of if this continues to just grow so much as far as the distraction and the heat and the incessant, as you call it, noise that we've been hearing about this thing. If it just ends up continuing to be this thing that will not go away, does it eventually push ownership to say, Mike, you're going to have to go somewhere else, man? Like this ain't going to work here. This is too much of an issue for us. And I don't think what's interesting about this, you just came off a Super Bowl run. So it's like, that's going to get him some goodwill that would not normally be here. If Vrabel was coming off a disappointing opening season as the Patriots head coach, he's probably already let go. But coming off the Super Bowl gets him some latitude here and probably gives him some time to maybe allow it to play out. So I don't think it will, but it doesn't help. There's not making him better doing this. And you do never know where something like that could end up being too much, where players just get kind of tired of hearing about it, especially as they get into training camp and whatnot. But I think Michael put a pretty good lid on that for the most part. New York Hemer says the Seahawks are looking for a three-peat this year, Brando. We're dreaming big here. New York, we're dreaming big. Addicted. Brando, yeah, it is too soon, but Coach Mike gives me Don Shula, Chuck Noll kind of vibes. Legendary defense, great running games, steady to great quarterbacks. I like it, man. Yeah, I think there's some similarities to him. This kind of brand of coaching style has worked many times in the past. I would put Joe Gibbs in there, Washington at the time, the Skins at that time. He's also was kind of built in that same fashion and how he sort of modeled it. The Shanahan system that it's coming from with how really, Mike ran the system when he was with the Denver, it was really run based and defense was kind of underrated, so yeah. There's a lot of these kind of coaches in NFL history that have had this kind of ultimate success with this, as I call it, timeless brand of play. Everybody wants to throw the ball a lot, but time honored, and what's worked historically in the NFL has been more about that style that you mentioned. New York says the battle of running backs in Notre Dame is going to be fun, Brando. Price versus love. It will, man. I mean, both are going to get a lot of run, and both are going to get a lot of run right out the gate. New York, you don't get a guy third overall if you're not going to use him. So it is going to be fun to see how their productivity goes. I think that the running back discussion has always been a fun one for me here in recent years because you have the great ongoing debate between the old guard and how they look at running backs and the impact running backs can have on a team to the new guard that are analytic heads that tell you it's about all these other factors that drive success for the position. And now here we get the two top running backs taken in this draft from the same school that are going to give us another really great science experiment to be able to play out. Love going to a not a good team that doesn't have a great offensive line, doesn't have a great quarterback play, that doesn't have a good defense. And coaching's just coming in there and new. Not a great offensive system yet, firmly established. Versus Price being able to go in on really having Price being able to go in on having all of those things taken care of. And what is going to breed success for one versus the other? Are they going to be able to have near success? Is one going to be so much more successful than the other because those things play out? Do maybe they not make a difference? Maybe we come to learn Love's talent so good that he is able to overcome that, and that the old heads that stand on that guard of saying running backs do matter. They do matter, damn it. Maybe they're proven true on this, But to me, it's just an ongoing fun discussion to look at this position because it's one that is really hard to evaluate, I think, in that way. And then there's some sort of strong arguments on either side to be made with that. But I think Love's behind the eight ball too when it comes to having a lot of supporting parts to set him up for initial success. Brian says NFL trotting Vrabel out there day one to get it over with. Just like ripping off a Band-Aid, Brian. You may not be wrong. Oh my gosh. New York, I have a question. How many yards and TDS will Jarian have this year in his rookie year? So I'm, and this is a great time. It's, I'm sponsored here by, Prize Pick, America's #1 sports app. And putting my money where my mouth is on this one. As I locate it here. Yeah, here we go. So New York, just put my money where my mouth is on this one. I've got Jadarian Price over the 725.5. I took Jackson Dart under 32.25 as far as pass yards, but I've got over the 725. And I would put him, I think he's 850 this year, 850 to 900, and with a good chance of even going over the top of that. I'm very bullish on Price this year. And again, comes back to, I like him as a player, but it's as much of, I am kind of a believer, New York, in these people that present the argument that these other factors do drive the running back success. And if I have capable quarterback play, skill position players on the outside that force defenses to stay in cover 2 shell, if I've got an offensive line that's returning all 5 of his starters, if I have really good play from my tight end position, if I've got a dominant defense that's going to get the opposition's offense off the field and not allow scores constantly, allow me to run the ball, all these things will set up my running back to have success. And Price is getting everything across the board. Anything you could want as a running back to help you find that success or help to take away attention from you so teams can't hyper-concentrate in on you and stopping you, Price is getting that. So I think very much he's being set up for some good success this year. Charlie says, I heard a report that the Charger ownership is getting disgruntled over playoff flameouts. Jimmy Boy Harbaugh on the hot seat, fired of another playoff flameout in the first round. I mean, you never know with these teams in the NFL because they all go so fast, and it seems like this cycle of turning over coaches is going faster than ever rather than slower. And that being the case, guys can be let go in an instant almost, and I think that I would understand from the Chargers' perspective if you're frustrated and it's been a long time and you're trying to make this work in this LA market and you're not winning. I think there's some things that have been outside of Harbaugh's control with this. what he inherited there as far as that team goes and what needed to be done to get it right was not going to be one that was going to have an easy turnaround. Number one. Number two, I mean, they put the investment in the offensive line, and then an injury struck at the two of the most important offensive line positions last year going out for the season. No team is going to have backup left tackle and backup right tackle. Nobody's going to be able to have a backup left tackle and backup right tackle and expect to go to a Super Bowl that year. So there's some of this to me where it's like, it's not really understandable why they'd be wanting to put him on that kind of hot seat. But I think that they're going to be a good team this year. And I think McDaniel coming in there really gives them a chance, if that offense can stay healthy, especially on the offensive line, to be able to get back in the playoffs and make some noise. But it's kind of hard because, I mean, he's gotten to the playoffs. Harbaugh's turned that thing around there. He's got him to the playoffs a couple of years. Yeah, you fall short last year and it doesn't look good at the end. That's for sure. But there's I guess it's an excuse, but to me, it's more of an explanation than an excuse. Because like I said, I just don't think there's a team out there that could sustain losing both of their starting two tackles and still expect that they're going to be a dominant team. We'll be doing a 24-hour-ish stream. We'll be doing a long charity stream here in June for sure. Faux show. Definitely Bryce has got a better chance, I think, long-term because of his landing zone. Brian's with me, 850. He likes the 850 yards. You're with me there. Great minds think alike, Brian. That's all I can say, man. Great minds think alike, you know? It just feels right, doesn't it? Charlie's in this place. He's 750, 250 catching, 7 touchdowns. I like it, Charlie. I'm picking up what you guys are putting down. Brian, do anyone see McIntosh getting his groove back, or is he done? I mean, the offseason stuff hasn't looked great on some of he still looks like he's just coming back to learning how to walk again on some of I'm not trying to be mean, but it's yeah, we got to see him cutting. He's had a couple of these injuries now, Brian. You know, I mean, I think he's on the outside looking in just a little bit. But if he can get himself back, then we've seen, like you say, we've seen some flashes from him, man. That's for sure. Brian says, speaking of the Chargers offensive line, how good was John to not chase the highly paid free agent offensive lineman that ended up getting hurt? Oh, really good. I mean, even the one that didn't get hurt, Drew Dahlman, that had the great year for Chicago, ends up retiring after a year. You know, even on that one, it would have been like you would have gotten bitten in the butt on that. But yeah, all the guys, you know, Will Fries played okay, but there was still some injuries with him. He might have been one of the better offensive linemen for the Vikings last year, but injuries were still a thing there. Clark, injuries were still a thing for them. The center that they got from the Colts there was that way. So yeah, wasn't a great offensive line, a lot of great offensive line options, and those ones that were available that year didn't do a lot of good stuff. I'm with you, Rundaz. I'm a little skeptical on McIntosh at this point. And I like Mac. I'm not anti-Mac. It just multiple lower leg injuries as a guy that was already a kind of a 7th rounder, you know, scratching, trying to get on in there. It's a tough road. And Seattle's really reinforced the depth this offseason. New York, Seahawks versus Cowboys going to be fun. Sam Darnold versus Dak Prescott. Both of them are playing at a high level. I agree. I think that has a chance to be a really sneaky, tough game for the Hawks, even at home, New York. And I'm anticipating Dallas is going to give us a hell of a fight. They got a good team. I like what they're doing, man. Jerry Jones is sometimes a little too much as a general manager, but they've made some smart moves. Gotta give him some love on that. And Dawes says, "See, let's go, Dawes." Yeah, I think McIntosh probably starts the season on PUP. He just looks a little ways away to me. It doesn't look close. Brian, do we win a Super Bowl if we chase a highly paid O-lineman? I mean, if it leads you to where you pay an O-lineman a lot of money like Freeze and then you put him in left guard and then you don't sign Zabel, I'm maybe not. But hard to say on that. I don't know if that would have been the difference on that or not. You know what I mean? Like you might have signed Freeze and then you moved to Haynes and Bradford's still on the roster. And if he went down, you could go to Bradford. Like they could have signed one of those offensive linemen and still had stuff it wouldn't have prevented them from doing everything that they kind of did. You know what I mean? Like they weren't that much up against the cap or inability to move money around if they need to move money around to, make that work. So it is hard to say on that for sure. Depends on the lineman, depends on the situation we're talking about. Like if you signed Clark and you brought him in to be your starting center and he goes down, well, you still have Sundle. You're probably moving Oluwatimi at that point in preseason, but then you got Sundle to call upon. So it is a little bit dependent on which player we're talking. New York, Marvin Harrison Jr. versus JSN is going to be fun. Yeah, it'd be fun. I mean, Wilson's kind of emerged as the number one down there in New York. Harrison's got to kind of take some steps forward, I think, to become that guy down in AZ. I do. Not that Harrison's been bad per se, but just I don't think he's quite been able to elevate in that manner, where they thought they were going to go. All right, we are almost 3 hours here in the books, folks. If you can do me that favor and do hit that like button, I'd really appreciate it. Just helps this channel grow, helps this channel show. And, I really, really do appreciate it. If you guys got some final questions, let's go ahead and get them on in here into the chat. Would really much appreciate it there. Great discussion again today, as always. Just a shout out here again to Prize Picks, #1 sports app running the game today. Use my code HMA. And when you do a $5 lineup, they'll put $50 into your account right now. That's a hell of a deal. So $5, get $50 into your account. We use my code HMA. Basketball, baseball, seasonal picks in play. I was just showing the Jadarian Price pick a couple minutes ago for $725. To me, that's an easy selection to be made right there. Get on the action today. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details. But a big old shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring yours truly here throughout the course of this NFL season. Keeping the lights on, helping us watch, helping us rock and do what we do here on the show. Trey McBride's nice, New York. Probably the best pass catching tight end in the sport right now, I would say. How long until the offense clicks with the OC? 1 game, 2 weeks, 4 weeks? I think there's got a good chance to hit the ground running here. You may have a little bit of a learning curve here, but there is so much of this that's like for like to me. You're going from the outside zone system to a West Coast outside zone system. So like for like, you've got almost all of the coaching staff in-house helping to advise Fleury. So let's think about this with Fleury, by the way. This isn't the guy coming in like a dictator who's like, this will be the call and you will execute the call the way I will say. And if you do not execute the call the way I will say, I will kill you. He's going to come in here as kind of a wide-eyed, I'm fresh to this. I'm a little bit, wet behind the ears on this, right? Like I'm, like he's going to come in, listening, and these guys have all been here. I don't think he's going to come in here, pointing and pushing and shoving. So this is going to be, I think early on, as much as anything else for Fleury, a chance to really be a, it takes a village kind of situation more than it is, we're going to do it my way or the highway kind of situation, which will allow the acclimation process to be more fluid, in my opinion. Brando, real talk. Where is our outside pressure going to come from this year? Is it all going to come from the scheme or will Hall pop? Is D-Law Fowler really where we get it? I think it's a little unusual to look at because it's one that's not historically the way that pass rushes have tended to work, Brian. Pass rushes have tended to work with teams that do not blitz because let's first separate. There are teams that want to blitz at a high rate. There's teams that don't really want to blitz. Mike Macdonald, for all of his stack fronts, simulated pressures, and really nice blitzes when he calls upon it, is really not a high blitzer. He's a bottom third of the league, even lesser than that blitz type guy. So understanding that, and that's the first important part to unpacking this question, is then to understand, okay, traditionally speaking, how have teams that do not blitz generated their pressure? They go with their 4 guys and they say, get home by any means necessary. So if you got to be the edge rusher who's got to snatch the edge and dip and bend, and maybe that tackle gets his hands on you and pushes you all the way out the back of the pocket, but maybe sometimes you hit them with that ghost move, you dip under his hands, you flatten to the quarterback, and you go get a sack. Like there'll be we'll get a variance on that between your reps at times. What Mike does is he goes, I don't want to do that. I want my 4 rushing as 1. And so now this becomes a game that's less about individuals whooping their man's ass and more about 4 guys working together to generate the pass rush in a very specific manner. For instance, if I've got a mobile quarterback, I'm mush rushing it. But even when I'm beyond mush rushing it, when I'm running my stunts and my lips and my twists and my loops, I'm doing it with the thought process of what that guy at the quarterback position is going to do in trying to scramble and get out of that pocket around my stunts and loops, rather than just running those things blindly, in just that same manner. Just get to the quarterback through the stunt or the loop. No, get to the quarterback, but maintain to our rules as well for keeping the quarterback controlled in the pocket. And I think Mike Macdonald's defense, as much as anything else, will generate pressure. And they did a good job of generating pressure last year, Brian, but they're not a quick generating pressure because they've decided to sacrifice quick pressure in the name of pocket control, in the name of keeping the quarterback contained. And that I think there's a lot of reason to believe that this is very smart, because it is those times when you allow the quarterback to break pocket. It is those times when you allow the quarterback to beat you on play 6, 7, 8 seconds into a play that they're beating you, where you, the first 5 of the seconds, had it on lockdown. Yeah, I want to remove that. I want to force him to beat me playing on time all day long. And so when it comes to the pressure, we generated good pressure. We generated good pressure off the outside last year. We just didn't generate fast pressure. It's a little more slow burning type of pressure, but that's part of that controlling the pocket thing, right? If I'm fast, I'm kind of out of control. If I'm under control and we're all rushing at kind of the same speed, it's going to be a little bit slower, but then it's all collectively like a fist closing that pocket down. And I think if you watch Seahawks pressure fronts, that's kind of more of what they do with it. So I think it's going to be very similar to last year. And for all the talk of us needing to go find a guy that could win fast, they've yet to do it the past 2 years. They've yet to do it the past 2 years in the draft or in free agency. Meanwhile, the past couple of years, you've targeted DeMarcus Lawrence in free agency. You've targeted Dante Fowler in free agency. And I'd offer you that neither of these two guys are necessarily, the way that they're built, are win fast kind of guys. They're more of the power edges that can run the games, that can be physical. There's a certain type that Mike has gravitated towards as far as that edge group goes, but it's also to the specific nature of the way the system runs. Man, I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish. But what's up, Victor? It's good to see you in the house, man. Regresan los juegos del partido de Navidad. I think that's a celebration day, isn't it? It's like Christmas game for the Raiders. Rundaz. I worked in a restaurant for a newly retired NFL defensive lineman. When I asked him if he missed playing, he told me that I'd be surprised to learn how many players didn't want to be there. It's all business. Yeah. I mean, you hear this about basketball too. And it's understandable. It takes such a rare athlete to play the position. And some of that comes to how you were naturally put together to get that done. And that doesn't naturally go in conjunction then with having a brain that's wired to love it, or that you're passionate about doing it. You can still maybe even do it great if you're not passionate about doing it. But then you also understand why Rundaz, you have guys like John that gravitate towards those all about ball guys that actually do love it. Because if I can stack a locker room with guys that are all about ball rather than like half the locker room or a third of the locker room, because I'm just concentrating on talent alone, well, can that make a difference? Can that galvanize the group in such a way that allows them to raise the collective power of their talent? And maybe they're a little less talented, but because they're so connected and together, that then raises them above the more talented team. I tend to agree with John probably on this one. Charlie says, B, I don't know if you play fantasy, but which rookie player scores the most points this season? Good question. I'm going to go with Jordan Tyson. I know there's some questions about Jordan Tyson's health, but he's going to a team where the number one wide receiver there has even maybe more questions than him about his health. And so he could suddenly overnight become their number one wide receiver on a team that's going to throw the ball a considerable amount. So I would go with Tyson. I'd put Love behind him just because the Cardinals are going to use Love quite a bit. I still think Love's there's so many guys on that running back depth chart that they're going to balance a little bit of that. But I could see Tyson. I think Mekhi Lemon is another guy worthy of note here because of the fact that the Eagles are going to move off of A.J. Brown and Mekhi becomes probably the number 2 wide receiver at that point as far as targets go. C-Town, I must have missed your question, man. Let me see if I can find it here. If you can repost it there, C-Town, I'll double check it, but I don't see it. Yeah, just if you can repost it on in there, brother. I'll try to catch it on the downswing, man. Sorry, I missed your question on the other side there. New York, the Seahawks play the Eagles. This is going to be fun, but one play they can't stop is the tush push. Fun fact, actually, New York team, we were the best team in the NFL at running the tush push last year by efficiency. So we even beat out the Eagles last year in our tush push. We run it essentially better. I think the Eagles did lose a little bit when Kelsey went out, especially with the tush push. I think he was one of their centerpiece points for what made that go. Certainly Hurts helps a lot of this, but having Kelsey with his ability to win in the leverage war because he is a little bit of a smaller center versus other centers out there, I think you just don't have them able to kind of right at that point of attack be as good. But we actually ran it better last year. We even got a name for it in New York. We call it the Barnyard. They got the tush push. We got the Barnyard. Take to Brandon, that dictator voice, maybe spray my Coca-Cola. Give a guy a warning. Kind of loved it. Got to keep you guys on your toes here, man. Nolan Smith got arrested, banker, huh? Bad timing there. I thought he was a super clean character guy coming out too. He was the guy that was like, choir boy kind of stuff is what you'd hear off him. Yeah, you're with me, New York. Mekhi and Jordan Tyson are 2 guys I would definitely say are going to be right there. Yeah. You could talk me out of it. You could tell me Lemon over Tyson too. Devontae's going to probably have a big game. Yeah. So it depends on Hurts a little bit, New York. He's got to come forward in his game too here, right? Some of the stuff that we hear coming out of Philadelphia has got to get corrected a bit there. But both those 2 guys definitely would buy stock in both. Bankers, Seahawks popular in Mexico. Time for Brando to learn that Spanish. I know, I need to brush up. I did not do well in Spanish. Boy, I did not do well. It wasn't even the teacher's fault. I could not pick the language up for my life in me. C-Town, any news on vet defensive linemen? Nobody's really in play right now. There are some reports of maybe, getting back over to Jadeveon Clowney as an edge just before training camp and trying to get him in at that time. But I think right now the team's pretty good with where they're at from the defensive line standpoint, C-Town. You've got Jaron, you got Leonard, Byron Murphy, Riley Mills. You still got Brandon Peely you're bringing in here. And Devin Eastern, the kid you took at the end of the draft. So I think the team feels pretty good about it. Probably going to have to wait on the Clowney thing if that's in play or a Cam Jordan thing until right around training camp. HHG, B, it's funny how just about 3 or 4 years ago, you and the Hawk fandom were basically at civil war, but now we're the Super Bowl champs. Yes, it was not the funnest of times. Having some of the discussions we had to have in here that's why people were like, this is, especially in this day and age, being the Super Bowl champions and doing what we do now, like it's so much easier than some of those talks. But look, those are also, that's part of being a sports fan and having tough talks and having not everything is going to be sunshine and roses. And sometimes there's going to be difficult subjects you got to turn over that aren't always the funnest to turn over. And we had to go through a back-to-back with a couple of different things for sure. Really did. What is wrong, Zena? Why are you crying? What is it? All right, I'll be done soon. Don't worry about it. We've come far, HHG. He was clearly depressed in those last. It was tough following the team at that time because there was just things that were openly being done that weren't, To look at Russell Wilson at the end, honestly, and see that there was deficiencies in his game and things that were hurting Seattle and for what good he was bringing, it's very clear. It was apparent. It didn't take a smart mind to look at it and see, but people were emotionally connected to the process, so they didn't want to see that stuff, and they didn't want to hear about that stuff. And that very same stuff then got reapplied onto Carroll right afterwards. And those are two of the toughest discussions you can have in a franchise. There's many franchises out there like Cardinals or the Bengals or the Vikings that have never had these conversations about players. Never. And we got both player and coach back to back, both legendary coach and player back to back. And that's not going to be fun for any fan base. And that's always going to be tough for every fan base to turn over. But yeah, it was that was an experience a couple years ago. We were going through some wars. Yeah, defensive line, definitely I think defensive line's out C-Town. But I think you're going to go probably grab one more edge vet guy right before training camp. And I think if it's, I'd go one of Clowney, Von Miller, Cameron Jordan. I think one of these guys you jump forward to. Nobody was in a good place those last few years of Pete. It was tough, man. It was tough. Charlie says Casey Concepcion might be sneaky good this year. I could see him getting 1,000 yards if Browns can get solid quarterback play. Yeah, I could see that. Casey's nice. And let's face it, the Browns are going to throw the ball a lot. And so it's, he certainly stands out in that receiving core. They've got a lot of kind of similar players in that receiving core, and he gets to be a little bit of a different kind of cat there. New York, why did Kenneth Walker III have to leave the Seahawks, go to the Chiefs? Well, we have a general manager right now, New York Hemer, that this is his second run, right? He's the only general manager in National Football League history that has now guided two different separate rosters wholly to Super Bowl wins. And so what you have is a guy that's in a very unique situation at this point, having done this now, to learn lessons that he got wrong the first time. And one of the things that you got wrong the first time was the thinking that it was a no-brainer. You had to try to sign everybody. And that everybody was in a position to get a contract that was a young player you were going to pay. That was a valuable part of your team. And instead now this time, I think he's taking more of a tactical approach and saying that he's got to more pick and choose a little bit. And that there's got to be some tough decisions he's got to make along the way. The Kansas City Chiefs made Kenneth Walker the highest paid free agent running back in NFL history. That's a mighty sum to pay out of pocket. And I think from Seattle's perspective on it, that was too much money to be paying. So did they want to overpay him simply to keep the band together? No, John was taught, the lesson learned was that I need to make these choices individual. I need to not say that it's just a no-brainer. I do this. I need to take it and look at it and unpack the whole part of the deal. Is the price worth it? What am I getting for this player? Kenneth Walker, for instance, is as dynamic as any running back about breaking tackles and is fast and can bust out big runs like few running backs in this sport can do. But he's not a full meal deal player. He's probably a little bit slightly below average as a pass catcher out of the backfield, and then he's bad in pass protection. So when you're talking about making that guy the highest paid free agent running back in NFL history with limitations, with a guy that's had some injury history here in Seattle, where he just, outside this last year, he's been constantly beat up. And partly one of the reasons you got him through this year was the fact that you split his carries up between him and Zach Charbonnet. You split his load. So now we get to another thing. Do I want to be paying the running back like that, who I've got to split the load up, who's got some parts of his game that aren't necessarily great? And that's not smart decision-making if you're trying to think about it from the lens of, I got to make some tough decisions here. Because it's going to be hard to keep this together. It's going to be hard to come back and repeat. It's going to be hard to extend the Super Bowl run out. And the only way I can do so is by making tough decisions at very, very specific spots. And this is one of them. So I'm very much in support of what they've done there. And there's a lot of reasons I think that went into why you didn't do that. You would have been willing to pay Walker, but not that much money, not that high, not that price. Mitch, you're a psycho, brother. Laughing out loud. Hardest working man on YouTube. Go Hawks. All the way to a repeat. Hey, let's go, bro. Appreciate you, man. Very kind of you. See, down, I was hearing Joey Bosa, so that's why I asked. He's another guy. I'd throw him in there as a possibility. I think the tough thing with Bosa is that he might be a little bit more pricey than Seattle wants to spend for what is available, and that they don't necessarily maybe look at it as that there's a huge difference between him and the alternative options. But he's in play too, Seatown. And that might be another guy that you do look at, in that a vet edge, guy getting into his 30s, going to be on a 1-year contract. And because Seattle has so much cap space as they do, and so little dead money as they do, you can kind of do whatever you want to do there. And you're on it in that I do believe that we're going to address some other edge, that because of as much the age you have with the 4 edges you have on the roster, it probably means that you kind of almost by necessity have to get like one more just to reinforce it from that standpoint. Brandon, how's the training camp Seahawks button-up shirt holding up? Haven't seen you wear it in a while. I sent you my training camp tickets last year. I remember you doing that. And Brian, I thank you for mentioning that, because I was going to come back and run at you again with this. Because I would like to get into town. And the way they're going to do this is I'd get into 2 practices, but they'll do the seasonal ticket one on the week I'd like to be in there. So if you do happen to not be going to the seasonal ticket day and training camp, hit me up on email again if I can get your deal there, because that was a nice shirt, man. I just thought I was getting into the season ticket holder training camp. I thought that was already special enough. They were handing out like sunglasses and button-up shirts. I was like, oh, I get a whole closet of stuff on top. Talk about value here, man. But yeah, I got that button up in the closet. You know, you got to bring that out for specials. It's been winter, so I got to wait till it gets to summer before I bring out the Hawaiian shirt. Timing's got to be right. Charlie B, will the Rams show Puka Nacua the money? Top 3 deal. I mean, I don't know how he doesn't get paid, but then he had this weird-ass offseason where he decided to go AWOL and give the Rams a reason to be able to come back to him and say, no, we don't know if you're going to start chewing on women. I'm not going to pay you $40 million a year if you might be chewing on women tomorrow. How about you prove to me you can get through a year without chewing on a woman, and then I'll give you more than $40 million. Huh? Can you do that for me, Puka Nacua? Bigger, happiest time of my life seeing Jeff false hope Fisher get fired. Especially you get to go to McVay from that banker. You talk about from one end to the other. That was a tough era for you guys, though. It was. Especially with the movement happening right around that time, too. Everything was just kind of in a state of weird flux. Kane, I didn't want to be here. Yeah, it didn't sound like you wanted to do a lot of the split and running backfield thing either. And it's where it's like, okay. Best of luck to you. You know what I mean? Catalyst, thank you for the $5 donation, Catalyst. Appreciate you for that. Hey, Brandon, do you think that 2-point play broke the Rams? I mean, they seem to forget everything else that went wrong in that loss. Go Hawks. I've been pontificating that I think that there's a problem with it, and that I don't know if it's going to be something that inherently ends up being just something we come to find. I mean, this is going to be like a TBD. I think Catalyst, where it's like, give me some time to watch what they do here this upcoming season of this, because to your point, I didn't like from their perspective the way that they reacted to it throughout the end of the year to the offseason. And as you said, you saw it directly after the game with the excuses. You saw it with the way that the Rams team couldn't seemingly kind of get over it through the next couple of weeks, and that there was absolutely some sort of kind of hangover effect from that game. You've seen it in some of the Ram players talking about it this offseason and the way that they've spoke about it. You've seen it in McVay and presenting the rule change as he did for so deep into the process this offseason before he finally pulled it off the table and he was like, okay, I can't do that. And so I think there's a lot of smoke to this fire in looking at it and going, there seems like this play got stuck inordinately in your craw in a way that it shouldn't have. And as I've said with this, I'm on an organization that's been down this road. So when Ram fans listen to me say this, you can get mad about this, but this is me speaking from experience. I have seen what a single play that gets stuck in the craw of an organization and that cannot get pulled out of the craw does to that organization. And that's what that Patriot play was obviously much more on a bigger scale, on the big stage, on a Super Bowl. But the point does stand in that this can happen. Teams can have a play occur and never be able to bounce back. I mean, you could make the argument, Catalyst, that the uncalled pass interference against the New Orleans Saints between the Rams a few years ago that went uncalled at the end of that game, that thing broke the Saints and that they were never going to be the same again with Peyton and Breeze there, and that was it for them. So It has been a thing in the past in NFL history. I don't know if it's going to be the thing here with the Rams on this one, but I will say there's some evidence to it. And it's not me inventing stuff here. I didn't tell McVay to try to create a whole rule around that play this offseason. And that in itself seems pretty crazy, right? It was only after he kind of got clowned on by the rest of his peers that he was kind of like, okay, I kind of realized it was stupid. And yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. But the real important part of this is beyond just the 2-point play, like you say, have you really concentrated on what went wrong? The simplified outlook of we just get a couple cornerbacks in here and that fixes the problems. I felt like the problems were a little bit more than that. That feels like just kind of a simplified outlook on it. And as I always say in football, that when you ever get to a simplified outlook on something, you're probably not looking at the whole story. So I do wonder. I don't know for sure on this catalyst, but I do wonder. And as I said, I've seen it happen to other teams, including our own, in recent memory. So it's not just a thing I'm inventing on the spot to apply it to the Rams here. It's something that, as weird as it may seem, one play can throw off a team into their, yeah. And it is when not just the one play, but it's how they seemingly have put everything up on that play in that way. Where it's just kind of like they keep coming back to that play rather than looking at any of the reasons, the letdown after that game, the losses in the season that you had, the special teams issues that you occurred that caused a lot of some of your issues throughout the year. You're not looking at any of that. It all just kind of comes down to this thing here that you're just sort of, and then from that, by extension, it becomes luck or randomness that allowed us to get it, that just this happened to be one where you guys got, a broken clock and happened to be on the right time, so to speak, a little bit. But go Hawks, catalyst. And I am going to be watching for it this year to see how they're affected by it. And if it is something that you just kind of feel, and I think it's as much you can see it in how they've designed their offseason and what they've done this offseason. But we'll see. It does seem kind of like a silly thing to get broken on, but I thought it was silly how long they've allowed this talk to continue to just bear on. Like they just keep bringing it up, right? Keep bringing it up. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Brando, can you play any guitar licks? Ah, man, I wish I could. I've tried to pick up an instrument from time to time, and I've just not been able to do it, man. I've just not. I don't have there's some natural gift you've got to kind of have for just to be able to kind of connect with the instrument. And I can make noise on the thing, but it sounds awful. I probably could have stood to try to take a lesson maybe, because there's nothing more badass than be able to rip out a nice tasty solo on the spot. Like, oh, do you play guitar? Yeah, watch this. I mean, that's one of the badass moves you can pull. But sadly not. No instruments for me. I could maybe play one of those little 7th grade flute things that they had us play. That's about as far as my instrument abilities went. Thank you, Dogzilla. Appreciate you, man. Hey, just don't worry, Puka won't see 40 million. Half will go to California taxes. That's true. Brian says it's usually my busy season during training camp, so it'll pretty likely I won't be able to go. I'll shoot you an email a couple weeks ahead of time. Oh, you're the best, Brian, man. I really appreciate it if you can, because it's hard the way they schedule the training camp practices, where it's not just you can go for the straight week back to back. Everything's like segmented out and separated by 2 days here and 1 day over here, and then they skip it to here. So if I can get as many days in as possible in that way, it'd be great. I'd love to try to get to as much as possible this year, especially with the Hard Knocks in there and all that good stuff. You're the best, though. Appreciate you for that, Brian. You're awesome. Let me go last year. I had a great time. He's down. Someone's trying to push Bobby Wagner to the whiners. That would hurt. Is it KJ? Is KJ in Bobby's ear? Don't do it, Bobby. Come on, man. Don't join the dark side like Sherman. Brian's is pretty sad when you got to offer incentives to not bite a chunk out of women. It's called the woman biting clause. Very common clause. Oh God. He's never living that down. Brian, how will Bryce only have 175 touches? I think there'll be a bit of management here. I remember last year he only had 93 with Notre Dame. He's never been the number one running back. So it might be more than that, Brian. I think that they'll slide a little bit more into as Zach gets a little bit healthier to allow him to have a little bit more of the touches. But I think the real bottom line of him is I think it'll be kind of a splitting up of the carries. It'll be kind of the ideal rather than it being like Price is a bell cow and that he's going to match the 280 touches or 280 carries, that Walker had in the regular season last year. I think it'll be more closer into more of the 200 touch mark, 210 touch mark. When you factor in it was 175 carries and then it'd be like another 20, catches on top of that. So kind of basically 200 touches is what I'm thinking. That's sort of what they're going to ideally set out to do, but could be more. I think the thinking with it goes, Brian, is that you're going to the playoffs, 200 touches during the regular season. He's going to find another 100 plus touches into the playoffs. And so you're trying to keep your guy around 300 for the year. But it is a guess. That's for sure. Bobby needs to stay away from that substation. Yeah, don't let the substation finish that career. I don't want to see that. Nobody wants to see that. That was a joke the Saints were robbed. They were, man. That was a horrible, horrible missed call. And boy, it seemed to just kind of cut out the legs of the Saints moving forward from there. Brian, Bobby's only 59 tackles shy of the all-time record. He seems to want to play again, too. To your point. See what he does here. Charlie Clowney was on some historically bad Browns teams. That is unimaginable to me, to be on a team like that to me. Ravens and Seahawks, he still played solid. Yeah, it's a little bit like you see with Dante Fowler, in that, some of these edge rushers people look at and they draw some harsh judgments on, and they don't consider sometimes they've been playing their careers in bad places. And not everybody gets to land in a great spot to be at their best, to shine their brightest. And what I think is notable to me, Charlie, is that you want to take these players and take a look at them and say, okay, the guy's had a long career. Has he had any moments where he's been on those teams, where he's had that opportunity, where he's not just playing from behind constantly? And when you look at Clowney, you look at a Fowler, and they're given those opportunities to be in those positions, those guys have really, taken it and run with it. In Clowney's case, he's been a little bit of the gun far higher that at times has gone for the lesser team to make a little bit more of that money. Can't fault him for that. But if he's reached that stage of his career where he's chasing rings and he wants to come back to the defense where he played his best brand of football to go and become a champion at the end of his career, you certainly can understand why that would work really well here and why you'd get a lot out of Clowney and having him land here at this spot. So it is one where I do see a lot of harsh draws to that, and even in the Browns case, not only was he playing on a bad team, their utilization of him was weird, trying to kick him a little bit too much inside, a little bit too much of the pass rush just being fully built around Garrett and allowing him to do it, but then at the price of the other edge being able to get done what he wanted to get done to be able to be productive. So it's worth noting with Clowney for sure. Yeah, hopefully Bobby gets a chance to get the tackle record. I feel like somewhere he'll land somewhere. Even if he's got to wait for maybe an injury. And there's no doubt, Brian, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. No doubt. All-time top 3 inside linebacker probably in the sport. All right, or at least there's an argument to be made for it. Charlie Unicorn B just bust out the Guitar Hero game. I love Guitar Hero. I still have all the songs on that from on one of my Xboxes. I played that game too much. Loved it. But I would always be on the drums or on the mic, baby. Drums or the mic. Just buy an acoustic BT. It's easy to learn. When I started with 40 something years ago, I've tried the acoustic, man. I don't have that natural I don't have that sway. I don't have that thing. I don't know what it is. Banker says, wish we could move on from the 2-point conversion. We choked a 16-point lead. Seattle made the stops, took advantage, and capitalized. Move on, guys. Come on. We shall see this year, Banker. And maybe you guys have moved on. Maybe we're overstating it a little bit. It's where it doesn't help with McVay, when he allows that rule change to, you're literally changing the rule for the one play. That just did not help matters in kind of shutting this talk down. But, at the end of the day, maybe it isn't a thing at all. And they're able to give them an offseason. They kind of fully kick it out of their system and, move it on. And in the day, it probably won't matter once we get down to the game starting back up and the rubber meets the road and it just comes down to us again at the end of the year and, who can be the better team. Yeah, Ray Lewis was still the number one best all time, but Bobby's got that argument to be made very much up there. Brandon that was the best name for a recorder ever. That 7th grade flute thing. That's how much I don't care about instruments. They even take the time to learn what the instrument was called. The recorder, that's what it was called? Okay, there we go. I could do the recorder, man. My fingers on that recorder, whew, blistering fast. Hey, B, when is your 53-man roster coming out? You probably want to get into a little bit of the training camp on the predictive model on that one, because you want to see who's kind of developing, and especially when I get a chance to get into training camp, look those guys at the field, see how they're moving, see how guys are going. But usually got to wait a little bit on that one, because you're always going to have some guys that develop. You got your 53 walking into it, you can predict, but once you get into it, there's always a couple of surprises in there. That's for sure. The Brady Breeze Super Bowl would have been awesome. Yeah, that would have been fun. Too many damn Bryans and Brandon's chat. We got a lot of Bryans. We do indeed. Baker says, now seeing the Hawks raise the trophy in SoFi may take a few years to move on from. I know the Rams 49er fans are mad. That'd be tough. That'd be really tough to see us do that back-to-back years, bro. You can't lie, it would be. But it'd also be how cool it would be if you guys were able to raise it in your own stadium too, to that measure, But yeah, it'd be a tough pill. It's gonna be hard for us to let you guys live that down if we're able to do that to you guys back-to-back like that, especially both teams that kind of the height of their powers a little bit. Charlie says, game number 1, which team would be more devastating a loss, Rams or 49ers in Australia? I think the Rams, because the Rams are more likely to be the team that's in there with us at the end of the year. And as we saw last year, every loss is now just more extreme as far as being, as far as how much it matters and how much weight it swings than even other years. Because it's not just now with the new NFL breed of 17 games and you're thinking about, I get to 11 games, I get to 12 wins, I'm going to win the division. Now you're thinking it's going to be industry standard NFC West. I need 13 wins. And I don't think the 49ers really have a pathway to winning this division. Their pathway is we get in the playoffs. We're hopefully strong enough in the playoffs to really make noise and go at that point. We're going to get 10, 11 wins. And if we lose the Rams in the opening week, that's not going to prevent us from getting there, especially with our schedule. But the Rams on the other side of it, with the way the Rams schedule starts out, which is fairly tough, that's where I would say to them, that's a little bit more of a if you're going devastating, that's a little more devastating to them at that point, I think. That's a little bit more of one that look back to last year and them losing on that Thursday night game to the 49ers with Mac Jones starting. Look at the cascading effects that had at the end of the year on the whole seeding in the first round bye. So they're well aware of it. And it just comes down to it. That's the tough part of this division, amongst other things, is just that you got to win a lot of games and every loss is going to hurt. Every loss is going to sting. And you better not have any bad losses on the books, because you are not winning the division if you do. Spies Like Us is a good movie. I like Spies Like Us. Dr. Brando, did you consider yourself a better left or right-footed drummer? Kind of right foot. I'm lefty, but I'm more right footer on the drummer. And consider this was rock band too. So Dogzilla, this is me on this ain't real true. I ain't on the true drums. I'm on the rock drums, but those were fun. And actually kind of the closest instrument to kind of teaching you to play an actual instrument was because you'd have to actually be on beat and it'd force you to be on beat. It's like having a clicker, Dogzilla, but they had a foot pedal on the rock band. So you did have a foot pedal up, but as I'm thinking about it, I put it on the right side, which is the weird thing. I'm left-handed, but when I play basketball, I more dribble on the right hand. I can dribble both hands, but I'm more right dominant. Kind of strange. Kogan says, literally no one's doing a 4-hour streams mid-off season, not just Hawk creators, but literally anyone. Brando, you're the GOAT. I love you guys, man. What can I say? You're my people. And I got to be amongst my people, whether we're in season, off season, summer. I got to be amongst my people, man. I'm just wired like that. Brian says, Brando, did we draft, sign any impact rookie UDFAs other than Price? Stevens has a chance because Stevens by impact could be an improvement over what you had of Bradford and right out the gate. And what that would do for the offensive line would be pretty tremendous. But most of the rest of the guys you're drafting in kind of a role mode where I think that they come in and they more fit to like finding snaps and being a part of the rotation without really being true blue like starters and out there really impacting. I think Neal's got a chance because of the fact that last year you're essentially, let's call it the third cornerback or the first cornerback off the bench who plays outside cornerback, played 900 snaps in Woolen. And so Neal has a potential of being out there just for that, just by the nature of that alone. And then the fact to consider with Neal is that he played in this exact style of defense in college. So he's fully aware of the technique that we work off of in full and very comfortable there within that, which then gives him a much better chance to kind of more hit a ground running and find instantaneous, not success, but at least productivity. Charlie B, have you watched any regular season Seahawks games from 2025? Did anything stick out after rewatches? Yes, I'm actually right now doing some of that for the Kubiak series, Charlie. So I'm just trying to get a couple of things. If I can find any kind of comedic nuggets that I can kind of mine for some of the games, I'm pulling those out. But I think the use of condensed, I've spoke to it a lot, but I think that the use of condensed on offense especially stands out to just defenses not having a great counter for that, especially through the early part of the year. But you had so many things that helped you win last year. You weren't just being carried by a collective, selective few. You're being, really carried by this team as a whole, and different guys had their hand in coming in there and helping out. I think that does also stand out in a pretty major way. But I've been enjoying myself going back watching some of the games. Do you have any way too early rookie impact predictions? Well, I think we've got Jadarian up around that 800 to 900 yards rushing, with probably a couple hundred yards receiving on top of it. I'm just not sure with Neal and Clark how much they're going to see the field a lot in their first year. I think they'll see the field some. I don't know if Bo Stevens is going to start over the top of Bradford yet. I mean, that's part of I got to see those guys on the field going back to back to see where he's really at. On paper, he should be able to supersede what Bradford does, but he's also a rookie. And Bradford's also a guy going into a contract year who might be out there really hungry and in his best shape of his career, kind of one of those things, Brian. So I don't know if you're going to get as much of the early impact rookie stuff here. And part of this has to do with the fact you have a Super Bowl roster that just doesn't have the openings and the holes for you to drive much of the rookie impact. I don't know if you were maybe you were meaning that more of an NFL centric rookie impact, but I think with Seattle, you're going to be kind of seeing some of these guys, it's again more fit to role, snap rotation stuff, if filling in for an injury on a game here or there. But by and large, that's kind of the role they'll fit into. We talk about football on Wednesdays, brutal. That is brutal. Yeah, Wednesday is not a good day for football. And the NFL, again, back to, we were talking about the international games, just greedy, a little greedy on how they're rolling things. Be careful. Moto Kyle, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Brando, you going to watch the Melbourne game this year since it's okay, Thursday, or is it just a membership stream? We'll probably do a regular. I was just thinking about this actually the other day as I was kind of thinking about how I was going to work with the Wednesday game to Thursday. And this year is going to be a little bit about, from my standpoint of things, of trying to find some ways to go more on the live stream games that might be outside of Seahawks games, especially as they impact our division. So I'm going to probably right now, most Thursday night games this year are going to be member only, but on a couple of them like that one, we're going to go live for the regular audience, just because I think it's such an important game and we'll have so many people so interested in that particular one. So I will be going live on Wednesday and Thursday to start out the year. As long as we don't have the roundtable event on Wednesday. I'll go live Thursday no matter what, but the roundtable event on Wednesday might also prevent live streaming on the game day. Jeffrey Thistle in the house. What's up, Jeffrey? Thank you for the $5 donation, man. It's good to see you in the house. No one is seeing the decent possibility that the Rams could be heavily injured by the end of the year when we face them twice. They old in key spots. Indeed, I was doing the research for the show today, and I was taking a look at who had the oldest average age in the NFL last year, who had the oldest average rosters. And I thought for sure that I was going to see Jeffrey, the Niners up there at one of the top. I was surprised to see the Niners are at 21 last year as far as having the 21st youngest roster, we'll call it in the NFL, kind of an older roster, but that the Rams were at 26. And that the Rams are then returning that very much same team back again this year. They haven't necessarily gotten younger. And so back to your point on that, older rosters tend to get injured more by the end of the year. You did see this a little bit with them last year with even like a Devontae Adams having the injury that he, sustained. Puna got beat up a little bit as the year went along through. They had to eat a lot of snap counts up. I think the other part of this too becomes that they're not necessarily a team that's built with a lot of depth across the board. They don't have the 4 waves of edge rushers they can throw at you. And I think they're going to ask these frontline guys to eat a lot of snaps throughout the course of this year, where you're talking about already the end of the year causing them to be a little bit tired by that point, a little bit wore out by that point. Does that just kind of push it even further into that place, Jeffrey, as far as that exhaustion and fatigue factor goes? I kind of wonder about that a little bit with the Rams on that front of things. So, certainly hit the 49ers in this way last year. Rams were able to avoid a little bit. McVay does a very good job of avoiding injuries in his player management, but old rosters don't tend to hold up well throughout the course of a deep NFL season, especially a roster like this that's played a lot of extra football on top of the regular season games over the past few years. Thank you, Brian. I play guitar right-handed, but catch balls and drink left-handed. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Us lefties we kind of naturally have to be ambiguous. We gotta use both just naturally a little bit. Is Pumpkin a female? Never seen an orange girl. She is a female, W3. Yes, and you're absolutely right about that. I guess I think it's only 4% of the orange cats in the population are actually females, strangely enough. So very odd to find a female orange cat, and they are very specific type of cats. If you're an orange cat, they're fun, they're great, but they are very unique. Like they march to their own beat, as they say. Coke and Rams could handle an injury here or there, other than Stafford. Obviously, I think it's more likely the Niners are more affected by age. Yeah, maybe, but it's again like you lose Havenstein this last year. That was your depth factor for the right side. McClendon went down last year. Do you have the depth there now for him? No, you're going to go with Keegan Trost to rookie out there now instead of Havenstein. That's a drop-off. Alaric Jackson's had blood clots that he's had to deal with. If that popped up again, do you have a ready-made answer for you at left tackle? I don't think you really do. Kind of Coke, and we were taking a look at these player charts earlier in the show here today. And, as you look at this Rams team, just look at those second and third stringers there, Koken, especially on that offensive line. Left tackle, David Quinsonberry. Bo Limmer is your left guard. He's really a center. Dylan McMahon at center. Justin Dietrich filled in for Dotson last year against us in that second game and was not good. So I would offer you that offensive line's not super deep. Look at the defensive line. Look at the defensive linebackers backing up. Look at the cornerbacks backing them up. I think that the depth is kind of questionable in this Rams team in certain spots, in certain kind of important spots. I mean, hell, just look at the wide receiver core. You lose Tutu Atwell. What happens if one of Devontae Adams or Puka Nacua goes down? What's the answer there? Kenyatta Mumfield? CJ Daniels? I don't know. I'm skeptical on that one. Spec, Brando, thoughts on Andre Fuller's potential? I think he could be a solid outside corner for you. There is also a chance here that he's got to be transitioned into safety long term, which isn't a bad thing in this defense because you ask safeties to do a lot of things that cornerbacks have to do. So this is why your last two starting safeties in Kobe Bryant and Julian Love have both been former starting outside corners. So him making that transition wouldn't be a bad thing, but it does make it hard to predict exactly where his spot's going to be naturally as a fit, because it's kind of 50-50 about where he could lie. He's a really good tackling cornerback. He can play really well in zone off coverage, especially a little bit of some ability to play some press there. But that's where I think that the competition of camp and that they're going to play him at a couple of different spots to see where he's most comfortable and where he fits best will play into part of this bargain a little bit. But he's a good football player, and I think he's going to find a landing spot somewhere where he provides some solidity long term. Hard to pinpoint on that one. Who was better, Tony Boselli, Jonathan Ogden, Orlando Pace, or Walter Jones? Boselli didn't have the longevity factor. I can't buy into him having the short run that he did to say that he even deserves to be in the conversation with those three guys. I'm not going to try to be sitting on the fence with you or Titan, but I do believe it's kind of goes like this, where I think all three of those guys have a very feasible and strong argument to be made why they are the best. And that I think that it's very hard to separate those three guys, not just because they played in the era at the same time, but because of the fact that they truly stand apart. They stand apart from even future generations that came after them. I don't think Joe Thomas is in quite the same territory as those other three guys. I think that certainly Trent Williams is, but Trent Williams might be the only other guy who deserves to be up in that argument or that conversation right now as it stands for where the left tackle position's been at in recent years. Not that we haven't had good left tackles, but those guys were all-time kind of left tackles. Not just Hall of Famers, but all-time left tackles in Ogden, Pace, and Jones. I mean, those might be 1, 2, 3 all-time. So I do think it's kind of hard to quite separate them at that level of things. You're not just talking about Pro Bowlers. You're not just talking about all pros. You're not just talking about Hall of Famers. You're talking about trying to separate all-time Hall of Famers at the same positions. It'd be tough for me, man. You might have to put a loaded gun up in my head to, Rendaz, I was about to do the Zoolander. Just because I'm not ambidextrous, okay? Just because I'm not an ambi turner. They don't like me because I'm not an ambi turner. I can only turn left. I can't turn right. I forgot the name of what it was. I'm not bilingual. I can only use one hand. Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 donation. Shame we'll never see the Niners blow a third Super Bowl to KC. Drats. That is true. That is true. That's never going to happen again. Well, that's one way for Shanahan to get out from under that, Jeffrey. That's one way to conquer that monster. Just never fight him again. Fro says Stafford's going to get folded like an old lawn chair. Let's go, Fro. I love it, man. Max says having a literal dinosaur for a quarterback will spike that average age up. That definitely does cook the books a little bit. Yeah. They got youth in spots too. It's some spots old, some spots. There's a mix there a bit. Catalyst, the Rams have 4 offensive free agents coming. Avila, Shelton, Dotson, McClendon. Yeah, they'll get the deal done with the Avila. And I think probably Dotson or McClendon. But they do have a little bit of a decision to make up the road on that one, don't they? Jeffrey, we could lose some wide receivers and be fine. Yeah, that's where I think for us, we've got the depth. That's where it's like, that's an underrated part of our team that you could talked a lot about. But like, I can call upon a Jake Bobo in the conference championship and target him in the back of the end zone. He's going to catch the ball. He's going to create separation. He'll go make the play. I got in Torrey Horton, a guy with some upside. There's no Torrey Horton on the Rams roster. There is no kind of that guy there on their receiving core right now. It's like, we got a couple guys like that you can kind of call upon that way. And I think that is one of the differentiating factors between us and some of the other teams in this division is that we put a little bit more emphasis upon true quality depth, upon the 70-man or the 120-man roster as it is kind of right now. Zena is underrated goat, man. He's the best. Or I don't believe the substation stuff, but the Niners have had terrible luck with injuries the past 10 seasons or so. Breaks my heart. Indeed, mine too. It's hard. It's tough to see them go through it. It really is. But yeah, I don't know if it's all substation. I certainly think it doesn't help when you build an old roster with battered players that have had heavy injury history. Doesn't make matters easier, so we'll see there with them, but they haven't had great luck. And, I don't think it's going to get much better this year with an even older roster now, Rendaz. Jeffrey, thank you for another $2 donation, man. Appreciate you, brother. Our 1, 2, 3, and 4 wide receivers, it stands right now. We got Jackson. It's Kupp, Shaheed, depending on how you want to count it, depending on the formation. I think Kupp's out there more often than not for as much the run blocking, but then Shaheed. Horton would be your 4, and Bobo would be your 5, as it stands right now. I feel pretty solid about that. Thank you, though, Jeffrey. Appreciate you, man. It's kind of like between Shaheed and Kupp. It's a who's 2 and who's 3 is kind of depends on the formation you're calling, depends on what you're trying to accomplish on the play a little bit, I think. Yeah, Cortez was awesome, Rendaz, that's for sure. Underrated. Because when you play a bad team, you get forgotten about a little bit. Beck, I definitely think Sheed's going to have a good year this year with having, like you say, that offseason to be able to work with Darnold. Can't undersell that as far as that factor that can be in helping out and getting those guys on the same page. They weren't obviously at times quite on that same, just a little off, and being just a little off in the NFL in that way is enough to kind of throw the play off. Brian says, "Yeesh, you still have like 125 people watching the stream, Brando. Nobody can quit you." Hey, they wonder why I can't quit. You guys don't quit me. You guys marvel at how long I go. You guys are riding with me. I got 160 in here right now, What are you going to do? Jeffrey, thank you for the $5 donation. All of your support today, man. You are the best. Brando, unaffected by the Patriots and Chiefs PTSD. Everyone else needs to see KC fail with their own eyes before they say they're done. They get a lot of benefit of the doubt, don't they, Jeffrey? And you were hearing about a lot of it on the roundtable last night and some of the discussions I was having with Jake and Jesse in regards to this very thing, where I'm going to them and I'm going, you guys, I was the one last year that predicted to you guys that this was the year that the Chiefs weren't going to miss the playoffs. And I'm telling you now again that this is a Chiefs team that's not as good as everyone's saying they're going to be in what's absolutely positively certainly going to be a bounce back year. And it's not that this isn't because I'm seeing something that's so in depth and so intelligent to be found. It's right there to be seen, right, Jeffrey? It's this the glamour and the swag and the all of the glowing nature to the KC organization, much like you referenced to the Patriots organization, kind of makes people get like blinded by this and they don't really just see what's clearly right there in front of them. Which is a lot of question marks across the board on this Chiefs team. And it's kind of like, well, the magic of Mahomes and Reed will make everything all right. It's like there's been many years where that's not been the case since those two guys have both been there. So just saying that as a one size all answer is not kind of right. So I think you're right. I think they need to see like this downfall happen in full before they'll finally be like, we should have seen it. We should have really recognized and seen the signs. But the signs are right there. You haven't gotten the receiving core right for years. Your offensive line is as in weak in shape as it's probably been in as much of the time that Mahomes and Reed have been there. Your defense has lost 4 starters this offseason. Chris Jones is getting very old. Karlaftis is topped out and has not become, I think, what they thought he was going to be as an edge rusher. They've had other guys like Felix Uzamoa, who's just never developed, or Omar Knott. Last year, they grabbed as a defensive tackle. He could be a pass rush only. They lost in his rookie year. There's a lot there, I think, that's questionable. Really, there is. And we'll see how it plays out this year. But on top of it all, they play in a hell of a tough division. You should be pumped. I want you pumped, Dick. You can use any language you want here, man. C. Willis, Jake does seem to be non-endingly coping. We improved. We're now or never with Stafford. You drafted an effing quarterback, a bad quarterback. Yeah, I feel like if I put Jake under a lie detector test and I asked Jake with the lie detector equipment on him that if he really did the Rams do everything they should have done this offseason to try to push this team into making sure that it was going to win Super Bowl this next year, or do all they could within their power to maximize this opportunity to do so, I think he would say no. Or I think if he said yes, the lie detector thing would start blipping and going, he's lying, he's lying, he's lying. So he knows what it is with this, C. He knows. And I think he's trying to talk himself into the Simpson thing, and he's trying to talk himself into a little bit of the, like, it was just the cornerback thing. But at the end of the day, I think he's going to look back on it, and he'll be the first guy once the realization comes that that wasn't enough, that you should have done more, that you got a little bit hubrisy as an organization to think that you could just do this one thing, and that essentially was going to cover up and be the one thing you needed to do to get you over the top. Football doesn't tend to work that way, as well as it's obvious you're not paying attention to certain things that did still hold you back last year. And even Jake will acknowledge the lack of the receiving depth, and the lack of the receiving depth coming into this season could prove to be a mighty factor. The special teams and how bad it played throughout the year could again prove up to be a mighty factor because they haven't dealt with it. These are specific things that they didn't address, instead just looking at these kind of one thing. And so I think he is doing that a little bit and trying to talk himself into this a little bit. But I think he also knows in the bottom of his heart on this that this team is playing a little bit of a cute game here this offseason. And they're trying to, rather than, use everything we've got at our expense to maximize this, there's a little bit of this, like, we're already good enough. We don't have to do anything really. As I've kind of referenced to Baxi Willis again, to like, there's almost a thinking of their front office. If we played that Seattle team 100 times last year, and if we played 100 games against that very Seattle team with our very Rams team, we come out like 95 times out of 100. So with us being by far the two best teams in the NFL, and with us coming out of that situation 95 times out of 100 as the winning team, why should we feel like we have to do much of anything? It's like, well, you can think that. I don't know if you can get to I don't know if I agree with your conclusions. See down, Torrey Horton's an underrated star running wide receiver. Watching the Seahawks offense 2025 reminded me how great he is. Yeah, I mean, you look at the production that he had last year off of barely playing, and then when he was out there, the impact he was able to have. And he is a guy that has legitimate talent. He had legitimate production coming out of college. It was an injury. It was coming from a smaller school. These were the questions. But he's a guy that's got some upside to him. Make no mistake about it. And a guy I'm really excited for in the future of this team. But it's really one of those great examples when you look the Seahawks into understanding that you can't just look at the front line on this team. You've got to understand the depth, and why the depth is so important, because we utilize it. We lean on it. It's not just something on paper that looks good. It's something that you watch week in and week out show up. It's Ty Akata moves in and filling in for Kobe Bryant, and you not only don't miss a beat, but you take a step forward. It's Drake Thomas stepping in for Tyrese Knight, and not only do you not take a step back, you take a step forward. The whole thing that they always talk about is that next man up, so that we keep it running the same way. What happens when next man up is actually an improvement? What happens when you actually get better with the next man up? They don't ever say that. But that's actually what we've gotten here at times in Seattle. And even last year, if you're talking about early on in that year when you didn't have Rashid Shaheed and you had a little bit more of the Cooper Kupp JSN, and when you're going to that third wide receiver and it was a Cody White or a Derek Young or a Jake Bobo, that when you then brought out the Horton last year, he was an improvement over what you had in a similar fashion. I agree. I love a lot of his upside, and I think he's one of those guys like a Riley Mills, like an Arroyo that you're watching really closely this year to really help and have a real mighty impact on this team in a way that we're not thinking about as much right now. Specs with us on this, man. Man, Johnny, as long as you pop in late, early, don't matter. Just popping in is nice of you. Kendrick's my hot take last year was that the Chiefs would miss the playoffs, and I didn't even think it was a hot take. I didn't either. But how much pushback did you get, Kendricks? I know I got a ton. Same that people were giving, like they're rolling their eyes. Like, well, the Chiefs never missed the playoffs. Come on, man. But it was right there, wasn't it, Kendricks? It was right there. It was a variety of things that got you to that conclusion. It wasn't just like, well, this one thing, like they're due. It was like, no, I can see where this is all kind of adding up to this. I'm getting some similar vibes this year too, especially when in that division, which, part of what allowed the Chiefs to have that success they had initially with Mahomes and company out the gate was the fact that division was piss poor and they could run roughshod over it. Not anymore. Bankers, my only beef with the Chiefs was Mahomes' special whistle and their out of the woods fans. Yeah. Yeah. Mahomes definitely would play with that game with like how much he would like try to just, it's a little bit like Shane Gillis out there in basketball with his drawing fouls, Banker, to your point on that, like trying to entice stuff to happen rather than it happening and the officials every time falling over backwards to lean into it, which I don't like it in basketball. And I don't like it when I watch Mahomes do that stuff either. Let's not make flopping in football a thing like it's become in soccer and basketball. Nick did Brando. Oh man, if each of the 4 roundtable mods were hooked up to lie detector, Z-Bot would have an epic time with all of you. Yeah, he would. I'd have fun with that too. C says him talking himself into being okay with the quarterback pick is why the Rams are going to fall off. Denial is always the beginning of the end of a coaching staff. The Rams are in complete denial. It was the wildest pick in the first round by a mile. And it wasn't just from within the division saying this to the Rams. It was nationally saying this to the Rams. So it's like, were you guys you're just so brilliant past everybody else, or maybe you guys kind of had a snafu here. And I think the Rams are a great organization. I think they're very smartly run. I think that they do a lot to try to grab every advantage that they can in so many ways. I also think that there is a little bit of hubris that has grown over time within this Ram organization and within their success. And maybe that's something that just will happen when you have the kind of success that they've had in recent years. But it's also one, to your point, that can sometimes, as they say, lead your own downfall. You start feeling yourself a little bit too much. You start thinking that everything you do is right and great and good, rather than looking at, especially when you fall short. This is the key. When you're doing everything and you're reaching the ultimate success, then there is no reason to question it. When you're falling short of the ultimate success and you're watching a Super Bowl window close ever more, well, now you more than ever need to question those items that cause you to fall just short. Not fall far short, but just short. You got to figure out what were those individual reasons and attack them, address them, and hammer them. And that's just not the offseason that I have felt from the Rams in their approach. It's been more of one of getting cute. It's been more of one of pride being a little bit at the center and forefront to me a little bit. Pros, the defense will have to respect Horton and Shaheed's speed and take people away from the front to improve our run game. It's a win-win for us and a lose-lose for defenses. It's going to be hard for defenses to play us, to your point, Fro, because if you go out of that cover 2 shell and come up to try to dedicate resources to stop the run, we got you over the top. And we got a couple of guys that can take the top off the defense, like you say, in that way. And that's very, very important because you know what JSN, he's going to drive some of that coverage his direction already naturally. And if you're doubling teaming already JSN, you can't afford to double team 2 guys. And if now you're trying to concentrate on the run, now we can kind of drive to where we can find where you're going to hold up a weakness schematically and how you're set up defensively to attack. And that's where we can really put them in a pickle because there's really no way to force us into a corner. We can have a counter for whatever you're looking to do. T. Towns is also getting McVay hooked up to that lie detector. I'd like to ask him a few questions too. I think he's sold a few stories here recently, especially about that Simpson pick. Chris says, next time Jake says something ridiculous, which can happen at any time, you've got to play the scene from Billy Madison. Everyone in this room is now dumber. That's another good suggestion, man, as far as a soundbite for the board, man. I have been meaning to get that one on the board, Chris, the Billy Madison one, we were all dumber for having listened to that. That's a good one. Absolutely. I got to get that one on lock. Catla says he literally said that's the worst Rams draft pick he's seen in his entire life. I'm not buying any of the backpedaling from Jake. I told Jake going into it, man, I'm like, you can't bash on the guy for 2 months and then backpedal on this. You can't spend 2 months absolutely saying this thing cannot happen. This absolutely cannot happen. And then it happens and you're like, no, it'll be all right. It'll be fine. No. Stick to your guns. Come on now. Yeah, Darnold had some good chemistry with Horton. How about that little fade ball to him in the Saints game? Man, you knew it was clicking then. Run that little fade out there to Horton, right? The goal line, Sam put in a perfect spot. Horton creates separation from a condensed split off just a quick release. He did it on the Washington game too, where he took an inside release, took the top off. He's got some legit quick speed. Dogzilla, about Sam D, is a little concerning that he's a left brainer. Yeah, man. We that operate from the right hemisphere know those left brainers can sometimes be a little restricted. Banker says, I like Jake a lot, but if we lose because of winning him and Mumfield can't catch a damn ball, I'm ready to give my bro a speech. He loves himself some winning him, Banker. Yeah. He's got the I wasn't wrong, I was just early chambered for winning him. You know he does. But as I was saying earlier, I think with Jake on this, I get where he's coming from on stuff as far as to dwell in the negative and doing what we do on this with our teams, especially when our teams are good, is a tough sell to fans. And it doesn't mean you shouldn't still try to stay in that lane, but I get when you kind of lean into trying to kind of split a bit of a difference with stuff and go, okay, look, I'm not winning any battles by sticking to my guns on this one. Let's just see how it plays out. But I think that I think Jake's a smart guy, and I think he knows in the bottom of his heart that this team would have been better served by grabbing Mekhi Lemon there. This team would have been better served by grabbing his guy Omar Cooper there, and having some of that reinforcement for a wide receiver position that has a lot of thinness to it and has a lot of potentiality for the starting two guys to get injured, or just one of those two guys. And to me, with a team that leans so much Banker on throwing the ball, having the 3 and 4 tight end sets is great, but there's some times where you're limited by how much you can throw the ball out of those sets. Maybe you can run the ball great and you can take advantage of defensive formations that try to go with lighter boxes because of it on the back of that. And that's great too. But really to me, it's, you guys are going to throw and having the receivers are going to has got to be a centerpiece of making that happen. And winning him in Mumfield being the first two guys off the bench, go back, Banker, to that second game in Seattle. I mean, you had how many drops did Davis, Dick Fingers, Allen have in that game? 3, 4? I think what didn't Mumfield drop a 50-yarder down the field, or Xavier Smith dropped a 50-yarder down the field in that game too? It was like, I swear Stafford had like 6 drops in that game. And you come back to, it's like, I ain't seeing Devonta Adams drop the ball. I ain't seeing Puka Nacua drop the ball. It's like your talented, really good players are catching the passes, and your guys that are sort of try hard, get by guys aren't getting the job done. Like, it's one thing I think, Banker, it'd be one thing if you guys were an offense like ours, where we're going to run the ball at like the 3rd highest rate in the National Football League. Like, we are running. Well, then it doesn't become as much important, but it's kind of telling that we don't throw that much, yet we've built the deeper receiving core to sustain. It does stand out to me. Maybe I'll be proven wrong on this, Banker. I think you're picking up what I'm putting down with it, just being that it's one where it's a deficiency that you can kind of see coming, and there's not necessarily going to be a ready-made answer to fix it if it goes wrong. If Devonta Adams goes down in week 4 to a season-ending injury, maybe you can make the trade deadline deal to go find somebody. Maybe. But you're not getting the whole offseason of work between them and Stafford, or them learning the offense, kind of like what we had with Shaheed at the end of the year last year. Now you're trying to bring the guy on and have him kind of pick it up as he goes along, and you're getting kind of some mixed results on the back of that then because of that. Silver lining on Horton is we got Shaheed. I doubt we get him otherwise. Yeah, I don't think so either on that. I don't think he'd be here if you didn't have one. If Horton was just running full, I don't know if John makes that trade. C-Town. Agreed. Jeffrey Thistle, man, thank you for all of your support today. You are the best, brother. Appreciate you for that. Dropping a $10 dono on me. Take it back. I should have been more upset about the 2 firsts we gave up for Jamal Adams. We all knew Pete's scheme was too dumb to use him correctly. Shame Mike didn't get his hands on Adams. Yeah, it was, I would join myself. I'm in that same, we're both wearing the same dunce cap on that one, Jeffrey, and I applauded the move at the time, but that's one of those ones where you learn your lessons on stuff as far as this is one of the reasons that I don't just give the benefit of the doubt or the appeal to authority when it comes to player acquisition and moves, because of moves like Jamal Adams, because of moves like Jimmy Graham. because there's moves that are made that aren't always really smart on the surface in the moment that they happen. And you're absolutely right on the points that you make. You gave up way too much draft capital for a devalued position in this sport. And then you brought in a guy that was a complete mismatch for Coach Carroll's system and the way that he wants to utilize safeties. It just made no sense. If I can maybe give us a little bit of credit as to what was going on with us that time, Jeffrey, is that we were desperate. We were the thirsty guy who would walk through the desert for 2 weeks without water. And here comes Jamal in his gallon tank, dripping. Well, here we go. We got a little bit of some stuff. We got a little bit of H2O here. You know what I mean? And so it was kind of like we're right at the end of the Russell era, the Carroll era. We're in that sort of desperate state where the window's slamming shut, and we're going to have to hit the reset button. And we were kind of hopeful there could be one thing that could kind of just knock this to happen. But that's the whole point of this. It's kind of like the McDuffie thing. Like when you're just going for the one player to correct all thing, when you're just looking for the quarterback to fix your organizational woes, when you're looking for the simplified single thing that'll save you, you've lost yourself NFL-wise. You've lost yourself organizational-wise. That's not leading you to the promised land. That's going to lead you to falling just short or to full-on failure. And I think it's one that this is why you learn your lessons through time and you correct your mistakes. And there's a lot of lessons to be learned off the back that Jamal Adams won, Jeffrey. That's for sure. But you're right about Mike too, would have used him in a better way, wouldn't have had him back there in cover 2 shell looks, would have had him, bouncing around more, probably similar to a little bit of like what you're doing with Nicky Minwari in certain ways. Probably a little bit more of a linebacker looks with him at times with Jamal, and how Mike would have used him. But we're both in the same boat on that one, brother. We both didn't quite see that one clearly, but look, man, we were hungry. We were desperate. We wanted to get back. We wanted to get back to that promised land. Froze is the left hemisphere. Research shows the left prefrontal cortex is heavily engaged in inhibiting negative distractions and maintaining a healthy, optimistic mindset. Well, this just explains completely why me operating in my right hemisphere is so problematic, Fro, because that must mean we're on the opposite. We're not inhibited by negative detractors. And we're skeptical in our mindset. This explains so much, man. Yeah, Catalyst is with me. Made it this era, Big Nickel. We may have seen something special. Just different era. He was right between kind of a transition in the sport at that time, to your point, Catalyst. Yeah, Seattle Torch single eye, blitz heavy defenses all year. Kubiak's play action was a death sentence. Really was. Probably also just teams with their approach to the condensed splits and, we're going to stack the box and blitz. And that was what they're going to do. And they're going to leave guys on islands on the outside. And every team was trying it every week. It was a weird approach by teams because we were, to your point, just torching the ever-loving hell out of it. Johnny says, Arroyo looks even more freaky this year from what I've seen. Let's see what he brings in year 2. Big time potential. Big body, athletic, fast, can give you a weapon out there. This is the weapon that every team in the NFL is searching for right now, Johnny. That unicorn H-back tight end type that can be a true puzzle piece, a guy that occasionally can be lined up outside wide in an X. And Arroyo's got that skill set, just needs to develop, needs to find the health factor. That's as much as anything with Arroyo is that the injury stuff has popped up for him on a yearly basis, going back through almost every year, if not every year of his college experience. Got to get the health factor right. But if he can do that, like you say, there's some big time potential there. Big time. Todd says LA did attack the secondary weakness, to be fair, but not getting a playmaker at 13 was foolish. Besides, Simpson played 1 year at Bama. That's never turned out well for any quarterback. True. Very true. And yeah, they certainly have addressed and gotten him better on the cornerback position. There's no doubt about that. Absolutely no doubt. It's just about making sure you're taking care of everything you could do. And with LA, there was going to be some restrictions to what you could do as far as helping and adding onto this team beyond the draft itself after you made that trade for McDuffie. So it made the draft that much more important in adding that kind of extra guy to help you there. You mentioned a good part about starting experience in college and how much that does hold sway. And starting experience tends to lead to having a lot of a better chance for you to have success as a pro, and limiting starting experience in college has not tended to bode well for teams, for quarterbacks and becoming great players as a pro. Well, the Giants, Jags, and Pats were both 4-3 in 2024 and 13-4, 14-3 in 25. Really rare for two teams in the same conference to do in 1 year. Both played easier schedules. Do you see it going like 9-8 this year? Yeah, I'm not. The Pats have got an insanely hard schedule next to the Cardinals as far as being the toughest schedule in the pros. So I think that they fall into more of like a 6-win, 7-win kind of place. I think the Jaguars probably have a chance to still grind into more of the 9-10 win spot of it, Euler. But that's just because they play in a little bit of an easier division and the schedule's not going to be insanely daunting for the Jags. But both do come back. Jaguars were a completely that's nowhere near a team that's a true 13-win team and what they really were. You know what I mean? Like that was really a 10-win team masquerading as a 13-win team. Go pro. It's midnight here. I'll cook you later, Brando. Laughing out loud. You and Jake are both wrong. Mackay and Ty Simpson are both the wrong picks. Yeah, I'm. It doesn't have to be Mackay or bust. It's just about adding on top to a player that can help you in 26. I guess that's really where my stance is. I'm not really about this guy or that guy. I'm just of not Simpson and get a guy that can help you and reinforce you for this 2026 run. You know what I mean? Todd, Legion of Boom would have met our Mike. Pete ran such a vanilla cover 1, cover 3D. We'd have 5 shutouts per season with Mike. Might have, yeah. Mike's defense in the early 2013s would have been very problematic for offenses. They wouldn't have known what they were looking at. Nobody was running defense like that at the time. Agreed, Cope. I think Simpson caliber quarterbacks are kind of a dime a dozen. I don't think there's a big difference between Garrett Nussmeier's talent level and Ty Simpson's talent level when it's all said and done. Yeah, Todd, I think they need another receiver. I think it's going to come back to bite them at some point. Maybe they make that trade deadline deal for a receiver. You know, maybe a Garrett Wilson from New York comes up and becomes a possibility for him. But I do think they're playing a dangerous game here. Cope says, Brando, we're beating the Rams this year regardless. I love it, man. I'm with you. I am with you. Devontae's a non-factor. 33 years old. He's getting up there. You know, had a good year last year, but you know, father time does start to add up there when you get to that age. Hope says Julie Neal's going to make Jake eat his words. Let's go. Yeah, he wasn't big on Neal, huh? Tampa Bay would have been killing us with Mike. Wasn't that a backup quarterback? Just one game, but it would have popped up. The Glennon game in 2013, I think is what you're meaning. I think we kind of didn't take him seriously that day because we were like, we're at home. We got him. Gibson, we were 7-1, 8-1 last 2 seasons on the road, traveling maybe the most miles in the league. That's amazing. Mike Macdonald's definitely turned this team into a road warrior the past couple of years. That's for sure. Off Seattle low. Brando, don't you get tired of the same cycle of NFL draft, regular season, free agency, and it repeats again? Like, do you not get tired of repeating similar points? Curious since the NFL seems cylindrical. Not to me. I tend to find that, you know, what makes this sport to me very unique is that it's a sport that's very different from other sports and that there's a level of detail and there's a level of depth that just doesn't exist in other sports. And I think that in other sports, it could get to that place where there's a repetition and there's not really as much to talk about. But I think in every stream that I go on off Seattle, there's a variety of different directions that we go into and discussions that we have that are unique to the channel and the stream, and that just have you at times unpackaging a whole new different thing that you hadn't considered about the sport that makes it very interesting. And a part of this is about what you can and can't do and the possibilities of play and what's the proper approach. So I don't know. It's to me, it's more of every different cycle has its own different kind of flavor to it. It's like the free agent cycle is different in the prep and what you're looking at for that than the draft cycle where you're getting in and you're doing all that. And the draft cycle is fun because it's about projecting guys and trying to get it right about where you think guys are going to go and about where the value is at and where's the steals at. And then you've got the off season and as you're turning through and kind of waiting for the beginning of the year. So, I don't know. I find that all different sections of the year have a bit of a different feel to them a bit. And it gives it a bit of a different, I guess, taste for me. But part of it is that I'm just kind of a nerd and a geek about this stuff, though. I just love the sport that much that it's just that much fun for me to talk about. Johnny, 4267, thank you for the $10 donation, Johnny. Appreciate you. Who are you most excited about among all our defensive back selections this year? I do think it would be Bud Clark because it's not just the fact that you take away the ball. I think Brian Baldinger said this, there's nobody in college coming out of the draft last year that had 14 interceptions on the rolls. And with Bud Clark, of course, a big part of it too is not just the picks he gets. It's that when you watch the tape on him, he's getting his hands on balls right and left all over the place. He's tipping up balls for a teammate. This is a guy that to me, when he gets on the field, is going to take the ball away. And that we can have some questions maybe about some of the rest of the parts of his game a little bit. I don't think he's a bad tackler, but that parts of his game probably has to come forward on the wrap and roll front of things. Where his natural best position is going to lie at the end of the day between slot and safety, we'll see. Maybe he's hybridic in that way. But I think that when this guy gets on the field, that nose for a ball is going to show up. And I think that is going to have a major impact on a team that's going to play from ahead a lot, that's going to be playing from ahead, forcing offenses to throw the ball a lot, thus giving him a lot of opportunities for that big main skill that he has, that big flashy skill he's got at the forefront to really show up as a centerpiece point when he's out there. And the impact that can have on a team like this to me of being out there, and that I've said him and to me and Jadarian Price are a little bit of what I call the closers, that I can be late in the third quarter and Jadarian comes up with a 50-yard run that he busts off, goes and gets a touchdown, takes you from a 1-touchdown lead to a 2-touchdown lead. Likewise, got a 1-touchdown lead. You get that one pick at the one prime moment where Bud Clark's in the right place because the team's forced to pass because they're playing from behind, and he shuts down their opportunity. That's it. They're done right there. So I think he's got a bit of a chance to be that kind of player for this team. And you just can't teach that kind of skill that he has as far as ball skills and ability to be in the right place at the right time, to feel quarterback's eyes, to feel route combinations. It is really one that he's got that shows up all over the place on his film. And I've got a lot of confidence. I like the other two guys, Fuller and Neal. I think they've got a really bright future, both of them. But I just think in Clark, he's got a real chance for that. If that's just what you do and you can come in with five interceptions a year, 6 interceptions a year as a starter at safety position, if we play you there, then that's going to bring tremendous value to this defense, in my opinion, Johnny. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate the support. Really, really kind of you. Bubba. Brando, I was so pissed when we traded more for an elite box safety that can't cover than what the Rams paid for Ramsey. Wish we would have went after Ramsey the year prior. Yeah, that would have been cool. It would have been hard to get Ramsey because part of the thing with Ramsey is that he wanted to go to a defense where he wanted to play man coverage and be up in press and do that type of stuff. He was running in a similar defense in Jacksonville to what we were running in Seattle, and he wanted to get out of that defensive styling, which was part of what was pushing the Jaguars trade to happen. But yes, you definitely overpaid, comparatively speaking, one to the other on that one. No doubt about that. And throw the third. Don't forget, too, there's a 3rd round pick on top of that, Bubba. So 2 firsts and a 3rd. That was a little pricey. Oh, yeah. Tampa Bay with 07 came in our house. Mike Glennon. That was a tough game, man. Took all we could to come back from that one. How can you not love someone named Bud Clark? Sounds like an old school country singer. It does. Yeah, it does. Got the new Bud Clark sound. Bud Clark from Alabama. Here we go. She was low, loved her so. Fuller's got a chance, Johnny. Fuller's got a chance. And Fuller might be more of a safety long term, but he's a player. I think the team likes him quite a bit. Wouldn't shock me if all three of these corners make the roster. Banker says, Brando, I checked the stats for our Week 16 Classic. Mumfield, 8 targets, 3 catches for 48 yards. Yeah, and he had one drop in there that was a deep ball that would have really maybe put the game away, Banker. And Stafford, if I want to remember this correctly, just made an absolute dot of a throw down the field, a great read. And I was just, that did stand out in that game there a little bit of like, man, these guys are kind of selling on Stafford today a little bit. Especially if you're trying to kind of put the game away. There's at least one drop in those 8 targets, man. And I think there was at least maybe 2. Daniel, Seahawks players and coaches get snubbed with NFL honors year after year. We finally get one and they disrespect us with an unprecedented way. Yeah, not a good look for the NFL. Todd let down Spop in more disguises, tougher is for offenses. Brady wouldn't have exposed Mike like he did in Super Bowl 49. It kind of all depends on where you're at injury-wise, right, Todd? Because you came into that game and you were Cam Chancellor tore his MCL 2 days before the game. Richard was working off of one arm. Earl was working off of one arm. Jeremy Lane tore his ACL off of the first offensive drive of the game. I mean, if the talent on the secondary got that much removed down, Mike might have had a long day too. Cliff Averill getting injured halfway into the game. Hard to say on that. Banker, Davis Allen, 5 targets, 2 catches. I'm telling you, there was 3 drops on those 5 targets. I know there was 3 drops on Davis Allen. I know it. Which, that's when you're less, I mean, that's tight end. You got the tight ends. That's probably not going to be something you're as worried about. But I think the receiver one is more worth being worried about. Because I think there was even maybe a drop or 2 in that third matchup too, with a couple of these players we're talking about, Banker. Jeffrey, thank you for another $5 donation. You guys are just cooking along, man. We are 4 hours and 30 minutes in. We still have 163 people. We might have more people in right now than we've had through this whole stream. You guys rock. I appreciate all of your support and dedication here and watching the channel. We lose K9, and all of a sudden, national media talks about him like he's Saquon Barkley or Christian McCaffrey. No. Actually, K9 was our number 2 running back. Yeah, it is interesting the way the narrative will shift nationally speaking on this stuff and go from one end to the other and have you at times, have you at times kind of wondering what it is that they're doing. Recency bias is a big thing. The Super Bowl and him having the run of the Super Bowl and having the run of the playoffs really sticks in people's mind when it's on bright display like that in the biggest of moments. But like you say, you don't make your judgment on a running back or whether or not you're keeping a guy based upon a run of a couple of games. You base it upon, especially when you've had that guy there for 4 years, his full run and what he's bringing to the table and what he brings as strengths and weaknesses. And then you take that and you measure it fully. You don't just no-brainer it. You don't just go, well, you have to sign him because you got the Super Bowl and he had a good run, so you just have to do it. No, that's simplistic, small-minded thinking that is not the proper approach to building a great roster. And luckily, John took this approach, thought it through collectively and clearly. And I understood I'm not going to overpay for a running back with some limitations to his skill set. That's not a smart mode of paying for a roster that's going to have to pay a lot of guys, a lot of money. I don't just have endless amounts of money. There is finite amount. And so what's the best application of that money? What's the best way to maximize that money? I think John's thinking more in this fashion. I think this is what leads you to let both Walker and even Kobe Bryant walk. They wanted to pay Kobe Bryant, but not at the price he was being paid at. There will be a price we will not go over the top of for the sake of keeping everybody together. That's not a smart way for us to go. And I agree with John on this. It's not. You got to be a little cold-blooded in football in your decision-making. You got to be a little bit. It's not fun. It isn't enjoyable. It can sometimes be painful, but you got to sometimes operate with a little bit of that iciness in them veins. How many wins do I think we get this season? I'm 13-4, Todd. I'm a 13-4 guy. I think that I think we get it done again this year. I think we're again the number 1 bye. I think we get the bye week. I think we'll be a little bit more improved than last year. little bit of a tougher schedule, which is why you're one game less, but I still think you come out with 13 wins. Congrats, Mariners. Got it done today. Good to see. Gallows can't stand this perspective from the media. Walker joins the Chiefs and all of a sudden he's some gift sent from above. I know. Yeah. Well, and how many people would question like Walker's nothing special? Those same people will be saying that last year throughout the year. It's like they changed their tune and, in a heartbeat when one guy goes from here to there. It's like, no, nothing's changed. Filler, any vet you guessing you could be cut in August that Seattle might have interest in? James Conner. They reworked his contract there, so I think they're going to keep Conner there, Filler, or else they probably would have just released him back ahead of time. There really isn't a lot that I've targeted in on. Big thing of this has to do with the fact that teams, I think years prior would have been more in a place of having real cap limitations at this time of year, where we'd find a lot of teams that just don't have the money to spend, or they're almost quasi getting close to being in the negative front of things. So I think what makes this kind of hard to kind of say on this, as I show you the cap space here over my shoulder, is that you look at all these teams of Niners, 69 million, Titans, 54 million, Chargers, 45 million, Commanders, 43 million, Patriots, 35 million, Seattle, 32, Colts, 31, Cardinals, 31, Jets, 26, Rams, 25, Eagles, 25, basically, Raiders, 24. That's with Max still on the books there, who they hadn't anticipated as being on the books. So my point on this being, Filler, is that there's really not teams that are sitting in some horrible cap space to where they've got to make that call on a player that's still got some value, but they can't afford, but got value, but can't afford. So I think that what you've seen from teams is them not put themselves in that position, because you're right to bring it up, because it used to be more of a position you'd see teams put themselves in going into training camp. Now I think it's changed where they get that work done ahead of time so they can just purely make the decision on, is this guy got anything left in the tank to offer or not? We've removed the contractual stuff from this decision. I think that's the way that they're kind of leaning now. As you can see that there's not even one team that's basically have the Dolphins that are sitting on no cap space, but everybody's got a little bit of something. A little bit of something, you know what I mean? What's up, Megan? In the house. What's up, Megan? Good to see you. This is Hawks Nest, back from my first day of the Riders Festival. What'd I miss? We're just turning over the NFC West and all that they're doing. Definitely going to be hard to see Connor coming back for that injury he sustained, Todd. That was a nasty one. Do you think they screwed up any of the Tom Brady awards? No way. Just Seattle, plus that wannabe comedian at the award show mispronouncing JSN's name. Not a good look for the NFL on this, man. It's not. And after that comedian with a stupid joke, you would have thought they would have gotten the award right. But we live in an era of laziness at times. Here and there. Megan, thank you for the $20 donation. Good to see you in the house, too. Lady from Dan Under. Appreciate you for that. Very kind, very kind. Hey. Back from the first day of the Riders Festival. What'd I miss? We'll be flying the 12s and Hawks Nest flag on another stream on the East Coast next week. Get it, Megan. Get it. Well, we looked at a lot of where these teams are at and what they did this offseason. It's information you're certainly fairly aware of, Megan. You're tapped in on this stuff. You got a Cardinal team that's leaning in heavily into the tank mode more than any time in recent years. You've got a Niner team that still remains itself in a position to go out there and probably crack its way in the playoffs. And if it can stay healthy, maybe even make more noise than that. You got a Rams team that's been heavily reliant on essentially making two semi-major moves, or one major move and one half move, I guess, that's going to be enough to put them over the top. All three teams in this division remain in a position with their cap space to be able to still make other moves if they wanted to. Specifically, the Rams and the 49ers could still get super aggressive here, which I think is one of the things you're really worried about a little bit here is, well, if the Rams win, they went over the top with the first round pick, and that they moved a Byron Young and a first round pick and got a tremendous player back in return. Like how scary of a proposition would that be? But we went through the whole thing on it, Megan. We went and looked at the players added, the players subtracted, where their draft classes were at, where stylistically and schematically these teams are looking to run this upcoming years, and some of the changes within that, like The Niners moving to more of a pressure-based approach, more of a blitz-happy approach, which has been kind of against the MO of Shanahan through the years. He's been kind of resistant to that. But yeah, we dived into a lot of that different stuff, kind of turned it over and kind of trying to figure out what these teams are doing and what their approach is and what to expect from this upcoming season, Megan. It's good to see you in the house, though. I hope the festival was a fun one. That sounds like an enjoyable experience. It's good to have you in the house, too, as well. Hope you're having a good day and fly that flag proud. Let them know out there on the East Coast. They forget about us from time to time, Megan. You know, you got to remind them. Specs says, I love K9. I think he's a good back, but the productivity at the end of the season was partly due to the split carries keeping him fresh. Yes. It's the one reason that this was the 1 year last year, unlike the other previous years, that he didn't end up injured by the end of the year. It's because you had managed and took the load balance and said, we're not going to do this again. And I agree with you. And that's one of the reasons that's got to then impact your outlook of what you're willing to pay that guy on contract time. How is he in pass protection? How is he as a pass catcher? How is his health? These are things that are part of the formula for determining what you're willing to pay. And the Chiefs overlooked all that. And they said, well, what are you as a runner? That's the only thing we care about. And then we'll overpay for all of that. Good luck with that approach, right? Cope says, I guess I won't cook you after all, since we all agree. Cope, I got a lot of smoke from other Hawk fans, 2016 to 21, questioning Carroll's decisions. That's why I'm so jaded against the Hawks, other Hawk fans. I mean, Cope, go back and watch some of my post-game reactions after some of those tough games there at the end with Coach Carroll. And I ran into the same thing, man. And it was the Russell Wilson thing before the Coach Carroll thing. And those were not fun discussions, man. You went through it. I went through it that time. It was not fun. And we got proven right in retrospect of it, but those things got personal in a way that they probably shouldn't have. Should have been really just discussions about football itself, but people get connected and attached to things and then they get emotional about it and you can't just have that fun. Just let's have an open discussion on it, Definitely that went that way. Daniel Brando, given our specific situation, do you see Price and Bud being in the running for offensive and defensive rookie of the year? If Bud gets 6+ picks and Price 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns. I mean, if he can get that productivity, I just don't think that Bud's going to start for you, Daniel. So I don't think Bud's going to get the opportunities to be able to get the 6 picks because he's just not going to be on the field enough. I mean, he's your main backup for Imanwari and then your main backup for Okada. He'll be a little sub-package player here and there around that. But if he gets to 6 picks, yeah, sure. Price, yeah, I think he's got a good chance because he's going to be given the opportunities in a real major way. There's a lot of offensive players in this draft that are going to be given real major opportunities. Jeremiah Love and a couple of receivers. But he's got as good a chance as anybody, I'd say. Samuel Brando, I love Witherspoon, but $30 million is painful. He's good in coverage, but I think he's at his best in the slot. I feel conflicted. Let me try to sell you on some stuff here with this, if I may. For the very first time in his career as an NFL player, Devin Witherspoon got the opportunity last year, Samuel, to play on the outside for the very first time. And we will I know you guys would go all night tonight, but we were about almost 5 hours in tonight. So we are going to start to kind of get into a little bit of a wrap-up place. I know I've said that to you guys, but I'm seeing we're not slowing down. So I probably will end up giving this a call, even if we don't get to every last one on this, as we've been rolling kind of thick today a little bit. So let's take a look at the first thing here that I want to kind of show, which is that playing for the very first time in his entire career on the outside for the majority of his snaps last year, Devin Witherspoon was your highest graded cornerback in the National Football League. And so I guess you're not alone in presenting on this discussion that maybe this guy's being overrated a little bit, or Super Bowl performance pushing things up a little bit, Samuel. But at the end of the point in time on this, he was an All-Pro last year. He had his best year as an outside cornerback. I think he is actually at his best on the outside. I think that he's not had the chance to really be out there and just run full tilt. Even last year, there was a couple games you had to slide him back into the slot. But I think that he can be a great guy out there on the outside for you. And, it's really, to me, I think as much he gets knocked because he's just not getting as many interceptions. But he's doing his job out there. He's a full meal deal player as far as playing the run, playing the pass, can play man, can play zone. I do think he's worth it. If I got to pick between $30 million to a McDuffie or $30 million, I'm going to Witherspoon all day on that. I don't have the same pain you do have on. He's been instantaneously a really great player for you right from the jump. And I think that there's still even more upside there to be tapped into as he gets more firmer into this defense. You saw last year that Seattle really wound away from blitzing, but when they did decide to go to the blitz with Witherspoon, he was very effective at it. Just one more element and part to his game that he brings. I think that we look under the cornerback emblem as traditionally looking at the guys that are the lockdown travel guys who get a lot of interceptions, and that's sort of the metric that all outside cornerbacks have to be gauged upon. I think in Witherspoon that he's a very unique style of outside corner that you got to look with a little bit of a different metric upon. But I think that he's fully well worth the $30 million in my opinion because of that. I don't think he become the highest rated outside cornerback in the sport by PFF by kind of happenstance on that one. You know what I mean? You drive that to happen if you do. Rendaz, you have a good night as well, man. Appreciate you. Agreed. Yeah. Jeremy Lane probably didn't break his arm. You probably were able to win that Super Bowl. He was the one injury too many. Definitely Caleb's off-script stuff makes him a unique problem to deal with, Oiler Titan, in a way that other quarterbacks aren't. And he can be a neutralizing factor that's just impossible to defend at points because of that a little bit. It's got to be the smart team in your approach and really starting the approach with containing him in the pocket and forcing him to play on time. I think too, Cope, it was a little bit of Cliff Averill going out with Lane as well. It was a bit of the combination of both of those two. Because your pass rush just kind of outside of Michael Bennett went in the tank at that point as well. Banker says K9 plays like running back one against us. He does have some good games against you guys, that's for sure. Well, Smoka says Bryce could be the second best running back in Hawk history. I like it. Let's go with Smoka. Hope you're right, man. I do hope you're correct. Yeah, Kobe Bryant's replaceable, man. Certainly not. Don't have to overpay on that front. K9 better learn how to block. And it's a little late in the game, Jeffrey, you know? Like, that dog would have hunted by this point. Appreciate you, Megan. C-Town fan, Brando, who are the 4 losses to? I've got us losing to the Chargers. I have us losing to the Rams in one of the games. I have us losing to the Broncos on the short week. And then I have us losing to the Eagles. Those are my 4. Eagles or the Cowboys. One of those 2 games I think is going to be probably a loss. Yeah, I think the Broncos game, short week, coming off the 49ers matchup. I think that's the one that's going to be a little tough. Wonder what the commies are going to do with all that cap space. Well, Ayuk's probably coming there at some point. I don't know if they're going to do more beyond that, but you never know. There's probably a little bit of a wait and see what we got with this team kind of situation as it stands right now. See, you guys have gone so long here. Pumpkin's not gotten any attention. You guys have me go all night. She's not going to get any lovies. Samuel, thank you for another $5 donation. You guys are just tremendous. You are just cooking today, man. Y'all are in off-season mode, but you ain't stopping for nothing. I dig that about you guys. Samuel Carlson, thank you for the $5. The more I look at this draft class, the more I am in love with it. I've got to call it in here, folks. I cannot speak anymore. However, rest in peace, Dunker. Also, I hope we can push for Garrett 2025 OPY and DPY and mind blown. Let's go, Samuel. I love it, man. Sign me up. So sign me up. I would love to see it, brother. I would love to see it. We'll see if they're going to actually be willing to move or not. I still with Cleveland. We still have never gotten any kind of confirmation at this point that Garrett's on the table to be able to be had. So this all comes down to a little bit before we get to Garrett of is even on the table. You know what I mean? And I don't know at this point. That's the part we'll just have to see. But we know John will be in it. Would love to have gotten Dunker, man. Bo Stevens isn't a bad consolation prize. I'll say it that, and that they both might end up accomplishing kind of the same thing when it all said and done, which is that we get our right guard of the future, and that's pretty cool to see. You know, pretty cool to see. You're pretty cool though too, there, Samuel. Thank you for being a member of the channel and the support. I'm willing to go all in on Garrett, man. So you know me, I wouldn't be hesitant in the least in throwing all the draft capital at Cleveland to bring him in. That's a guy that tilts this defense in a major way if you're able to go get your hands on him. Say nothing of maybe preventing him from going to a rival, like, you know, say the Rams, if they were also in on that potential deal. Daniel Brando, the Walker Glaze makes me think of how Pun has put Geno as a top 12 quarterback when he joined the Raiders and put Darnold outside the top 20. The Seattle hate is truly strange to me, but real. Yeah, it's there, man. It's reality of what we deal with. And as I say often, it's just something that I know a lot of Hawk fans get really frustrated by, Daniel, but it's one of those things I often tell them where I say, you can get mad about it. You can moan about the trophy in JSN. You can moan about a bad joke, JSN. You can moan about like we don't get the respect. You can moan about the fact they don't talk about us. But it does kind of come down to something of there's nothing you can do about it. And it's one where I'm all on favor of bitching and moaning. I'm Mr. All bitch and moan at every left and right turn that I can get. But I'm also a guy that's like, if it doesn't accomplish anything, there's not really a lot of reason to it. And does it make a big difference at the end of the day? Does it matter? Do we need the respect? Do I care about individual trophies? Do I care about the national media giving us our glaze or giving us our respect? I don't. I think you're right about looking at it and seeing that that's something that happens and plays out. It's true. It does. It is what it is, but it's something that's sort of timeless to Seattle. I've seen it my whole life. And so it just gets hard for me to get worked up about it anymore because it's a fact of life. You know, it's like gravity. It's what you're going to deal with being a Seattle fan. And you get frustrated by it and get pissed about it, but it ain't changing anytime soon. It's an East Coast driven country and you're up in the Southern Alaska. By a lot of people in this country look at you as being in that place. It isn't maybe fair, but there's only so much we can kind of, you know, be annoyed by it without it just understanding it'll never change. And maybe the only thing to make it change is just go out there and win championships every year. But he meant rest in peace Dunker to Seattle as far as a possibility of Dunker coming to Seattle. That's what he was kind of meaning on that. Woo, Megan, thank you for another $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Megan. Festival began in Sydney today, and I was watching via live stream at my local library. 3 full days from tomorrow and Sunday with writing in between. Let's go. Well, that sounds like a fun time. Let's go. Hope you're cooking up some good stories out there, Megan. Having a good time out there. I forgot to ask you, too, if you were going to be going to the Niner Ram game. I figured you would probably get out there and check it out, but hadn't asked you on that. Was wondering about that one there, Megan. We'll be doing a call-in show on Saturday too, Megan. So we'll be, I'll get that posted out here soon, but be on the lookout for that as well. Wrap up this chat makes me think we can go for days. We probably could, man. Chat's hyped tonight. I'm loving it, man. We're May 20th here, 2 months out of the NFL season. This chat ain't slowing down for nothing. Cope says, I love Spoon. We just need another good outside corner for the other side. I don't care if it's Josh Jobe or someone else. Yeah, agreed. Be great if we get a lockdown guy on the other side, Cope, because now you got kind of 3 guys in the secondary locking it up, and then that frees Mike to be able to get all that much more aggressive with the fronts, with the stacked boxes, with the simulated pressures, with the true blitzing. Samuel says that's fair. Yeah, it's not, I'm not pushing back to be frustrated. Be frustrated for sure, man. I don't. And it's not, you're not seeing something that isn't true and real. It's right there and you're seeing it slapping you in the face on a year where your team won the Super Bowl. I mean, you're seeing it in analysts and pundits falling over themselves to no one is mentioning Seattle as the Super Bowl favorite. Zero people are. But it is one where it's like, I wish I could say I'm surprised, but it's just that this is their really strange, small-minded outlook towards us and what we are as a franchise out here. And I don't know why they seem to not be able to pay attention to us because we're on the West Coast and they're 3 hours ahead. And I don't know. And frankly, I don't care because it is just as what it is. And it's just kind of silly. We're Super Bowl champions. We've not lost so much significantly that we shouldn't be given that respect and looked at in that way. But that's the way it is, you know, and hopefully Mike can use that as a galvanizing force to motivate this team. And it could be, you know, locker room clippings and they don't believe in you guys. They don't think you guys are nothing and they don't think your championship is real and true. And I'd be leaning on it heavily as a coach, quite frankly, because I think it's much more easier at times to fall in the trappings of being a team that's won the Super Bowl championship and everybody's telling you that your stuff don't stink and you're the best thing since Lombardi's Packers, and you start really feeling yourself. So maybe it's a way to kind of keep them in check and we can actually turn it into kind of a good thing, Samuel, you know, that it can actually be moved around to kind of a positive, but it does suck too, to a degree. You'd love to see these players get a little bit more credit. HHGB, I'm not agreeing with you on losing to the Eagles. That's fair enough. I mean, we could very well win it. I'm not like, these are going to be losses, no doubt. It's just a general initial first blush, first blink outlook to the schedule when it drops. You know, they could win 14 games. They go undefeated, man. You know, it's like just what it generally felt like to me in looking at the schedule. I don't think I'm scared of the Eagles at all. I just think that they're still a very solid roster. You got to play that on the road in Philadelphia late in the year. It's during a pretty hellacious stretch of games that we've got to go through at that time. So, I mean, I'm still at 13 wins, folks. So I know we're feeling ourselves, but we just won 14 games for like the first time in franchise history last year on the back of what was an easier schedule. Schedule's just a little bit tougher this year. I think there's a reason to believe you might be one game different, you know, but again, I'm not going to the mat on this one. It's just general opinion. Brian Pumpkin, you bought me because you said you love me. Now get busy. I know. She's like, you need to give some pets here. Yeah, I gotta get some food here, man. We've been late today. I was gonna just do a couple hours stream. We went long. I don't mind though. Hawk's Nest. Megan's stories about a guy in his 30s who is a content creator for the Seahawks and does celebrity impersonations. Why does that sound familiar? Say it. I says, no, I'm going to Paris next year for my 50th. May not be around Sunday as the last day of the festival. Depends on time, as I have to be on midday for the event. Oh, okay. Well, it's not the worst game to miss, you know, Megan, on that one. Yeah, Banker, I know they don't like it when small market teams win. It is true. And it's a weird slanting by the NFL in this way, because I think the NFL is at its best when everybody feels like they're getting kind of a slice of the pie in consideration of things. And I get it if you're a bad team that you don't get any ink and you don't get any play and you don't get any love. But if you're a team that's been good, if you're a team in the Seattle Seahawks case that didn't just go win a Super Bowl out of the ether of nothingness, that we've been to 4 Super Bowls in the last 20 years, that we've won 2 of them now, that there should be a little bit more of the opening of understanding that your guys' closed-minded outlook to teams should maybe open up, but it's not going to happen. And I'm okay with it, frankly. Like I say, I don't really care about national respect or being talked about. I don't. We know locally. We know as a fan base, and we celebrate it. And that's the most important part of it. Imagine if the Cardinals win it, it'll be crickets. You lost me of imagine if the Cardinals win it. I cannot see a reality, Banker. I can see a lot of realities, man, but I don't know if I can ever see a reality with that ownership group in this division. I don't know. That's a hard one for me. Cope, you kept me up past my bedtime. I'm impressed. Hey, let's go. National fans didn't even think Russell was top 5 at his peak. Their opinion of sports is dog water, laughing out loud. Yeah, it's one where they tend to be very slow behind the process to our players and recognizing how good they are. And then when they do get onto them, sometimes they're now over course correcting at a time when the player's not at that place that he was at when you should have seen him for what he was. And it is a thing, as I've said, in watching this team for 4 decades and following them closely for that period of time, that I've seen this through every decade, when we are good, when we're bad, when we're great. I've seen it in every variance, and that has remained consistent, and that it's one that is frustrating, man. And I know a lot of Hawk fans would like to get a little bit more love, and especially for this team coming off this championship. And I don't begrudge them for it. I understand it. You know, you want to be celebrated for winning a championship. It's so damn hard. You want the rest of the country to take notice, and rather than making excuses like, well, they won in a weak year. Well, it should have been this team. Well, they only won because of the, like all these excuses and stuff, rather than just giving them the credit. And I think that that's also been missing in the projections of people looking at Seattle into this upcoming season from the analyst standpoint of this, and that they're doing the same thing in that. And then it's everybody to a man seems to just think it's the Rams without a doubt. And it's like, wow, everyone? I mean, I get like half of them. I get a good section of them, but it seems like, 99% of pundits outside of Seattle are all in on the Rams. I mean, maybe they're just all that smart. Maybe their consensus will be proven to be the case and the truth, but I don't know. Cardinals will win when Jesus returns. Philip Russ has the most accurate deep ball of all the time behind Aaron Rodgers per certain metrics of him film. Yeah, I could see that, man. Nobody threw a prettier moon ball than Russ. Yeah, the improvisational archetype really stemmed from Russ. He was really good. He was. Yeah. He opened the door to a lot of quarterbacks at a lot of different other sizes being able to play this position because of his success. And his ability to be off script and dynamic. And I mean, I've said, I think Caleb Williams is essentially a taller Russell Wilson in almost every way. Interesting to see if he can, get that on script, on time stuff down to where you can really now draw the balance between the two. Play in and play out, be a threat on either department. Yeah, I'm with you. I'd rather be under the radar too, Cope. Let him forget it. We'll just sneak up on him, less pressure, less notice. We just keep taking championship after championship. Jeffrey says, like the national media saying the Mariners are faves to go to the World Series and we're not even a 500 baseball team. It's a little different with the Mariners because they tend to attract a little bit more love, weirdly enough, on the baseball scene than the Hawks do on the football scene. And I think that's partly because of some of the stars you've had with Cal and Julio here. Cardinals are an even smaller market team, so NFL will be on to the next season and skip them entirely. They just start the season right out immediately. Brian's already, I'm out. I'm old and need to sleep. Brandon, you're the best brother. I never miss a live stream. You're the best analyst and most dedicated CC we've got. Appreciate you. Hey, I appreciate you too, Brian. Thanks for hanging in with me for the whole stream today. Very kind of you on that. Yeah, I remember the week last week, Cope, when the Vikings were talking themselves into Max Brosmer being the next Joe Montana. I remember. Oh, I remember. Yeah, nothing better than the moon ball, man. Warren Moon I still maintain Warren Moon, probably along with Carson Palmer, had the best release of any quarterback in NFL history. Marino in there as well, as much because of the quick release, but just the way the ball came out of with Palmer and Moon, that thing came out like a jugs machine. I mean, that spiral is so tight that thing could have cut diamonds. I have a feeling we're overlooking how much of a question mark OC can be. I think we will get into the playoffs no matter what, even if our OC struggles at first. I mean, it's out there. It's been presented. I just don't know if I buy into it as much because I think OCs that are first-time OCs are going to struggle when they've had to assemble the staff for the first time. When they don't have any return from the prior staff there, so that everybody's kind of learning on the go. Their whole staff's kind of learning the players around them and what works and what doesn't work. I think when you have a guy coming back to an offense that's going like for like, outside West Coast offense for outside West Coast offense, that's returning almost the whole coaching staff, that's returning almost all of the offense, almost all of the depth on offense on top of the starters. I just feel like there's too much set up there for him to be successful here, to think that he's going to face plant down merely just because this is his first time calling plays. I think if there was the threat of that on the table here. I don't think that Mike Macdonald would have hired him as a OC. I really don't. I could be wrong on this one, but I just do feel pretty good about it. Daniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Which comes first? Cardinals win Super Bowl or GTA 6 comes out? I think they're going to get GTA out by the fall. I think that they pressed it out that year to know that they can't play that game over and over again. So they've already spent so much time getting this prepared. I think it's by fall they're going to launch that thing out and get it going. Whereas Cardinals are nowhere close. They haven't even begun the tank. They're just starting the tank. The tank has just begun, Daniel. A smoker, once Russ lost a step, his height became a real hindrance. The Hawks could have had Moon, but chose to stick with Craig. Hawks have a variety of brutal misses in the 80s, Smoka. A variety. It goes beyond Moon. Yeah, you could add Moon for a pack of peanuts. I mean, you could have been around 12. He went undrafted for goodness sake. And he was a local kid at University of Washington. You knew what he could bring to the table. A lot of that was unfortunately the bad way the NFL still looked at that time at sort of the black quarterbacks. And that definitely factored in on that decision making there. No doubt about it. But he wasn't the only one. You could have had John Elway in a trade. If you would have given up one more first round pick, you had a trade on the table. If you would have thrown one more first rounder on top of it, you could have had John. You had Chuck Knox wanting to take Brett Favre in the draft when he came out and got overruled by Ken Behring to take Dan McGuire instead. A lot of near misses for us in the 80s, which could have changed a lot of our fate. Jeffrey, I do have worries about our OC because we know our head coach doesn't like to babysit the offense. No, he doesn't. HHGB, what do you think Fleury showed Mike and John that blew them away? I just think that he showed them a vision and an understanding of the scheme and system he wants to run, how he wants to run it, and it falls in alignment with Mike. I think Fleury's background on the defensive side of the ball and his knowledge of that appealed to Mike, and that he's able to take that knowledge and apply it then to the offensive play calling in a way that probably makes a lot of sense to Mike. But I mean, you'd probably have to be in that room to know for sure what it was that really swung them. I think the important part here is that, yeah, you were working through some lesser candidates because of the late hour that you were having to hire an OC. But then also with that, there were some ready-made options that could have been the safe options if that was just simply what you wanted to lean in to do. And I think what you've done with Fleury is go for a little bit more of the upside there within it. And as I said, I think you're giving him a supporting cast that allows for him, even with a little bit of the questions of where that upside might end up landing, for him to be able to be successful, even if he's not a great offensive play caller. I think if it went wrong too, I think if you go out and he falls on his face, I think this team's got a variety of guys in-house that they could just elevate instantly to the position and maybe just be fine at that point. So we'll be all right. GTA will be out by Thanksgiving, my brother. Works for Rockstar. Let's go. That's a good time, man. As we get to the NFL season winding down, Smoka, so you can dive into that, 24/7. Lord knows it's going to take up a lot of my life. Callis will always appreciate and love Russell, though. He made the quarterback position unique and different in a fun way. He was great, man. He was great. Nothing but love and respect for Russell Wilson. Great quarterback here. Got us a Super Bowl win. And like you say, just nobody was more entertaining at the quarterback position to watch than him. When he's early career running around 13, 14 second plays, guys missing him twice on one play. He was magic, man. Yeah, it's a travesty we didn't draft Moon. Being the local kid he was, what he did to take UW to the Rose Bowl at that time. I mean, the fact you can turn on the tape with him at UW and you can see the talent there. It was there. It was right there. But it's where the game was at that point, which is sad, Daniel says, I saw your video clip you posted earlier today. The high thumbnail of Brendan and Seahawks is golden. Having a lot of fun. If you guys aren't, please do get subbed up over there. We've got the Hawks Clips channels rolling in full. I've actually brought on a guy that's going to be doing my clipping over there. So I've got I got a video editor here now finally, which is very cool. And he's doing some great work over there on the Clips channel. He's been cooking it up this past month, and we've been doing really, really good numbers over there. I'm really encouraged. I'm looking forward to this regular season to see how it goes when he's doing that on his side of things over there. But yeah, he put together a really funny thumbnail of Brendan in a hockey uniform. I was laughing my ass off on that one too. That was good, Daniel. He's doing good work over there. Really appreciate what he's getting done. And I think it's going to help out the channel majorly having that rolling, you know. Cope, I especially love Russ for the first 5 weeks of the 2020 season. I still have a Let Russ Cook shirt, Cope. I still got my Let Russ Cook. Jeffrey Fleury comes through, some sucker team will make him a head coach 100%. I could see it. I could see it. Yeah, he was on pace for the best quarterback season of all time. That stinking cover 2, man. That cover 2 shell. That was a bitch. Brando, when is the part 3 for the Kubiak series going to be out? It's a little slow going, Spec. I got to be honest with you. I've been trying to kind of balance the live streams with getting those things done, and I've been a little bit inhibited. So bear with me. I am hard at work. I did before I went live today. I spent a few hours getting some more video cut. It just takes me a long time to cut it all through and do it all. I'm kind of a perfectionist with it, and so it does take me a bit of time. But what I'm going to just try to do is film it all in one go. What I got remaining, I've got the whole script done. I've got all of the assets I need. I just got to film it. So film and cut it up. It'll probably take me a little bit of time, but then I'm going to release everything kind of together at once at that point, so you guys don't have to wait for anything else. So very soon. Very, very soon, hopefully. Bro slowed down the entire second half of the season with stale play calling, still had 40 touchdowns. Yeah, well, and teams stopped playing the cover. The teams were playing a lot of the cover 1, cover 3 stuff against us to take away what had been for a large part of our time here with Carroll, the running the ball early downs, running the ball on first down at the highest rate of anybody in the NFL. Now we're suddenly throwing on first down and throwing deep. And we caught teams with their pants down through the first half of the schedule. They adjusted, they went to the cover 2 shell, and then we didn't adjust off the cover 2 shell. We couldn't run the ball well enough with the light boxes. And of course, Russ wasn't going to be able to hit the short and the intermediate stuff to try to take advantage of the cover 2 shell, trying to drop to depth. Yeah, the 2022 pass defense was atrocious. 2020 was just a weird year with COVID and empty stadiums and how all that played out. You know, yeah, Cope. It was a little bit of that. You know, Mahomes got hit by the same thing at that time too. You know, just it's Fangio's scheme came into full bore, and it's really led us kind of to here. You know, that 2020 transition has moved us to where we are now defensively across the board to a great degree, which is that this is the de jure scheme that's taken over the league, and offenses have yet to really find a true answer, Cope. You know, their answer right now is to try to kind of run the ball. That's sort of their twisting back into. You know me. No, mate. Ollie, Russell Wilson, Doug Baldwin, Magic plays. Yes, sir. Doug was a hell of a guy to watch you play the game, man. Another easy route for a guy. Had to really make himself to what he was. All right, well, we've gone 5 hours and 10 minutes in. I think it's a good time here to put a button on this. And I want to thank you guys for another just great show here. You guys bring it every time. I thought we'd have a light turnout today being the off season and we wouldn't have as many people in here, but you guys were rocking and rolling with me here from start to finish. And I dig that about you. Unbelievable amount of support here in the stream. Just tons of donations over and over again, like 37 donos today on the stream too on top of it. So, man, thank you guys for all of your guys' support to this channel, your kind words, your encouragement. You watch the stuff anytime we go live. I do upload. You guys watch that. You're checking out the Kubiak series like I asked you guys to. We're about to go over 10,000 subscribers over on the NFC West Roundtable channel, which if you're not subbed up over there, get subbed up over there. So just a tremendous amount of support from you guys to this channel. And I want you always guys to know that it is never lost on me. I'm really, really blessed to be able to do what I get to do because I got you guys in my back. I got you guys in my corner every time I go live. And that's a hell of a headwind to have at your back. I'll tell you what. I will tell you what. I really, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate you guys. It's really fun to be able to do this. I'm chasing my dream, getting to do this. You guys allow me to with the support by tuning in this off season when it's the low time, helping to keep the lights on, as I like to say. And I thank you for it because I get to keep chasing my dream every day and just having a fun ball, just doing what I get to do and going in any direction that my imagination can kind of take me with this channel. And you guys allow me to do that. And it's really, really, really appreciated. I appreciate you too, Megan. Thank you. You have a great one on that. Sorry, I caught you a little bit later today. And we will be on Saturday for that call-in stream. So be on the lookout there for that on that end of it. I appreciate you too, Spec. Thank you so much, man. Very kind of you. Russ brought us that Super Bowl, and he will always be revered for that, man. No matter what the ending brought, we will always revere Russ around here. That was long ago. We're beyond all that. We're back to celebration. Pure, unadulterated celebration. Great team, Brando. Any criticism is met with love, only because we like the same team. Criticism is always welcome, man. Criticism, a difference of thought, difference of opinion. We're not an echo chamber here by any measure. I never want to be that. And I always want to push back if there's ever a feeling that we're getting into that territory. Different ideas, different thoughts, different outlooks here. I want ideas tested here. I want to have people be able to have disagreement. And, we want respectfulness, but you can be respectful and then have a lot of intense discussion and back and forth. And I think that we get a little closer to the truth by the nature of that, Cope, that it tests our ideas out that much more fundamentally. And I love that about this. And we're willing to do it here. And the cool part is that this can happen without there being the disrespect or insults hurled. Let's just get to a place of just, challenge those ideas, go back and forth. You know what I mean? So it's always welcome here, man. Not an empty words on my part. It's something that I truly believe that if you got something that you think is an improvement for this channel or a different outlook that or consideration that I'm not bringing into to think about, I want to be thinking about it. I don't want to be just, I know all the answers, don't have all the answers. I think we can all collectively have all the answers, but it's the community itself that helps to drive that as much as anything else. But you're awesome, man. Thank you, Cope. You are awesome. You all remember your tick picks. Like I said, I have to be out by 12 p.m. for the festival, but do my best to be together. Sounds good. I appreciate you, Megan. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging in here as you could. We will be back here tomorrow, Thursday. We've got the Seahawks Syndicate going live tomorrow on Thursday, 6 o'clock. So be on the lookout for that. So we'll get the Seahawks Syndicate out to you guys tomorrow. I've got a call-in show on Saturday for members of the channel. Boom, 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 boom. And then on Sunday, we will be doing a show around Anthony Bradford. Heaven and hell. You get a little bit of both with Anthony. In fact, you get a lot of both with Anthony. We're going to dive into his tape. We're going to take a look at what he brings to the table and why he can be just such a both enticing and frustrating player at both the same time. I thank you guys for watching today. Please do, if you can, hit that like button, sub on up. It is free, doesn't cost you anything, and it is much, much appreciated from my side of it. Great show today, great discussion, but you guys always bring that every time I go live, and I thank you for that from the bottom of my heart. We will be back here in less than 24 hours with the Syndicate to chop it up. Say where we are with this team. Just turn over a couple of these extra items here that are worth considering. But until that time, I shouldn't have to remind you that you got a Super Bowl ready-made roster ready to go, that you're returning the third youngest roster back off a Super Bowl win, that the national media is underselling you once again. They had you in last place last year, and now nobody is seeing you as being even a Super Bowl contender, hell, even the division winning contender. They're all underselling you, so they all might have you thinking, oh, well, we got our one lucky run. We got our little magical ride last year. Now that time's over. It's not over. We're just getting warmed up. So don't you ever, ever, ever forget. Don't you dare. Don't listen to them. They don't know what they're talking about. They got it wrong all last year. They're going to get it right now? I don't think so. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.